misled by setting my expectations too high. Any of them could still beat me to a pulp if they wanted to, let alone two. So they're not weak nor defenseless. To know that there are traitor Marines among our ranks is greatly concerning. Who could command such power and authority to not only mobilize Marines, but keep this secret room, probably several more, in the exalted virtue concealed for who knows how long? Wyatt thought deeply as he remained as calm and unmoving as possible. He was too tense to allow himself a moment of laxity, but at the same time, he did his best to give off the appearance that he was a mere simpleton. Meanwhile, internally, he was trying to deduce who could be the possible traitor and how high that traitor sat. Think, Wyatt. Who could have enough pull to warrant the use of a QEC in such a manner? The traitor practically gave out their best tool for nearly nothing. So either they have another QEC hidden somewhere, which would be disastrous, or they have other means to convey information to the Duke's side, he thought deeply, glancing between his guards several times. Or perhaps Cynthia and Juliana were right, and this is nothing more than a tactic to hide. Sacrificing a commoner with a petty trial, forcing the eyes of the hunters to look elsewhere long enough to remain in the shadows, waiting for another chance to strike. Anyone ranked lieutenant or lower was immediately ruled out in his mind, including, of course, every non-commissioned Navy rank. A lieutenant commodore could have some power, but only within a limited group, if that. Wyatt didn't know if there were any commodores in the fleet, but while their reach could be greater, he doubted they had any significant influence outside a single ship. And no commodore could command a vessel larger than a destroyer-class vessel. A lieutenant commander would have more influence. Abacus Reed was a lieutenant commander, but he wasn't popular or influential, so his rank was for show only. Would other lieutenant commanders be similar? Does it even matter? If I recall correctly, they have more influence than a lieutenant commodore, but less so than a commodore. He sighed heavily, making the two Marines guarding him tighten their grip on their weapons for a moment. I should have paid more attention to the commanding structure back at the academy. No use in crying over a crushed Lakoa now, I suppose. Left without much else to do, Wyatt swallowed his annoyance and continued to ponder away, futile effort as it was. Perhaps a captain is responsible. They can command up to heavy cruisers and battle cruisers, and a noble would either need to have done pretty amazing deeds or belong to a powerful house to achieve that rank. But could a captain have the means to orchestrate something like this? Wyatt thought, and internally groaned when he realized something to add to his already mounting frustration. They're nobles. How could I forget that? A military or navy rank may give me some direction, but that means little compared to what house the traitor belongs. Political impact, influence, wealth, power. Clara and Redford mentioned that the puppets were many, but the puppet master could be anyone. But who? The one standing at the top, the head of the Viper, has to be someone powerful from a prominent house and likely holds a significant rank within the fleet, and must be aboard the Exalted Virtue, he reasoned, his head threatening him with a headache. That left only a few possible culprits, but all he could do was speculate. He wasn't a detective or an investigator. Most of his conclusions came from observation and logical outcomes. But in the world and the convoluted web that was nobility, he had no leverage. Hence why he was a living tactical mine, ready to explode in the face of the traitor. But who was the traitor? He didn't know the other commanders all that much except for what he was told of them. They all came from significant and powerful houses, and thus could easily have the means and connections to orchestrate a possible mutiny or act as the eyes of Duke Draymore aboard the Prince's fleet. Redford Kalen was obviously not the traitor. The trust he received from Clara and the Winfield sisters had been more than evident. Juliana, being a Winfield, was also discarded, which also worried him since the two Marines belonged to her division, and here they were, traitors working under their noses. How many more were like them? How many other commoners and low-ranking nobles were actual traitors? The more I think about it, the worse it gets, he thought with grim resolution. Redford insisted that Lukacs Ishtal, George Lintar, and Vivian Taravis were loyal, and he'd trust his commander's judgment, but he still had his doubts about George Lintar. If there ever was a noble that represented all the idiocy and vain glory, chest-puffing, feather-preening attitude that nobility was infamous for, it had to be him. Could a man as deeply rooted in the machinations of nobility and the disdain for commoners truly be loyal to anyone but himself? He doubted it. Admiral Damian Valto was a mystery to him. He'd seen him twice, and that didn't give him many indications of anything. But according to Juliana, he was the reason the prince and their forces managed to escape. He was a rigid man, the sort that does things by the book and never deviated from his orders, but one who was loyal and could be trusted. That leaves Frederick Anderson, Hannah Talleyrand, and William Hempstroke as the possible puppet master. But were any of them truly responsible? Or was there an unseen actor behind all of it? Hannah Talleyrand commanded the smallest division since there were roughly 200 troops under her charge and filled the gap to give a provisional command to the auxilia forces. William Hempstroke was another noble that he particularly had a displeasure towards, but nothing more than that. He was a ground and assault commander, and his reach was limited. Finally, Frederick Anderson was also a fundamentalist, just like William and George, though he seemed capable of restraining himself for the sake of performing his duty. "This is futile," Wyatt concluded. "No matter how many times I circle the subject, I can't suspect anyone without personal bias. Not to mention, I don't know any of them enough to draw any conclusions. Nobles are petty, self-serving, egotistical, manipulative assholes as a general rule. But I can't point any fingers blindly. Clara was right. In this battlefield, I'm blind. But I can't rely on any expectations now that I'm inside the kill zone. All I can do is..." His line of thought was interrupted when he heard several footsteps approaching. He focused on the arriving shadows as they slowly took form, revealing 3 people wearing armor, but without insignias or identification badges, so he couldn't tell what branch they belonged to. But the one in the middle was different from the rest. The way he walked and carried himself told he thought highly of himself, a true and proper blue blood. The noble sat across the table and leaned forth, resting his head on his entwined fingers. "That was quite the declaration you made during your mockery of a trial, Wyatt Staples." Wyatt frowned internally as the voice lacked intonation and sounded garbled. Is he using a voice scrambler? He's not taking any chances, and I doubt he's the mastermind. The pilot thought for a second, then tilted his head slightly. "And you are?" "My name is of no importance at the current moment, Wyatt Staples. What is important is what you can do," he began. "What you did requires bravery and guts. You have both, despite being a commoner. To stand up against royalty to make such a declaration? Impressive. Most impressive. We honestly thought you were just a mindless lapdog to the Astorian rats." Wyatt chuckled. "At least it seems we agree on that. Blue blood." He spat back. "Royals are just fancier nobles. Whatever you want from me, you can go to hell. I'm done serving the selfish, ungrateful nobles who don't appreciate risking my life for their petty squabbles." The other 4 men present made a move, but stopped when their leader uttered a single command. "Stop!" he said, and waited for several silent moments. "You are not like other commoners, Wyatt Staples. We've seen that you can throw away the collar around your neck, and perhaps you can serve a worthy purpose. A purpose that goes beyond just serving an ancient, stagnant house that doesn't acknowledge your efforts outside empty words and a meaningless promotion." He sounds just like Mr. Warlow during his rants, Wyatt thought dryly before replying. "I really thought that saving a member of House Astor would give me something, anything at all. I'm just a commoner. I should have known that his royal bastard would have made me serve him instead. Such a deed should have been rewarded with a completed military service record and a hefty sum in credits," the man agreed. "Commoner or not, you deserved at the very least that. The means to live a life without financial struggles at the very least. It is truly shameful that instead of rewarding their loyal subjects, they tighten the yoke. Loyalty is its own reward, as if. If that was the case, there wouldn't be pirates, smugglers, or rebel groups," Wyatt stated flatly as a smirk adorned his lips and he threw his hands up. "They sure like to abuse that line but hate to put it in practice themselves." The man nodded. "Precisely, Wyatt Staples. It seems that you're far more intelligent and perceptive than most commoners. A talented pilot, too. I can understand why that bitch wanted to keep you as a pet. Quite ungrateful, eh? You save her life, and as thanks you get a collar and a leash. Your skills are truly wasted in the service of House Astor." Wyatt felt a fire form in his stomach the moment he insulted Clara so brazenly. The quips and diplomatic approach that Uriel Hoax had used were brimming with respect in comparison to the treacherous scumbag sitting in front of him. But he had a role to play, and he couldn't allow his true feelings to surface. Instead, his smirk turned into a smile. Precisely! That holier-than-thou wretch never thanked me, not sincerely at least. To her I was just doing my duty. Thus, she owed me nothing. So you've seen the corruption within House Astor, and you know the plight commoners and nobles of lesser standing must endure, the man said approvingly. With a mere tilt of his head, the Marines moved in and released the handcuffs from his wrists. A show of trust between friends, Wyatt Staples? Thanks. They were starting to hurt, he replied, rubbing his wrists for a few seconds. Now, why should I trust you? For all I know, you're just trying to use me. Ah, he replied, leaning back and raising a finger. The difference is that I won't hide that fact. You've called too much attention upon yourself, Wyatt Staples. You have no house, no standing, no power, no nothing. You're a commoner, but men like you are rare. Were it not for our efforts, you'd be dead right now in your cell. The prince will not take lightly that you insulted not only that haughty banshee he calls a sister, but his pride too. So you're welcome. Is that not proof enough that we wish to help you? Good point, Wyatt replied, crossing his arms. In that case, thank you. But now that I'm marked for death, what can I do? I don't suppose you'll keep me hidden here forever. Preparations are being made. Don't fret. We may be few, but there are more of us every day. True loyal sons and daughters of the Principality ready to strike down the arrogant Astors. The Royal Regent, Duke Draymore, rewards loyalty, and you, my friend, could be highly rewarded in his service. Wyatt frowned and scoffed. Another royal? I understand why that would seem like a contradiction, the man replied with a bemused chuckle. But unlike the prince and his ilk, Duke Draymore is a true royal. As regent, he can rule the principality while he prepares a suitable heir to be a true prince. Unlike the inept who inherited the throne without gaining it. Do you see? His Lord Regent only seeks the best for our beloved principality, while the current prince only seeks to perpetuate the stagnancy that his house feasts upon. They are nothing but arrogant tyrants, and they must be removed. Pirate attacks have been rampant across several sectors. Drazan raiders have managed to make incursions all the way here, to Jintrax. There are mounting protests and rebel groups spreading like wildfire due to the economic instability. And this prince, he said with disdain, cavorts alongside smugglers and criminals, little better than pirates, just to gain some forces. Disgraceful and without honor. I wasn't aware that the problem was so dire or widespread. And I wonder how much of it is even true. Wyatt thought, looking mildly shocked. I mean, I carried the wretch to Woodshaft, but I wasn't aware of those negotiations. Couldn't they, just force them to comply? Why threaten them when you carry with you Royal Marines? He asked with a scoff. Wyatt gasped. Royal Marines? I thought those were regular Marines. The man nodded. I know you're innocent, Wyatt Staples. You couldn't have known their perverse machinations and cutthroat diplomatic tactics. That's how House Astor rules, with veiled displays of power, for they know none would dare stand up against them. And if they do, they unleash their dogs of war and the blue-haired demons. Another burst of fire erupted in his guts upon hearing the brazen insult directed at Cynthia and House Winfield in general. Oh? If you think I'm innocent, then why did you plant that thing in my quarters? He asked, frowning. To be perfectly honest, I was against that idea, he replied, while Wyatt lost his frown and blinked in surprise. We are honest, Wyatt Staples. Yes, we wanted to throw them off. Ever since the battle against the Caiston forces, the dogs loyal to the prince have been breathing down our necks rather vigorously. You were an ideal scapegoat at the moment, this we will not deny. Your outburst during that joke of a trial was, to say the least, impressive. We apologize profusely for ever thinking you could be another fool who bent the knee before the ungrateful Astors. I mean, I did bend the knee, he replied. I like my head attached to my body, though it won't be for long after what I said. But screw them. Risking my life for their benefit is not why I signed up. I just wanted a cushy position and a good pay at the end of it, not whatever bullshit they're dealing with. That was a half-truth, but as long as his mysterious interviewer bought it, then he didn't care. A man that knows what he wants is a man that can achieve great things, Wyatt Staples. Your ambitions may be low since you are a commoner, but they are fitting. However, you could achieve so much more if you were to join us, the man said, as if I have a choice. Either I join you or you'll kill me, Wyatt thought, but mentally smirked. How? I'm going to lose my head or spend the rest of my life in prison if I'm lucky after what I said. At any rate, I'm sure that blonde prick knows I'm not in my cell. Do not worry about it, we've covered that. Even that disgraceful prince can be fooled for a certain amount of time, the man replied. Will you join us? I don't know you. What could I gain if I join you? Asked the pilot with interest. The man relaxed his posture, and while he couldn't see it, Wyatt could almost feel the grin spreading across his lips. Prestige, honor, true camaraderie, and a promised bounty for your services 3 times bigger than the current retirement plan the Navy offers to commoners in perpetuity. Not only that, but if you fall in battle, those same rewards will be passed on to your family members and descendants. My son will inherit my riches, even if I were to die? Wyatt asked, all bright-eyed and optimistic. Indeed, your son will be provided, Wyatt Staples, the man replied, and you, my friend, will be eligible to start your noble lineage. The Astors were fools for squandering such a talented man. Wyatt smiled widely, but inside he would have been on the ground if he could laugh. They don't know anything about me. That means my records have either been deleted, their contact is not within the Third Fleet traders, or that really was their only QEC, and they acted in pure desperation. This is too good to be true. How am I to trust you if you don't reveal your face? He asked tentatively. It is a security precaution. If you're captured, our whole group would be put at risk, Wyatt Staples. I'm certain that a man as intelligent as you can understand discretion, the man replied. Fair enough, he replied with a shrug. You must be someone highly valued by Duke Draymore to be given such a difficult mission. I mean, you're right under the prince's oblivious nose, and here we are. Wyatt barked a laugh and clapped his hands together 3 times. Me, if only, the man replied, chuckling. Our Lord Regent would never associate with me. No, I am a mere conduit for our leader aboard this vessel. He witnessed your trial with great admiration and concluded that you could become an asset to our just and true cause. Join us, Wyatt Staples, and fight for the future of the Principality, not the cruel, unworthy Astors that bleed us dry with their incompetence and prohibitions. It's hard to refuse such an offer. All right, you convinced me. I'll join you. What am I to do? Wyatt replied solemnly. Most excellent, the man said, and from a sealed pouch he extracted a cube no more than 5 centimeters wide. This is a Mortax cube. It is nearly undetectable by most security measures, and it can be easily concealed in one's person. Upon activation, it'll emit a strong but short-lived electromagnetic pulse that will fry any non-heavily protected electronic devices within a 10-meter radius. Okay, so what am I supposed to do with it? Throw it at an Astor dog and hope for the best? Wyatt asked, raising an eyebrow at the strange object he'd never seen or heard from before. This won't kill me, right? Of course not. Elsewise, we would have attempted an attack against the damnable Astors before. We do not lack loyal members with enough conviction to give their lives for the betterment of the Principality, after all, the man replied. All right. That still doesn't explain what am I to achieve, Wyatt insisted, scratching his head a few times in confusion. You shall be escorted back to the conference room where your trial was being held. As we speak, the prince is being convinced and lured into a trap so that he may cast his judgment upon you. You, Wyatt Staples, will be in a unique position. You'll be within reach of the prince without the direct protection of his rabid dogs to protect him. Once he's close to you, you will activate the Mortax cube by activating a disguised short-ranged detonator, the man said, and presented him with a small badge representing the Royal Navy. Common and inconspicuous. If it's an electromagnetic weapon and isn't enough to kill me, what will it do to the prince? Wyatt asked more seriously. The pulse will take down his shields, leaving him vulnerable. In that moment, his life will end, and you, Wyatt Staples, will forever be remembered as a hero of the Principality were you to die. But in the ensuing commotion, we will do our best to save you, as we proceed to eliminate the Astor wench as well. he explained calmly and leaned forth. Be our hero, Wyatt Staples. Make your son proud. Make Duke Draymore proud. Make us proud. Wyatt smiled, taking the cube and the badge in trembling hands. He stored the cube in his right pocket and put on the badge right above his handkerchief. In that case, for my son, for the principality, it shall be done, and the Astors will rue the day they dared to throw me away. You will be remembered, Wyatt Staples, the man said, standing up. Before you activate the cube, we will need a signal to be ready. That signal will be House Astor Falls today. Understood? Understood, he replied by putting on his best, eager, maniacal face. The man and the other men around him chuckled at his antics, but the leader raised his hands and moved them in a calming gesture. Ease up, Wyatt Staples. You must remain as calm and stoic as possible. Avoid drawing any interest by acting weirdly. Just imagine that you are about to be judged by the prince without a plan in mind. I'll try. But me? A hero of the principality? Such honor. Even if I die, my son will be safe. Thank you for giving me this chance to settle the score with those unworthy whoresons, he said eagerly. He was perhaps overselling his pitch, but he was a commoner, and that played in his favor to give his act a genuine air of idiot-ready-to-die syndrome. The two Marines that brought him to the secret room handcuffed him again, but without securing the lock, giving him the opening to free his hands at any moment of his choosing. They then escorted him through the same long tour without meeting anyone until they were nearing the room in which the trial was being held. A few crew members who saw him shouted insults at him, and some others spat at him, desiring the worst upon him for insulting Princess Clara to her face. As he entered the room, he saw that the commanders and the admiral were back on their spots. Clara and Cynthia were on the balcony, but the prince was standing near the center of the room with two Royal Marines flanking him. As he arrived at the desk and chair he'd used no less than 2 hours ago, but instead of sitting down, he remained up, defiant. The room was once again filled with various officers from all branches and ranks, most of them silently glaring at him or murmuring about his senseless disrespect. You won't kneel? The prince asked forcefully. I won't. I don't have to, Wyatt replied firmly, unafraid. The prince closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Very well. With a simple hand gesture, the Royal Marines stepped back and lowered their weapons, putting them in a relaxed state. Then he stepped forth, each step echoing across the room with a deafening rumble. He stood in front of Wyatt, half a head taller than the commoner, and glared at him. You've disgraced my family's name. You've insulted my sister's honor. You've disrespected me not once, not twice, but thrice now. I must admit, I admire your resolve, Wyatt Staples. He paused for a moment. Such a shame. I thought that you had some promise, but alas, a commoner is a commoner at the end of the day. Due to your actions and the lack of solid evidence, I was going to sentence you to a dishonorable discharge and leave you here. However, your transgressions against royalty shall not be tolerated. Wyatt scoffed. So much for loyalty is its own reward, huh? You Astors only vomit that line when you need something from others, but don't give anything back in return, he shrugged. What else is new? So be it, the prince said. Did you find peace during this time? Wyatt nodded. I did. A repugnant snake is before me, this I see now, he said, and the entire room went icy silent, thinking he had insulted the prince to his face. I see, the prince replied. Wyatt Staples, as Prince of the Astorian Principality, I find you guilty upon grievous charges of lèse-majesté, incompetence, collusion, sedition, and conspiracy. I sentence you to death. Do you have any last words? I do, Wyatt said, and with a flick of his wrists, the handcuffs fell to the ground. House Astor falls today! And before anyone could react, he slammed the badge with an open palm. House Astor falls today! A chorus emerged from several members of the audience, suddenly pulling out concealed weapons and firing wildly at the prince. Wyatt was on the ground before the shots were fired, and he looked up with a smile as the shields of the prince remained intact, easily stopping bullets and lasers. There was a moment of confusion, and then the hectic sound of a short-lived battle was heard, alongside a few screams and curses, but by the time he stood up, every assailant was held tightly by those around them. His eyes moved to the commanders, and to his surprise, Juliana Winfield was holding Frederick Anderson's head against the podium while a gun rested in front of him, his eyes blazing with hatred and confusion. "How?" the commander of the infantry division demanded. "Your shields! They should be disabled. You should be dead." The prince sighed. "So it was you, Frederick? What did my uncle promise you, to sell your honor and dignity? You've brought disgrace upon your house with your actions." "I have nothing to say to you, Astor," Frederick cried out. "His Lord Regent will be victorious. You don't deserve to sit on that throne. You'll bring damnation upon us all." His eyes went wild and moved past the prince to focus on Wyatt. "You! I saw you activate the detonator. I was informed that you joined our cause." "I'm not a stinking traitor like you," Wyatt replied with disgust. "Your son will die for this, Wyatt Staples," Frederick threatened. "I'll be sure to mourn him," Wyatt replied with a cocky grin. "Take him away, Juliana. Interrogate him. I want a full list of every traitor aboard my fleet as soon as possible," the prince ordered, and Juliana obeyed, pushing the man away. "Take the rest away. They shall be judged accordingly." He then turned to Wyatt. "As for you, Lieutenant Staples, congratulations are in order." Wyatt smiled sincerely and looked up at Clara and Cynthia. Cynthia was smiling approvingly while Clara gave him a dainty smile. Then he turned to the prince. "Loyalty is its own reward, my prince." Chapter 24. "My prince!" The voice belonging to George Lintar broke through the silence that had suddenly filled the room. Eyes turned to the old commander and found him standing on trembling legs alongside the other commanders present and Admiral Damien, all of them sharing his confusion, except for Lukacs Ishtal and Redford Kalen. "I fail to understand. Frederick? A traitor? And you?" he said, pointing a finger at Wyatt. "You dare stand before His Majesty after everything you've said and done, arrest that vile... denied?" The usually soft and gentle voice of Princess Clara echoed around the room, carrying a weight that froze the blood of everyone present for a second. Slowly, everyone looked up to the balcony where the princess stood wearing her royal regalia, with Cynthia standing next to her. In a swift motion, Cynthia carried Clara bridal style and leaped from the balcony, landing with a heavy thud but remaining standing and undisturbed. Setting her princess down, the two women approached the prince until they were only a few steps from him. "Are you hurt, Lieutenant?" "No, my princess," Wyatt replied with a respectful bow. "The traitors were surprisingly amicable." Clara nodded, then turned to the commanders, paying only a swift glance at the rest of the gathered audience who were, understandably, stunned by what had transpired. "You were saying, George Lintar?" George visibly swallowed nervously before taking a more pleading, submissive stance. "Princess Clara, why are you defending that commoner scum? He has insulted you, to the point that he wishes you harm. Such insolence alone should be punished, in equal if not greater measure to the traitors that dared attempt against the prince's life," he finished calmly, not wishing to invoke her wrath. "Brother dearest," Clara began without turning to her sibling, her face stoic and unmoving like a glacier's surface, and equally cold. "May I tell them?" "You may," the prince replied as the two royal marines calmly returned to guard him. "Thank you," she said gently before shifting to a serious, cold one. "George Lintar, illuminate me on this matter. Why should Lieutenant Wyatt Staples be punished for carrying my command?" "Your command?" Hannah Talaro asked as she exchanged a few glances with Vivian Taravis and William Hempstroke. "I'm waiting, George Lintar," Clara said, ignoring Hannah's question. George stiffened for a second before replying. "Princess Clara, I don't understand. Why would you allow this commoner to insult you? His actions, his disregard for etiquette and the proper ways of battle, his disrespect knows no bounds." "It seems your vision is as narrow as your elitism," Clara replied coldly. "Several traitors have been exposed and will be dealt with accordingly, and yet you care more about bringing the hammer down upon an innocent man?" She questioned, eyes narrowing slightly. "Even if this trial were to be real and Lieutenant Wyatt's actions factual, I would ask my brother, the prince, to show mercy to the man that, at the very least, saved my life once, and who has shown me great capabilities," she said, her voice firm and unshakable. William Hemstroke took a step forth, clearing his throat. My princess, were Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' actions performed under your orders? Indeed, Clara replied, and with dignified grace lifted a hand in Wyatt's direction. Lieutenant Wyatt was acting upon my orders as part of a ploy to draw out the traitor within our midst. We already had our suspicions, but we needed to be sure. Wyatt smiled internally. It was a half-truth, but were it not for the fact that he knew better, he would have believed her words without a doubt. But what could a commoner like him possibly achieve? To put at risk your honor and dignity, my princess, I simply do not understand, George admitted, staring at his princess with utter confusion. Risks must be taken in war, Clara began. Be them abroad or at home. I won this battle. That's all that matters. Turning to the crowd, she said in a slightly louder tone. Let it be known that I, Clara Astor of House Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, hereby pardon Lieutenant Wyatt Staples of all presumed charges set against him, for he was acting under my direct orders. This entire trial was a trap? Admiral Damien asked, not in confusion, but rather surprised. It makes sense now. These charges were petty at worst and nebulous at best. Worthy of attention? But worthy of punishment? Hardly. I must admit I'm relieved to hear that the lieutenant's apparent hostility was for show. It was a plan born from desperation and a gamble, Clara clarified. We hoped that the mastermind behind the traitors in our midst, due to the efforts of Lukacs and Vivian, felt cornered. A chance manifested itself when they tried to turn our gaze from their machinations by sacrificing a pilot who had risen to relative prominence. We were correct in that assumption and acted accordingly. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples volunteered himself to be used in our trap. I instructed him to be hostile and insulting, especially toward me, to incite the traitors to action. It was a measured risk, but one that has given us answers and peace within the fleet. The room fell silent for several moments until Hannah spoke up, gaze focused on Wyatt. But how? You were taken into your cell. When did they have the time to contact you? I was not taken to my cell, Wyatt explained. I was guided to a storage bay and then pushed into a secret passage. I can show you where it is, Commander Hannah. That aside, George interjected with tension in his voice. Frederick claimed that you joined their cause and that you activated a detonator. Explain yourself this instant. Gladly, Lord, Wyatt replied, smiling internally at the chance to not only prove his innocence, but also make a high and mighty blue blood eat his words from his pocket. He pulled the small cube given to him, and Lukacs let out a contemptuous hum. A Mortax cube, Lukacs said, glaring at the small piece of equipment. I was afraid one was eventually going to appear. And the detonator? Wyatt reached for the badge on his chest and handed both items to Cynthia. She then passed them to Lukacs. After a quick inspection, he frowned. I saw you activate it too. Why didn't it work? I simply arched my hand, Commander Lukacs, Wyatt answered, and raised his right hand with his fingers slightly bent and his palm forming an arch. I never touched the badge. George, unsatisfied, glared at the pilot. You still willingly put the life of the prince in danger, commoner, and I am profusely sorry for that, Wyatt replied with a small head bow directed at the prince. I am far more interested in how you were able to convince the traitors that you were joining them, Vivian pointed out. I was also unaware that you had a son, Lieutenant. That is because I don't, Commander Vivian. I wanted to see how much these traitors knew about me. They knew nothing before I joined His Majesty's fleet. I took advantage of that fact and leaned on it to appear more sympathetic and appealing to them, he explained. I might have to avoid speaking about my actual family with strangers from now on, he reasoned. How many were there? Who are they? What did they tell you? Answer me, commoner, George demanded. 5 of them, I don't know. They wore suits and helmets with darkened visors. One of them used a voice scrambler. As for your last question, Lord, I'm afraid our liege, the prince, would like to know those details first, he said. But the prince remained stoic, impassive, forever in control and calm. What about— Enough, George, William interjected. Princess Clara has excused every action he could have committed during that time, before and after as well. Stop trying to find fault with this young man. A commoner he may be, but one that has given aid to His Majesty once more. and I, for one, will look past his undignified origin and thank him for his services." "I was merely doing my duty, Commander William," Wyatt replied humbly. "I doubt he means any of what he said, but gaining some favor from the Prince and Clara can't hurt, right? Blue Bloods and their games," he thought with mild amusement. "Now," Clara's voice rang once more, "does anyone else have something to say?" "I do," the Prince said. "Despite his great service, there is something that plagues my mind. An error, a mistake, one that must be rectified at once. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, take a knee and lower your head. Justice shall be delivered by my hand." Wyatt was stunned for a second, and he looked into the eyes of the Prince, but found nothing. Those violet eyes were emotionless and firm. Were the traitors right after all? Have my transgressions escalated to the point that my death is necessary? He thought for a moment, and his heart raced. But despite the outrage howling inside him, there was a sense of peace. Better to die at the hand of the Prince. How many can boast of such a feat? "I obey." The pilot dropped to a knee without looking at anyone, and for a moment hoped to hear the protests of Clara, Cynthia, or Redford. Anyone. But none came, not even within his mind. Everything was silent. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head and did his best to expose his neck as much as possible. "Even now, I feel no fear. At least I won't give a show for petty blue bloods to enjoy." "Cynthia, your sword," the Prince said, and Cynthia obeyed without hesitation. Wyatt heard the steps of the blue-haired woman and the click of her sword being released from its lock. Then she stepped back, and he took a deep breath in anticipation of the beheading strike. Instead, the Prince began to speak. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, born of a common lineage and commoner blood, are you a loyal son of the Principality?" "What? Why does he—" "Oh, must be some sort of death ritual," he reasoned. "I am, my Prince. Do you recognize me as your Prince? Your liege?" "I do, my Prince." "Given the chance, would you give your life in exchange for my own or that of any member of House Astor?" "Without hesitation, my Prince," he replied sincerely, despite his mounting confusion. "Would you obey every command given without doubt nor questioning, regardless of what is asked of you to perform?" the Prince asked, his voice firmer, heavier. "No, I would not," he replied, and he heard many gasps echo around him. "For what reason will you disobey my direct command?" "For the same reason I fought the Drazan, my liege. I will do my best to save the innocent, your people, my Prince, again," he replied sincerely and without fear. "If I die, I'll die without regrets," he thought calmly, his heart set at ease. "Unless there is no other option, I will never harm an innocent." "This you swear in the name of House Astor?" "I swear, my Prince." "Wyatt Staples of Volantis," the Prince said as he rested the side of the sword on the pilot's left shoulder. "Your actions have thus far reflected the values upon which the Astorian Principality was founded, inscribed in our blood and immortalized in ink. The blood of House Astor has recognized your exemplary actions of selflessness, talent, and unwavering determination in the face of insurmountable odds. Loyalty is its own reward," he proclaimed proudly and loudly, before lifting the sword and resting it upon his right shoulder. "And those loyal to the Principality and House Astor shall be recognized. Your actions, honorable, your deeds, without reproach. Your loyalty, unquestionable, your character, unshakable. Your goals, dignified. Your courage, unflinching. Your spirit, honest. What more can be asked of such a man?" he asked and took the sword away. "Look at me." Wyatt obeyed, now overwhelmed and confused by what was happening. He thought he was going to meet his end, and instead, the Prince was doing something else. He looked up at the Prince and found him staring at him with the splendor and stature of a true royal. His violet eyes focused on him. Then, before he could react, the Prince backhanded him. Wyatt's senses reeled from the impact, and he was momentarily dizzy and soon tasted metal inside his mouth and a warm liquid dripping down the corner of his mouth and his left nostril. He looked at the Prince with confusion, but dared not touch his wounded face. Less so when he saw that some of his blood was staining the Prince's hand. "From this moment onward, Wyatt Staples of Volantis, let those be the last drops of blood you shed as a commoner," the Prince stated. What? Wyatt screamed inside his mind, and he trembled. Let the pain cleanse your body and be a reminder of what you were, what you've become, and what you are. The prince took a step back, giving the shocked lieutenant some room. Rise now, Wyatt Staples of Volantis. A commoner has knelt, a knight rises. Rise, Wyatt Staples, Knight Banneret of House Astor. Wyatt's mind was blank, his mouth hanging open as his body automatically obeyed the command given by the prince, even though he didn't hear it. He stood up, the world moving in hazes of colors and phantom limbs. Me, knight, but I, commoner, he garbled out and blinked. Oh! Then he fainted. When Wyatt opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the medical bay of the Exalted Virtue with only a mild pain throbbing across his left cheek. Then he remembered what had happened and immediately felt like he was to faint again. Knight! I'm a knight! The prince made me a knight! He thought in a panic as he tried to stand up, but he found himself restrained to his bed. What? Will you stop moving? The familiar voice of Cynthia made him turn to his right, finding the red-armored woman sitting patiently on a chair nearby. See, Cynthia, where's the princess? Where's the prince? Silence, Cynthia commanded, as a sly smirk spread across her lips. Wyatt obeyed despite his racing heart. Receiving a knighthood from a royal is quite a rarity, you know. I've seen only a few so far, and most of those on the receiving end did not deserve it. But this is the first time I've seen someone faint because of it, she chuckled. The prince claimed that he hit you too hard. Cynthia, I can't be a knight. I don't want to be a noble. I'm unworthy. I'm a commoner. Please, the prince has to... He began pleading, but shut up when the blue-haired woman closed the distance between them faster than he could blink, their faces mere inches apart as she stared her icy blue eyes directly into his soul. A few seconds later, she pulled back and he stopped trembling. Sitting down again, she continued, You were a commoner, Wyatt. No more. Now you're a Knight Banneret. Of House Astor, no less. Do you know what it means to be a Knight Banneret? Wyatt shook his head. It means, Wyatt, that a great or royal house, House Astor in this case, has recognized your efforts and achievements and has extended its protection to you. Now you carry a measure of responsibility to bring honor and prestige to your benefactor's house. Wyatt's mind swirled and he felt the sudden urge to vomit as the rules and structure of the world as he knew it was shattered in an instant. Ease up, Wyatt. You're a noble now. A lesser noble, but a noble in your own right. Her expression fell slightly. Before knowing you better, I would have thought of you as a fool for not wishing to be a noble. The vast majority of commoners wish to become nobles, lesser nobles wish to gain standing and so forth. But you are among those precious few who reject the very notion. Then why did the prince do this? I thought he was going to end me, Wyatt admitted with some remorse. Cynthia crossed her arms. What more proof do you need that you absolutely deserve your reward? What you've achieved has earned you at least this much, Wyatt. You thought you were going to die, and yet you accepted it with grace. I am willing to risk my name's honor that the thought of being rewarded never crossed your mind until it was done. Am I wrong? No, you're not, but, he insisted, I'm nothing special, Cynthia. Nothing but a pilot, a mere commoner. Stop beating yourself down, Cynthia hissed. You may insist on that, but you are far from worthless. I've seen what true worthlessness is and looks like, Wyatt. You are not. Like it or not, you have achieved what many seek without desiring it. I will try, Cynthia, Wyatt replied and then relaxed on his bed. Wait, if you're here, where's Clara? She's in a meeting alongside the commanders, Admiral Damien and the Prince. You've been out cold for 3 hours, in case you want to know. News about your knighting has spread across the ship and the fleet. You're the talk of the fleet, Wyatt. Congratulations, she said in a slightly teasing tone. I see, Wyatt replied quietly. Knight Banneret. I don't know how to be a noble. I barely know how to be a lieutenant. I don't want to end up like a pompous moron with an inflated ego, Cynthia. That's very forward of you, Wyatt, Cynthia pointed out. I've already said worse about Serhan Gimor, said the lieutenant. If that didn't get me killed when it did, I guess now it doesn't matter if only you hear me. Careful. You might develop pretentiousness and pettiness the likes of George Lintar suffers from, she joked. If I do, kill me, Wyatt replied with a smile and a chuckle. It's going to take a while before I'm comfortable with the idea of being a noble now. You will learn and adapt, Wyatt. Believe it or not, being a noble is not as difficult as long as you don't engage in the petty squabbles and disputes that oh so plague the battle between houses. That will likely be the problem of your future offspring, said the blue-haired woman. Are you trying to ensure I remain celibate? I wouldn't like to put such a burden on my hypothetical kids, Wyatt retorted with a smile. That aside, now that I have more responsibilities, to House Astor of all houses, do I get any privileges, like better pay, a better retirement plan, or similar? Cynthia blinked, baffled. Better retirement, she exhaled slowly. Technically, yes, you get all that and more, but why did you immediately think of monetary rewards? I haven't sent anything to my family in almost 6 months. Being posted as a compost hauler pays little, and I would like to send more than normal to my parents and brothers. I don't know if they are having difficulties or anything of the sort. Oh, it would also be nice to afford to message them more often, he explained as a placid smile spread across his lips. In that case, yes. You will see a substantial increase in your wages, Wyatt, Cynthia replied softly. But more than that, you will receive 3 additional implants and 1 more that comes as a gift from my sister once we reach Matcha in Finnegan territory. You will also have the right to bear your own heraldic shield and sigil, and most importantly, as a knight banneret of House Astor, you no longer have to obey blindly the orders of every noble. You shall now only respond to an Astor or anyone they appoint you to obey, she smirked. For example, a Winfield. Wyatt was stunned for a moment, then slowly his smile widened. I take it that means you're no longer that conflicted about your knighthood? She asked, in a playful tone. Try as he may, he couldn't wipe out the smile off his face. Cynthia then removed his bounds after ensuring he was relaxed and wouldn't faint again. After a few minutes of idle talk, Cynthia received a message from Clara, summoning them both to her chambers. They quickly made their way there, and after Cynthia secured their entry, Wyatt bowed his head in respect. Princess, he greeted, then paused and straightened up. I'm afraid I don't know how to greet you, Clara. Don't bother with such useless things, Clara replied in her usual mellow tone as she sat at her table. With a wave of her hand, she invited her friends to accompany her. I wonder if I'll ever get used to her when she's serious. She's frightening when she's like that. I much prefer this, her amicable side, Wyatt thought as he and Cynthia sat down. His mouth watered when he noticed the exquisite sweets on the table. Please, help yourself, Wyatt. Or should I start calling you Sir Knight? Clara pondered with a teasing smirk. Don't, please. Wyatt chuckled as he reached for a cookie with the magical substance called chocolate encrusted into it. Everything went so fast, and now I'm a lesser noble, a knight banquet. Knight banneret, Cynthia corrected, all too eagerly drinking a cup of tea and eating 2 cookies in quick succession. Yes, that. Thank you, Cynthia, Wyatt replied. And you truly deserve your title and everything that comes with it, my dear Wyatt. She sipped her tea, humming softly, pleased. This day has been far, far too long and stressful. For the time being, the threat of the traitors has been dealt with. Frederick Anderson has been put in confinement and is being interrogated as we speak. Milcades is not a gentle interrogator, but he is rather efficient. Several dozens of captures and arrests have been performed, with most of them being executed. Bottom feeders and easily fooled idiots that hold no information give us nothing, she explained. Cruel, but she's right. If the traitors convinced others to join them with the same lies and spiel they used on me, then they were never loyal to begin with. There's no need to waste resources and space on them. Why risk a mutiny or another assassination attempt by holding them prisoners? Wyatt reasoned, nodding once as he ate his cookie and reached for a cake. On a brighter note, not even George was brave enough to question my brother's decision, Wyatt. Officially, you are now a knight banneret of House Astor, and I have a gift for you, she said excitedly, and set her teacup down before reaching to her left to pick up a small violet box with a small blue bow tie on it. Enjoy, Wyatt. Wyatt was about to say, I can't accept it. But then he remembered that he had, technically speaking, accepted a gift from her in the past. twice. It's not the same as sweets, but at this point, I have no right to refuse her gesture. "Thank you, Clara," he said, and accepted the small rectangular box. He looked at it with a raised eyebrow before noticing that Clara was looking at him expectantly. Clearing his throat nervously, he opened the box and found... "A knitting set?" he muttered, his smile spreading as he saw the various tools, needles, yarn balls, and more. "You remembered?" Clara clapped her hands together. "Of course. I also enjoy knitting, and I have more than enough sets with me. Besides, I may finally have someone to knit with. Cynthia is terrible at it." "Clara!" Cynthia exclaimed, blushing. "Am I wrong?" Clara giggled while Cynthia awkwardly served herself another cup of tea. "More so, Wyatt. I would like to inform you that my brother has granted me full authority over you. I know how that sounds, but all it means is that you will serve me directly, much like Cynthia does." Wyatt chuckled. "I was sort of already doing that, so it is now official?" Clara nodded. Closing the box and setting it aside, he continued. "Does that mean that I'm no longer part of the Royal Navy?" "Good heavens, no. Redford shall remain as your commanding officer, and you're still a lieutenant. My uncle must be stopped, and the Royal Navy can't ill afford losing people like you, Wyatt," she said, and bit on a cookie. After a sip of tea, she continued. "You should go and rest, Wyatt. Don't worry, you will be safe from harm. Tomorrow we shall pay a visit to Uriel Hoax and complete our transaction." "Speaking of him, what about the Drazan?" Wyatt asked tentatively. "The captain of the disabled destroyer is a stubborn one, but it will eventually break. So far, all data shows that the Drazan came on their own, but I highly doubt that. I hope to be wrong in that regard, and that this incursion was merely a daring assault. Nothing more," Clara replied. Wyatt nodded. "I understand. What about Galt Tirome and the others?" "Pardoned, and they shall be joining us as part of our crew. The few that refused to aid us against the Drazan were executed as traitors not only to the Principality, but to humanity, of course." Clara's eyes narrowed slightly. "I despised the Drazan before. Now, after your tale and what I've seen in Woodshaft, if I never have to deal with a Drazan ever again, it'll be too soon. And if I do, I'll make sure to burn every raider I come across. I pledge my undying loyalty and fealty to you, O beautiful Princess Yu. Yes, burn them all!" Wyatt cried out in his mind, unable to hide his approving expression. As he was about to drink more of the curiously relaxing tea, something clicked in his mind. "Clara? Why did you say that Galt Tirome would be joining us as part of our crew? As pardoned traitors, I don't think many will welcome them in the exalted virtue. The commoner crew members from the Caiston fleet were one thing since they had little choice, but nobles?" Wyatt asked, confused. "Does it work differently for them? I don't think they can switch teams that easily, right?" "It is more simple than that, Wyatt." Clara sipped from her tea and smiled, slightly tilting her head in the process. "I need a crew after all, seeing as the Noir Navio is now my ship." Chapter 25. Noir Navio, 2 hours after Wyatt's incarceration. "Do you understand what I'm asking of you, Galt Tirome?" Clara asked softly, but her voice was heavy, menacing. Galt nodded slowly as he and his comrades rested on their knees before the princess. "My princess, even if you had not asked us to testify in favor of Lieutenant Wyatt, we would have done so regardless. He saved our lives, and more than that, he fought against the Drazan raiders with honor and in such a way that I've never seen anyone approach ship-to-ship combat before." "I'm happy to hear that your gratitude is genuine," said the princess, her tone relaxing slightly. "Although I'm surprised that all of you are not bothered by the fact that Lieutenant Wyatt Staples is a mere commoner." "Normally that would be the case," Galt replied as his companions chose to remain silent. "But if there's something I've learned throughout my career is that in battle, ranks, noble and military matter very little when there's a gun pointed at your face. I've faced pirates, rebels, and all sorts of criminals before, my princess. When I started my service, I viewed them as fools and idiots who stepped out of line with the system that defines our great principality. Whenever a pirate vessel refused to surrender, I used to think, how dare they disobey their betters? That was until one of them boarded the magnificent Luster when I was but an ensign. I nearly died that day, but a commoner saved me at the cost of her life. I didn't know her, she just died to save my life." "That event changed your views?" Clara asked, interested. Galt nodded. It did, Your Majesty. After that day, instead of seeing her sacrifice as merely her duty as a commoner, I wanted to honor her in some way. I began to learn more about commoners, their restrictions and their duties, and realized that we were not so different. I practically hold no power within House Tirome. I belong to a branch house, and even then, I'm so far removed from the candidacy line that I might as well not be there. Joining the military was my only opportunity to earn recognition and accolades. Cynthia, standing next to Clara, spoke up next. You mentioned that you served on a battlecruiser. The Grace of Divination, if I recall correctly. What led you to that position? A good record, faithful service, and bravery in battle, Lady Cynthia, Galt replied. I soared through the ranks, married, had my daughter, and I was content with my position and duties, until I and many others started to see strange deployments and restructuring across the First Patrol. By the time I was handpicked by Lord Samuel and transferred to the Samuel's Glory, now the Noir Navio, it was already too late to do anything about the coming coup. House Tirome is subservient to House Cayston, and instead of sending potential heirs to serve, they sent those already in the military, Galt explained, sharing a quick glance among his kneeling comrades. Each of us has similar stories. Very few were Cayston loyalists to the core, but the commoners, they had little choice but to obey. You're a sensible, reasonable man, Galt Tirome. That much I can appreciate. I have been informed that your actions, and that of those that followed your example, were of great aid during the battle against the Drazan, Clara began. However, as traitors, my orders were clear. No prisoners are to be taken. And yet, here you are. All because of a commoner took pity on you. Galt didn't flinch under her cold gaze, but he accepted her words without shame. Wyatt Staples is the sole reason we are alive, my princess. This I know. To go against your orders, will you punish him for his insolence? I would under normal circumstances. Clara's expression softened. But his decision proved to be useful to our cause. We gained the Noir Navio, a powerful and advanced vessel. Sparing your lives not once but twice ensured your cooperation and, most importantly, it allowed said vessel to participate in the battle properly. Your treason can be overlooked thanks to his actions, but what am I to do with you? Galt Tirome bowed his head before replying. Your Majesty, I implore you, spare the rest of my crew. They have families and were only following orders given by Lord Samuel. Only I knew about the encryption key and his intent. If any of us has to die, let it be me. However, if I may ask, will Lieutenant Wyatt live? Clara and Cynthia paused for a moment before the princess replied. Why would you worry about his well-being, Lieutenant Commander? I do not know the lieutenant, but he spared our lives, and then twice after one of us disrespected him gravely. He only punched the insolent woman unconscious, and I highly doubt that he knew he had the right to execute us for such a transgression. Even if did, I don't believe he would have done so. He is a man of integrity and honor, that much I can tell. Furthermore, and I pray I do not sound kowtowing, but during the battle against the Drazan, never in my life have I been more eager to follow a man's commands. Commoner or not, Lieutenant Wyatt saved many lives and obtained a victory that would have ensured the promotion of a captain into a rear admiral seat, Galt explained. And therein lies the key problem, Clara said, her tone cold and calculative. You, all of you, saw him take command of the Noir Navio. Even if it was through a convenient loophole, a commoner sat at the command chair of a ship and took to battle with it. Such a thing cannot be allowed. He will be sentenced to death. Galt looked up at her in disbelief, and his mouth went agape. She smiled, and her expression softened once more. Or that would be the case were it not for the fact that everyone of importance believes my bodyguard was the one in command of the Noir Navio during the battle. Galt, alongside his comrades, was visibly relieved upon hearing her words. Then, we've become a liability, he reasoned, and we must be silenced in order to save him. Had you not provided aid, much like the 13 among you that turned their backs on humanity due to their egos and misplaced loyalties, you would be dead right now, executed and disgraced, like they have been dealt with already, she stated matter-of-handly. Some of the kneeling men and women whispered amongst each other, muttering the names of the deceased and lamenting their loss, but no outrage sparked. So what am I going to do with you? Killing us would be the best solution, Your Majesty. Silencing those who can't be trusted with such information for the sake of a greater good, Galt replied, shaking slightly. For what is worth, I will aid the lieutenant during his trial however I can. The truth shall die with me. I swear it on my daughter's life. Clara smiled slightly at that. There is no need to go that far, Galt Tirome. As an act of mercy, I shall make all of you an offer. Renounce Duke Draymore's actions, renounce your oath to the houses that you serve, renounce House Cayston, and swear an oath to me and House Astor, and I shall see to it that you are pardoned from your crimes and allow you to serve my brother, the prince, once more. I have already besmirched the name and honor of my house by disobeying the last command of Lord Samuel. The standing within my house is likely dead, regardless of the outcome of this conflict, Galt said, but once again bowed his head slightly. Lieutenant Wyatt mentioned that I had the power to make a choice. He chose to fight for the principality. Now you, my princess, present us with the chance to choose without a choice, death or fealty. I never threatened your lives, Galt Tirome. Accept my offer, and when my uncle is defeated and my brother returned to his rightful seat, you shall be rewarded for your loyalty whilst the traitors shall be dealt with. Your families and loved ones shall be safe, for the enemy shall not know that you still live. Refuse it, and as a show of mercy instead of a blade, you shall remain imprisoned and later judged fairly, said Clara calmly. I have no interest in giving people false hope or fake choices, Galt Tirome. Do you and your companions accept my offer or not? Galt turned to his comrades, and all of them nodded slowly one by one. Closing his eyes, he turned to the blonde woman and bowed his head deeply. Princess Clara, we, the surviving crew of the Samuel's Glory, surrender our lives to you, and swear loyalty upon your name and that of House Astor, renouncing our previous oaths to our treacherous lords and ladies. Clara smiled. I'm relieved that you've seen reason, she said, and turned to leave with Cynthia behind her, leaving Galt Tirome and his comrades to be escorted to the Noir Navio's brig by 5 Royal Marines. Once the 2 women were walking down an empty hallway, she continued. That was easier than I expected. Galt Tirome is a sensible man. His comrades trust him to speak for them, too. He's a good officer, albeit bound and ensnared by protocol and etiquette. He's a career military man, Clara. It seems Wyatt's interference was more than fortunate. He shall be useful, Cynthia added. We shall see, Clara countered. Cynthia, be honest with me. Do you think I'm making a mistake by giving presumed traitors a second chance? Cynthia hummed deeply. Galt and the rest of the crew were instrumental in our success. Without an AI, even our capabilities were stretched to the limit during the battle. Truthfully, I would have executed them without his intervention when the Noir Navio was captured. Wyatt's decision to take them as his prisoners proved to be beneficial. I say they deserve their second chance. Their actions shall be closely followed, and they will be removed if they squander your mercy, Clara. Clara hummed softly. Thank you, Cynthia. I too believe that they have earned their pardon. What convinced me that they may be salvageable was that most of them were able to look past the barriers that separate commoners and nobility. How many could choose to obey a commoner even if it was to fight a monstrous enemy? Such a thing would drive half of the Royal Navy officers mad with indignation at the mere thought of having that option presented to them, Clara said with mild disdain. Cynthia nodded, softly chuckling as she did so. I will enjoy seeing the faces of many during the trial. Insulting a royal to her face? A dangerous proposition. A surefire way to get the attention of the traitors within our midst, if nothing else, Clara agreed. But for now, there's much to do and much to prepare. Clara, Cynthia called out, do you think it'll be wise to elevate Wyatt into nobility? He's made numerous remarks, both in person and through actions, that he doesn't like nobility, and to make him a knight banneret? Even for you, that's dangerously reckless and a high thing to ask the prince for. Clara came to a halt and turned to face her best friend with a tender smile. If his outlandish plan is successful and the traitors are exposed, then none shall question his ennoblement. If it fails and he dies, a posthumous elevation will be accepted. If it fails but he survives, then many will complain. Likely William, George, and Frederick will be the loudest voices, but ultimately it will go through a royal decree. Wyatt has earned at least that much. That doesn't answer my question, Clara, Cynthia pressed on. Clara sighed softly. I suppose it doesn't, but Wyatt has no option in this matter. He shall become a Knight Banneret of House Astor and shall serve directly under my authority. Brother Dearest isn't the only one who has a keen eye for talent. Cynthia crossed her arms and smirked. Aha, admit it. You just want a personal fighter pilot for you to exploit. Will you bribe him with sweets and snacks? He seems to thoroughly enjoy those. Clara blushed profusely and raised a finger at her friend. Shush, you! Then turned around with an indignant huff and walked away while Cynthia chuckled in victory, following closely behind her friend and princess. Present time, Woodshaft. Clara was brought out of her stupor when Cynthia placed the two important and valuable pieces of paper in front of her. She had barely slept at all, but she was ready to properly conclude the deal she had forged with the master of Woodshaft, Uriel Hoax. Taking the pen and preparing her signet, she smiled contently. Wyatt watched as Clara signed the promised papers, and then, after placing a seal on them both, she handed them over to a waiting Uriel Hoax, who took them graciously. He spent a minute or two reading them and then smirked, chuckling to himself. It is done, said Clara with a serious yet friendly tone, still diplomatic but bereft of the stoicism that he'd seen her use during their first meeting. As agreed, the destroyers are yours and so are the freighters. Over 20,000 personnel have taken your offer and signed on. Despite the casualties we took, having the prince himself come to save them and seeing Royal Marines in action, knowing a princess was here and refused to leave them behind, really motivated many to follow you, princess, Uriel Hoax said as he took a cigar and put it in his mouth, lightening it with his prosthetic. You also got 2 large haulers and their surviving crew if you'll have them. Poor bastards, they got hit the hardest by the Drazen when they arrived. They can't pay their dues to the Castons anymore, so they'll throw their lot with you, princess. They shall be welcomed once they are approved, Clara replied with a smile. What about my mercenaries? Signed on as ready to go. Plenty of my now ex-guards, a few sewer rats, ruffians, and squatters joined them after feeling pretty damn inspired. Heard the bastards managed to stand their ground and held out against 20 of those damned walking plants before one of your watchdogs came to finish the job. Congratulations, princess. You got yourself over 500 barely worth a damn greener-than-leaves mercenaries. Uriel jested before taking a long drag out of his cigar. They will be useful, somehow, Clara replied, not terribly enthused. Is it just me, or does she sound disappointed by that? Wyatt thought, glad that his helmet hid his playful smirk. You got plenty of independent engineers, mechanics, technicians, electrical specialists, comms specialists, EVA personnel, and more to keep your ships working. Just, without much discipline on their records. He jested once more, but to his credit, it wasn't as apparent this time around. They're your people and your problem now, princess. Will Woodshaft be able to survive without them? The princess asked, showing mild concern. With them leaving and the casualties we took, that leaves a pretty big hole to fill. But Woodshaft never stays empty for long. More will come. Especially now that the Caste and local forces have been gutted, the Third Fleet seems to be in shambles. And with the brewing conflict, I doubt they'll be able to spare a significant force just to take us over. Many will come seeking refuge and perhaps deserters and valuable ships. We'll need them, Uriel clarified before taking another long drag. All in all, it was a good transaction. The Caston station is now mine and will make a fine addition to my home. What if another Drazen raiding party comes along? Wyatt asked, concerned. Unless they are as strong as the raiding party that tried to hit us, I doubt we'll see any more of those kindling fuel abominations in quite some time. Just in case, I'll see to it that we prepare a protocol for quick evacuations. I would not like to become part of their feed, Uriel growled with disgust. Otherwise, we'll do all right. For what is worth, you have my loyalty and my thanks, princess. Long live House Astor and all that, he said, waving a hand dispassionately. I thank you for your earnest and sincere declaration of support and cooperation, my dear Uriel, Clara replied in a similarly dismissive, nonchalant tone, which caused the long-haired man to chuckle in approval. Now that business is done, you, Uriel said, turning his gaze at Wyatt, must be Wyatt, the Woodshaft ace. He barked a merry laugh. You are crazy! I saw your battle through the scanners and later through leaked footage from your fleet. He chuckled deeply. Congratulations, said the man, extending a hand to Wyatt. Wyatt accepted it and shook hands with Uriel. It was a stupid mistake on my part. I was lucky I survived that encounter. Uriel ended the shake and glanced at Clara and Cynthia, noticing the way they sat and smirked, narrowing his eyes. Ah, so you're a commoner, princess? I didn't know you mingled with such individuals, he teased, stopping himself from saying something offensive. I never said that Wyatt was a noble when you asked, now did I? Clara replied, her composure unchanging. Wyatt blinked, pausing for a moment, then realized what he had done. Since I'm a noble now, I shouldn't shake hands anymore with others. No, if I'm going to be a noble, then I'll be one on my own terms. I won't let that change me or define me. I refuse, he thought solemnly and filled with unflinching determination. Then he nodded and gave Uriel a respectful salute. I'm no longer a commoner, but I am by birth, Uriel. Now it was Uriel's turn to open his eyes and looked confused. You're a commoner by birth? But that would mean that you got elevated, or did you buy a knight title? You can tell him, Wyatt, came the voice of Clara through his implant. I was ennobled not too long ago. Yesterday, in fact, Wyatt revealed. I'm a knight banneret. Uriel coughed violently, regretting his choice to inhale as Wyatt revealed the information. Well, I'll be damned. Ha! Let me guess, you belong to House Astor? He said, glancing at the princess. Clara put a hand over the other and tilted her head slightly. Your advice was certainly useful, my dear Uriel. I took it to heart. Advice? What advice? Wyatt asked himself, but a moment later pushed the thoughts aside, figuring that if it was important, Clara would tell him eventually. You really do have dangerous, sharp fangs, my princess, Uriel complimented. If I may know, where are you from? We get plenty of visitors from across 5 sectors, and I'd like to give the Woodshaft Ace a gift of my own as a show of goodwill, you know? Wyatt waited for a moment, but when he didn't receive a command from Clara, he took the initiative. Volantis. Volantis, Volantis, Gimor territory, Uriel recalled, and his eyes flickered for a few moments. Hope you enjoy my gift. The traitor died during the assault, and not many have a taste for Lachoa. He turned to Clara. Should I send it to the Nornavio along with the other supplies? Clara nodded, but Wyatt perked up at the mention of the bugs. It had been far too long since he ate a Lachoa. Clara's sweets were far more delicious, but he had a soft spot for the tasty bugs. He licked his lips without realizing it. The princess stood up, and so did Uriel. Our deal is done. The fleet shall depart from Woodshaft tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation, Uriel Hoax. May your future ventures be fruitful, she said, and Uriel bowed his head, taking a drag from his cigar and exhaling the smoke through his nostrils. The trio left the room and were escorted back outside, where 10 Royal Marines waited for them. Now that everyone knew who she was, even more people gave her ample room and showed reverence as she made her way through the station. Would you like to visit the station, Clara? Wyatt asked, remembering their original plan during their first arrival. Your offer is appreciated, Wyatt, but I think I'd like to return to our ship and continue with the preparations. Do you wish to venture and find dried meats and toasted beans? She replied. She remembered something so trivial, Wyatt noted before replying. No need. After the Drazen assault, I doubt I'll find any whatsoever. I have some spare time on my hands, and I don't know what to do. In that case, Cynthia joined in, why don't you join us? Clara is going to meet with a select few personnel chosen by Redford himself and give her approval. Being the captain of a ship is certainly more annoying than I originally believed, Clara admitted with a deep sigh. But if it is part of my new duties, then I shan't complain too much. I obey, Wyatt replied, smiling softly. He followed the princess until they reached the dock that the Nornavio was stationed at, and he paused for a moment to admire the deadly but beautiful ship. There were personnel in EVA suits and small drones flying about as they loaded supplies and small containers into the ship, under the watchful eyes of Marines hand-picked by Juliana herself. They haven't stopped loading since we left, he commented offhandedly. Uriel was rather generous with what he could give. Take pride, Wyatt. You were instrumental in safeguarding this place, Cynthia replied. Wyatt wanted to reply, but no words formed in his throat. They boarded the elevator and he watched all around him, seeing people working throughout the many docks of Woodshaft, tending to ships, civilian, freighters, and Royal Navy vessels alike. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel proud of what he'd done. He had aided in the defense of Woodshaft and had killed many Drazen in the process. Perhaps, he thought as he glanced at Clara and Cynthia, and he relaxed, feeling at ease. Perhaps I'm not entirely worthless after all. When they reached the top, they found Commander Redford examining several people lined up before him. Among the humans, he spotted 8 Ikantis in their suits. He focused on the Ikantis and smiled. While he held no particular fondness for the hierarchy, he was surprisingly fond of the smaller avian aliens and had come to know plenty about their culture, their lifestyle, and the hierarchy. The aliens were small, barely reaching past 4 feet in stature when fully grown. Their legs were typical of most avian species, but the Ikanti had 6 toes ending in small but sharp claws. Their legs made up a third of their total size and were dense. They were also flightless, as they evolved away from soaring in the sky, unlike most avians tended to evolve. Throughout hundreds of thousands of years, they had lost their wings, except for a pair of small, colorful vestigial wings on their backs that only served for mating purposes. How that worked, Wyatt didn't know. Instead, they were built for running, intelligence, agility, and dexterity. They explained their tails, as they needed them to balance their weight and center of gravity when running. Their tails were nearly a meter in length, not just feathers like the ones Clixol had. They stood up straight, giving them a very human-like appearance, and even had 2 arms that ended in 6 dexterous fingers tipped with short claws. Despite their small size, Ikantis were as strong as a regular human, and their kicks were legendary and lightning fast. Their torsos were also similar to a human's, but their chests were almost entirely made out of a hard rib cage that protected their hearts and lungs, while their stomach were slim as a general rule. Also, surprise, surprise, no breasts, which made it incredibly difficult to tell male from female for strangers. The difference was found in the feathers that ran from the back of their heads all the way to the tip of their tails, and that were also present across their forearms, thighs, the wings on their backs, and the sides of their necks. Males had shorter feathers, usually ranging in blue, green, yellow, and orange colors. Females had longer, brighter feathers, and their coloration ranged from turquoise, aquamarine, lavender, and several shades of pink. The rest of their bodies were covered by a layer of smooth gray fur, regardless of gender. Finally, their faces. Their beaks were pointy, like that of a spear, but they were short. They had 6 eyes, 2 facing forward, 2 smaller ones located a little behind their first set, and the third set was located nearly to the sides of their heads, giving them an incredible vision range and field of view. Unsurprisingly, they lacked the immense variety of facial expressions that humans possessed, but they weren't devoid of them. Wyatt liked the Ikanti, and he had never met one that he disliked too much. He chuckled at that. Granted, every Ikanti I've met pretty much doesn't fill the mold of the hierarchy. I don't know if that's good or bad, he thought as he approached his commanding officer. You! The energetic voice coming from a translator suddenly cut through his comm system. Wyatt blinked in confusion until he saw a Ikanti barely past the meter-tall mark step out of line and point a finger at him with a shaky arm. "Excuse you? How did you enter my—" Wyatt asked, but was cut off when the Ikanti stepped angrily toward him, eyes fixated on him. He came to a halt a few steps in front of him, eyes blazing with indignation as he strained his neck upward to glare at him. "You are the bumbling ape that wrecked that fighter I saw in the hangar, aren't you? Do you have any idea how much time I'm going to spend fixing her up before she can fly again?" "No, of course you don't, you crazy fool," the Ikanti said, somehow standing imposing against the much taller human. "You better thank me for fixing her up, you bumbling worm brain." Excuse me, what?" Wyatt replied, taken aback by the awkward situation. "Who even are you? How are you speaking with me right now?" "I hacked your comms," the Ikanti explained, as if it was the natural thing to say. "Principality defenses are always crappy. Name's Jincho, the best damn technician the hierarchy ever produced and threw away because they are a bunch of featherless shitholes. Pleased to meet you." "Wait, no. Not pleased at all. How dare you wreck such a beautiful fighter?" Confused, he turned to Clara and Cynthia, who, judging by their body language, found the situation thoroughly amusing and wouldn't come to his aid. Then he looked at Redford, staring at the transpiring event dismissingly, but no more than that. Frowning, he crossed his arms. I didn't have the luxury of making sure the paint wouldn't be scratched, you know? Going up against Drazen fighters tends to end badly for everyone involved. That's no excuse to treat her like that maniac, Jincho countered, angrily stomping on the ground. A fighter should always be pristine, like a work of art, and remain untouched, or find a worthy end in battle. What you did to that poor fighter ruffles my feathers to no end. Just you wait. I'll fix her up better than new. With that said, Jincho cut off the connection and grumbly walked back to the line alongside the other Yakantes and the several dozens of equally confused, amused humans watching the confrontation play out. Despite what had transpired, Wyatt found himself smiling. Well, that happened. I already like him, Clara's voice cut through next. He's rather energetic. And grumpy, Cynthia added with humor in her voice. We have a long day ahead of us. Come, let us proceed, Clara proclaimed, advancing toward the waiting Redford while the Royal Marines adopted a relaxed stance. Wyatt nodded and turned to face the endless blackness of space. He frowned, and he felt his heartbeat increase. No matter what happens next, I'll be ready for it. For the Principality, for the Prince, Duke Draymore will be stopped. A faint smile spread across his lips. Commander Redford was right. I made the right decision, he thought resolutely, before taking his place next to Cynthia, while Clara and Redford went through the new crew members of the Noir Navio. And for the first time since he was a child, he felt truly at peace. End of Book 1. The Black Ship, Chapter 1. Flying a garbage ship wasn't the sort of thing a cadet imagined himself doing at the academy. No, those fantasies usually involved a shiny new ship and a grand space battle that the cadets were the dashing heroes of. Of course, those fantasies were reserved for the cadets from the nobility. For a commoner, they would always be just that, fantasies. In other, less backwards places, a drone ship would be handling mundane tasks like hauling the garbage. Here in the Principality, however, people like Wyatt were the drones. The job itself wasn't that bad. There was no smell, as Wyatt rarely had to exit his cockpit. He just flew towards the inhospitable rock that had been colonized for the sole purpose of turning garbage like his into useful compost, dropped off his container of bio-waste, and went back to his space station for more. He had done this for the past 2 years now. Not once in all that time had anything remotely interesting happened to Wyatt. He had assumed that trend would hold today, but then his sensors started beeping. Warp signatures detected rang the crackly voice of his ship's archaic computer. Warp signatures? Out here? The Principality was a backwater. Wyatt's post was a backwater of that backwater. For something other than a garbage ship to be flying in the same system as him, and at warp no less, something was going on. Wyatt hit the switch for the external cameras, something he never had any reason to do. Computer, can you get a visual of the vessel? Affirmative. Wyatt's screen lit up and he saw a small but familiar outline. Magnify image. The outline grew, and Wyatt immediately knew why he recognized it. That's the Royal Yacht! He was barely able to finish the sentence before his heart sank into his feet as he saw an explosion go off just a handful of kilometers away from the Royal Yacht. The yacht had its point defense systems online, which meant that it was under attack. Someone was attacking the royal family. Computer, get me a visual on the other vessel. Unable to comply. No other heat signatures detected. What? Computer, track the trajectory of the missiles back to their source. The old computer was painfully slow in performing the tasks, but eventually it chimed calculations complete. Display visual and magnify. It was difficult to see at first. It was black as the void, and only visible when you noticed the system's red dwarf's light faintly reflecting off of it. The ship was quite some distance away, and his ship's external camera was ancient, so he could barely make out an outline of what appeared to be a Corvette-sized warship. Its silhouette was vaguely in the shape of an arrowhead, with 2 almost invisible lights coming out its back end. Presumably its engines. If it was keeping up with the Royal Yacht, arguably the fastest ship in the Principality, then it was more advanced than anything in the Royal Fleet. He couldn't guess as to why the ship was attacking the Royal Yacht. Computer, track that ship. Understood. Wyatt tried to calm the space station, but the black ship was jamming transmissions. He wasn't in much of a position to help. His ship was essentially just a cockpit with oversized engines. Its sole purpose was to mag-lock itself to the back of cargo containers and carry them to a destination. Its only armament was a small point defense cannon for destroying asteroids, and it had no armor or other defenses to speak of besides the standard navigational EM field. Of course, he had to try. This was the royal yacht after all. He punched an intercept course into the computer, and the old engines roared with new life. It was a bumpy ride at max speed, but the rickety old ship held together. The black ship must have been built for stealth, as it produced almost no heat signature for his sensors to detect. The computer had been tracking the vessel's position visually since it had located it, so its stealth didn't pose too much of a problem at the moment. He charged up the point defense cannon and nearly fell out of his chair with fright when the warning siren sounded and the cannon opened fire and destroyed a missile at a distressingly close distance. Evidently, their sensors detected me. The ship threw a few token missiles Wyatt's way, but it didn't appear too concerned and remained focused on the yacht. Wyatt might have been offended, but he was too relieved that his point defense cannon had managed to destroy the 3 incoming missiles sent his way. It occurred to Wyatt that he had no plan. Then he heard a small alarm go off. The cargo container had been hit by some shrapnel and was venting air. Specifically, methane was venting. I guess I have my plan now. He punched some numbers through the computer, and his idea appeared to be somewhat possible. He just had to get very dangerously close. At the very least, he might be able to buy time for his commander at the space station to realize what was going on and send some help. He would only have one shot, so he better not miss. He laid in the new course and pushed the engines well beyond their safety levels. He was getting very, very close, for outer space anyway. Computer locked the point defense cannon on the cargo container and opened fire 5 seconds after maglock is disengaged. Command processed. He was well into mass driver range, and he did a few evasive maneuvers to avoid some incoming mass driver rounds. By the time whoever was in charge realized something serious was going down, it was far too late. Computer release maglock! His stomach almost flew out of his throat as he slammed the ship in full reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The cannon opened fire and hit the cargo container a split second after the container had collided with the black ship. An explosion followed, and although muted by the lack of oxygen outside the container, the black ship broke off its pursuit. Wyatt wasn't sure if he had caused any significant damage, but it had evidently been enough to spook the commander of the ship. The black ship limped away like a wounded predator, fires still raging on its hull. Wyatt was immediately hailed by the yacht. A tall man with dark gray hair and the colorless irises of cybernetic eyes appeared on his screen. "This is Ship Commander Redford of His Majesty's Starship Royal Favor. State your identity." Wyatt Staples, Warrant Officer, 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps. "A commoner? Well, I guess you'll have to do." "Obviously. Who else would be flying a bucket like this?" "Oh, and you're welcome. Warrant Officer was the highest rank a commoner could achieve in the Royal Fleet, and even then that was reserved exclusively for pilots. Whether or not a pilot was a warrant officer was a good way to tell if they were a commoner or not." "At your service, Commander." "How'd you get the ship to break off? Our sensors indicate no armament other than a PD cannon." I threw my garbage at it and it exploded." "What?" "Lots of natural combustibles produced by bio-waste. I launched the container at the ship, then I ignited it." "That's some trick. Not bad for a commoner, huh?" The commander tapped some control panels around him a few times, then his face scrunched up. "I can't raise the space station. Our comms must be down. Try hailing them yourself." Wyatt hailed his space station and got no response. A little worm of a bad feeling wiggled its way into his chest. The black ship wasn't jamming him anymore, which meant that he should be able to send his message, and he knew damn well that the comms officer on the space station had absolutely nothing better he could be doing instead of answering his message. So, either he was being deliberately ignored, or the station was under attack. Commander Redford chimed in. "Can't raise them, huh? I worried as much. Who's your commanding officer?" Wyatt calmed back. "My CO is Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caiston." Caiston? Damn. House Caiston is a subordinate of House Draymore. They'd have sided against us. That kid must have pissed someone off to be way out here. They probably offered to let him out of the doghouse if he looked the other way. What do you mean, sir? Just what I needed. There's been a coup, son. Duke Draymore of Camrim has stormed the Council of Nobles and the Royal Palace. All he needed to make his government official was the prince's consent. Fortunately, he escaped. He's on another ship heading for Loyalist forces. We're transporting a VIP to him. I was hoping this system was remote enough that we could safely resupply at your station. That Caiston bastard must have signaled our position. Little Weasel probably thought it would get him out of this posting, I bet. Yeah, that sounds like Commander Caiston. Wyatt's mind raced as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. He was just a commoner. He never imagined being caught in the midst of a political maelstrom that could shape the future of the Principality. Yet here he was, holding the comms with a high-ranking noble amidst a coup d'etat. Commander Redford's next words snapped Wyatt back to reality. Warrant Officer Staples, we can't linger here. We're moving to rendezvous with the Prince. Given your creative problem-solving, I'd like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Your knowledge of this area could prove valuable. Wyatt hesitated. Joining the Loyalist forces meant abandoning his routine life, but he had just defended the royal family's ship. There was no going back to being just a garbage hauler after today. I accept, Commander. What are your orders? Plot a course to follow us, maintain a close formation. We'll need to jump to FTL as soon as we're clear of the system's gravity well. As the coordinates from the Royal Favor beamed over, Wyatt set his ship's path. It wasn't designed for combat, but it had maneuverability that could keep pace with the royal yacht. The small fleet, now 2 ships strong, moved towards the edge of the system. Every second that passed was tense. Wyatt expected another attack, but none came. Perhaps the explosion he caused had sent a message, or maybe the attackers were licking their wounds. As they finally broke free from the system's gravitational pull, Wyatt's ship shuddered into FTL alongside the Royal Favor. He couldn't shake off the feeling that his life had changed forever. Chapter 2. In the safety of FTL travel, Commander Redford briefed Wyatt on the political landscape. Being a commoner, he lacked the proper education and know-how to comprehend the complex internal dealings and conflicts that the nobility dealt with on a daily basis. Luckily for him, he was no moron, part of the reason he achieved the rank of warrant officer in the first place. He understood enough to see the bigger picture, and it was not a pretty one. In short, the Duke's betrayal was deep, and his reach was far. To just stand against Duke Draymore's forces, the prince would need to gather every ally he could muster if he wished to thwart the Duke's ambitions. The journey in itself was a blur, and when they dropped out of FTL, they were greeted by a small contingent of Loyalist ships. Only 21 ships, but almost all of them were armed and ready to fight. It wasn't quite a fleet suitable for actual battle, but it was well defended. The most impressive ship, however, was at the center of the protective bubble the rest of the ships formed around it. A large cruiser armed across its entire outer hull, but retaining a visually appealing vista. That must be the flagship of this fleet, Wyatt thought to himself as he approached the ship next to the royal yacht. The hangar of the flagship was big and wide enough to allow both ships easy access with room to spare, and soon Wyatt found himself surrounded by more luxury and technological marvels than all his prior years of training and service combined. The personnel didn't pay him any mind as he exited his flying trash hauler, but when Commander Redford stepped out of the yacht, everyone saluted him. Seeing him on video was one thing, seeing him in person was another altogether. The older gray-haired man was easily a head taller than him, Wyatt noticed, and his uniform looked like it could cost the same as a line shuttle, if not more. Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, I thank you once more for your aid and loyalty. Come with me, Redford said loud enough to be heard and in a commanding tone that didn't leave room for debate that it was an order. Wyatt nodded and followed the man through the corridors of the ship in silence while he admired the beauty of the ship. Old, fevered dreams of an innocent child came to him, imagining himself serving on such a ship. He was a commoner, and unlike most of his dream-chasing classmates back in the academy, he knew his place and knew that piloting or commanding such a vessel was impossible. But serving as a regular crewman? That was more feasible and realistic. Regardless, a dream it was, and it would remain that way. I wonder if even the lesser nobles and any bastard offspring stationed here know how lucky they are, he asked himself, already knowing the answer and not allowing his resentment and distaste for the nobility to show on his face. He was a commoner, and like most commoners, he both envied and disliked the nobles, but he was careful and never allowed it to show, always careful to present himself with submission and apparent loyalty. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He was loyal to the principality, and while he had no love for the stuck-up nobles that ruled it, he wasn't a rebel nor a petty bastard who would love to see a noble grovel at his feet or die in battle if he could help it. Besides, he could make any snarky remarks in his head and won't get in trouble for it. Finally arriving at the bridge, Wyatt saw a few officers and crewmen manning their posts, but the figure wearing a blue suit with golden trims stood out above the rest. He was wearing a cape with the crest of the royal family on it. When he turned, Wyatt saw the face of the blonde prince in person for the first time in his life. His features were refined, and he was more handsome than the propaganda videos and the news could portray. He was tall, just a few inches smaller than Redford, and his build was not quite bulky, but not lean either. His eyes were violet, a departure from the usual dullness of cybernetic eyes, and spoke of either genetic alteration or higher-grade cybernetics, the kind that cost the same as his old station 10 times over. But more than that, his expression was soft yet stoic, eyes burning with the intensity of a man ready to claim his birthright. His gaze made Wyatt stiffen at attention. "Report, Commander Redford," the prince spoke. Wyatt stood in silence as Redford quickly and eloquently recounted the assault he had suffered, the unexpected intervention, and their eventual departure. When he was done, the prince allowed himself a brief sigh before turning his attention to Wyatt. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples," he spoke in a deliberate, cordial, but powerful tone, causing Wyatt to stiffen more despite the shock of being addressed directly by the prince of all people. "Your actions today have saved the lives of many loyal subjects, and more importantly, the life of my family. I, personally, am in your debt." Am I dreaming? Is this even real? Did I actually get hit by that ship's missiles and I'm just experiencing a fever dream before I die? Wyatt asked himself, too perplexed by the prince's words. But the fire in his eyes and his thumping heart revealed that this was reality and that it was happening. Still feeling overwhelmed, he cleared his throat before replying. "Your Highness, I only did what I thought was the right thing to do. A commoner such as I cannot be in your debt for doing what is expected of me," he replied as seriously as he could without letting his voice crack due to his nervousness. The prince surprised him again when he offered a faint smirk. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, your actions represent the very essence of duty the principality was founded on. Do not lower your actions before me. Commoner or not, you are responsible for the safety of those close to me," he replied, his eyes shining with determination and the brightness of a leader's resolve. "Loyalty is its own reward, and those that perform their duty with exemplary actions shall be recognized. Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, as of this moment, you are officially promoted to the rank of lieutenant." Wyatt took a step back, and even Commander Redford seemed surprised by the prince's proclamation. My prince, I am honored, but I'm a commoner." "I know. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't do this. Our laws, both written and in spirit, would not approve of your increase in rank, for you are indeed a commoner. However, before I am a prince, I am a brother. I am a man, and these are times of turmoil and one could say desperation. My gratitude cannot and will not be limited by a mere monetary compensation. Loyalty and duty are to be rewarded for the moment that Wyatt finally began to realize the gravity of the situation he was really in. "But I'm only a pilot, not even a true combat pilot at that. I'm a refuse ship pilot, and now I'm caught in a web that's about to change the future and history of the Principality." The truth was as clear as the light of a star. His home, the Principality, was going to descend into a civil war at worst and a succession war at best. The weight of the realization hit him harder than his ship going at FTL. "Commander Redford, Take Lieutenant Wyatt to his quarters so he may rest and suit up properly. Make sure to register him into the memorandum of our ship's logs and personnel," the prince ordered, and turned around. "Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples." Wyatt didn't really hear the prince and only mumbled something incoherent before Redford gently nudged him over and turned to follow the taller man. When they were far away from the bridge and entered the section of the cruiser that housed the officer quarters, Redford spoke up. "Do not dwell too deeply on such thoughts, Wyatt," he said seriously, his face stoic. Wyatt snapped out of his mind's maelstrom and looked at the gray-haired man, puzzled. "Huh? I know you're scared. You're a commoner. You lack the advantages people such as I possess. And yet, I must urge you to not think too deeply about the coming conflicts," he replied, knowing what was going through the newly minted lieutenant's mind. "Easy for you to say that. You're only worried about your wealth and position," he thought bitterly. "There's going to be a war, isn't there?" To his credit, Redford nodded. "It's already brewing and spreading. Soon enough, the houses, both great and minor, will start picking sides and conflict will arise. My liege is trying to avoid an outright civil war from sparking, but he shall not relinquish that which belongs to him by birthright. Only he can lead the principality." He paused for a moment and placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder, squeezing it gently. "You've already picked a side, the correct side, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Be proud of your bravery, loyalty, and dutiful actions, but most importantly, know that had you not aided me when you did, regardless of the outcome, you would still be dragged into this conflict, most likely against your will." He's right on that at least, he thought, surprised that it actually helped to ease his nerves and racing heart. "We commoners don't have much room for choice as it is. I guess I will not be dying for my old commander's ambitions, so that's a bonus." Redford's lips curled upward to form a small smile. "A fortunate one indeed." Coming to a halt a few seconds later, he turned to leave. "This shall be your quarters, Wyatt. You are now logged in the ship's records and manifest. Rest. You've earned it." "Thank you, Commander Redford. Take care," he said, and the commander offered a single nod before departing. Standing in front of his door, Wyatt touched the panel at the side of it, and the door slid open to the side, revealing a small cabin. There was a desk, a small fridge, an empty bookshelf above the desk, a lamp, a nightstand, and a bed. Entering his new quarters, he saw a small cubicle that housed the toilet and a shower, most likely. To a noble, it wasn't impressive. But for Wyatt, who had only known the comfort of his ship, communal showers, and a far too small bunk, it was the height of luxury. He laid on his bed, his mind reeling about everything that was happening around him. Then, only moments later, darkness took him, and soon he was asleep, the toll finally catching up to him. Chapter 3. After a refreshing shower and getting to put on his new uniform, all that really changed about it was that it was new. It felt great to wear it, and the badges and insignia showcasing his new rank, two realizations struck him. The first was that, besides Commander Redford, he had no idea who else he had saved from that dreadful black ship. The sincere words of the prince were clear enough, though. He had saved a member of the royal family, but who? The prince had 4 younger brothers and 3 younger sisters, if he remembered correctly. Had he saved one of them? 2? All? And who's to say that he had saved any of his siblings? Duke Draymore wasn't the only duke or duchess after all, and the prince had many cousins and other family members. He really didn't care, but he did owe his new position in life to said royal blue blood, so the least he could do was say thank you. The second realization, though, was much more impactful and important. Namely speaking, he had no idea how to be a lieutenant. His officer training was limited, obviously enough, and while he knew the chain of command and more or less what it entailed, he didn't know anything about commanding anything that wasn't his ship's outdated AI. "I don't even know who am I supposed to report to or when," he muttered softly. Redford's parting words rang in his mind and fear gripped his heart. Just what was he getting himself into? Willing or not, by choice or by chance, at that moment he longed for the dullness, repetitiveness, and security his old post offered. "Now I'm going to fight and likely die for another noble with bluer blood than the insufferable Thomas Cayston," he said to himself, but almost immediately comforted himself with the knowledge that, unlike his previous commander, The prince was a leader at heart, and his presence inspired confidence. A sudden voice sparked in his cabin, and the monotone tone of an AI called out, "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, report to the bridge," it said, and the connection died. "Guess I better go perform my new duties," he said, and stood up from his bed. Fortunately, the trip to the bridge proved simple enough, and only 2 crew members had spotted him and, much to his surprise, saluted him. Or rather, his rank. It felt odd regardless. When he arrived at the bridge, it was buzzing with activity as staff and crew members moved about performing their jobs. He then spotted Commander Redford and several other men and women of high rank near the prince. Following protocol, he saluted and announced his presence. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples reporting, my liege." Several eyes turned to him, and instantly he felt like a piece of meat been grated by hungry customers. Disdain, surprise, contempt, and flickering gratitude flashed before the cybernetic and gene-altered eyes of the officers present as they inspected him. Yeah, I'm a commoner. I'm not an animal you can gawk at, you damn blue bloods," he thought with equal disdain toward them. But unlike the nobles, he knew better than to show it. "So it is true, a commoner has been granted a rank far above his station." A red-haired man with a burned scar on his left cheek broke the tension. "My prince, are you certain of your decision? The implications could be bothersome to less open-minded individuals." Or, in other words, I should be kicked out, Wyatt thought, mentally glaring at the red-headed noble. "Are you implying that I should not show my gratitude to the man who saved my beloved sister?" the prince said in an even tone. The red-haired man laughed, much to Wyatt's surprise. "Of course not, your majesty. But now that a commoner has been granted a rank that only those of noble blood should achieve, many others may seek the same elevation for doing piss-poor actions in the near future." Commander William Hempstroke, a blue-haired with equally stunning blue eyes, stepped in, humor in her voice. "Is the rescue of a royal princess not enough merit to overlook this one incident? After all, many houses have their origins in the valiant actions of a commoner performing beyond their duty. And even if the prince had not rewarded this young man, I would have made sure to grant him a place within my house for saving the life of my little sister." Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and much like a hawk, she eyed the rest of her fellow officers. "Or does anyone object?" An older man with gray hair and wearing an almost entirely white uniform with red trims and more medals than Wyatt had ever seen anyone wear before spoke up next. "Enough prattle, everyone. We have more important matters to attend to. My liege, we are ready to depart at your command." The prince nodded once. "Then let us go. We cannot stay in this system much longer. Admiral Damien, proceed at your discretion." "My liege," the admiral replied. "Commanders, report to your ships and stations. You have your orders. Dismissed." At once, every commander present saluted and left, with the exception of Redford. The admiral, for his part, moved to a chair at the far end of the bridge, sat on it, and linked with its systems directly. The only indication that they started to move was a low rumble that was felt rather than heard, and Wyatt wondered where they were headed next. Now left with relative privacy, the prince turned his attention back to him and gestured him to step closer, and so he did. "Lieutenant Wyatt, there is someone who wishes to meet you, her savior," the prince said, and then turned to the right. With another motion of his hand, 2 figures stepped from concealed shadows. Wyatt's eyes grew wide as the flickering effect around the duo died out alongside the stealth field around them. The first figure was a beautiful blonde woman with purple eyes as striking as that of the prince. She was wearing a green dress with golden and white trims. Behind her stood a taller woman with blue hair and blue eyes that had a striking similarity to the woman who had stood up for him moments before. She was also quite beautiful, but her expression was stoic. Unlike the princess, she wore a red armored suit with the crest of her house on her chest. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, let me introduce you to the VIP that you saved yesterday. My sister, the second princess, Clara Astor. Behind her stands her bodyguard and a close friend of mine, Cynthia Winfield of House Winfield. You've already met her older sister, Commander Juliana Winfield," the prince introduced. It was subtle and he barely noticed it, but Wyatt could notice the pride in the prince's voice alongside his relief when he introduced the 2 women. Princess Clara was the picture of regal royalty, feminine grace, and superb intelligence behind her fiery gaze. A gaze, he noticed, that matched her brother's. When she spoke, her voice of sing-song clarity carried the intensity of her fiery spirit without losing her elegance. Lieutenant Staples, I was told that it was through your actions that my life and that of my friend and subjects were saved. I requested my brother to see and speak to you in person so I may see and judge the man I owe my life to, she said, offering a kind smile. Wyatt felt his cheeks blushing. His social skills were poor at best, and being under the direct attention of such a beautiful woman was something he was not used to. Still, he managed to stand firm and give her a cordial salute. Your Majesty, I am honored to receive your recognition. To know that your life and that of those accompanying you are safe and sound is reward enough, he replied carefully and respectfully. Clara let out a giggle. Please, Lieutenant Staples, you need not be so nervous in my presence. Your gallantry is already enough for me to accept you for the valiant man that you are. Commoner or not, you are my savior. I am pleased that my brother dearest had rewarded you accordingly, even if I myself would give more. But alas, I cannot. Therefore, I can only offer my gratitude and a request to speak my name without those bothersome honorifics. Call me Clara. All my friends do so. Wyatt couldn't help but smile widely and sincerely at that. They were rare, but nobles that were actually worth their salt and weren't up their own asses existed, and he was glad that the princess was one of them. He felt his nervousness ease up and his posture relaxed. In that case, Clara, please, call me Wyatt. Pleased to meet you, he said, offering his hand. A second later, he retracted it. Oh, right, sorry. To his surprise, the prince's laughter caught his attention. You're quite blunt, aren't you, Lieutenant Wyatt? Wyatt pointed a finger at himself. Commoner upbringing, my liege. The prince let out a single humorous chuckle before clearing his throat. As enjoyable as this is, I'm afraid we have other matters to attend to. Lieutenant Wyatt, I summoned you not only to meet my sister, but because I need your input. A second later, a holographic display appeared from the large tactical table at the center of the bridge. Wyatt took a couple of steps forward when he saw the visual representation of the entire principality and how the map was divided into several colors, with red, green, golden, and blue being the most prominent colors and countless sigils and emblems scattered across the systems that made up his home. The sheer enormity of the principality was awe-striking and terrifying at the same time. Duke Draymor's coup was an act of treachery unparalleled, the prince began, his stoic, firm, fiery tone returned. I don't know for how long he's been planning it, but we've suspected treachery for at least 2 standard years. Nothing concrete was found until he made his opening move. The royal guard was compromised, the royal palace was besieged, and within scant hours, he named himself regent. Thankfully, I was able to escape as well as other members of the Council of Nobles and some of my siblings. Regretfully, however, Duke Draymor was able to capture our 2 remaining sisters, Megan and Ruby, and 2 of our brothers, Leon and Caldro, and is keeping them hostage and as bargaining chips. My 2 remaining brothers, Alexander and Giovanni, were also able to escape, and alongside Clara, they served as distractions to allow my safe passage out of the system and find refuge among friends and loyal subjects. As it stands, Duke Draymor is gaining power slowly but surely, the prince explained, pointing at the red area on the map. In red are the houses that have sided with my uncle so far and represent their territory. In golden are loyalist houses that have pledged themselves to me and the royal family. In blue are those undecided. And in green are those that have declared themselves as neutral, the prince said. And suddenly the map zoomed in. Wyatt soon recognized the map was projecting the small cluster of systems and worlds that made up the backwater he served under, better known simply as the Lingering Systems. Technically speaking, the 7 star systems and the small collection of worlds in them that made up the Lingering Systems were under the control of House Cayston. But in reality, they were almost outpost systems with little to offer except for whatever scant resources and manufacturing goods that could be gained there. In fact, the greatest produce made was the very reason he was a garbage hauler: compost. The richer and fertile surrounding territories needed compost for agricultural purposes and were the sole reason why the lingering systems were populated at all and why they were blessed with the leadership of a Caiston noble. However, everyone knew that such a position was either a punishment or a means to gain safe experience for any incompetent, petulant, self-righteous blue blood. Hell, they were such a backwater and so poor that pirates were a rarity, an ideal place to elude pursuers. Though it seems Duke Draymore thought of that possibility as well, hence why that strange black ship attacked the royal yacht. We will be traveling to the Keone system next. Our planned route takes us near Faldo, the only inhabited world in the system. According to our intelligence, pirate presence is minimal, and there is no direct Caiston presence there since Faldo is home to a mere 10 million populace. I understand the gravity of the situation, my prince. But how am I to aid you? What further input can I provide? Wyatt asked cautiously. There is a problem that my commanders are not able to settle, the prince replied, and the map zoomed further in to showcase the Keone system and 3 systems that led directly to Caiston territory. Since the coup, we cannot trust the information we had before, and we cannot trust just anyone with information. However, fortunately for us, a loyal son of the Principality is with us and can provide us with a viewpoint that only a commoner can have. I ask you, Lieutenant Wyatt, what path do you think is the most viable for us to take and quickly move onto House Finnegan territory? Wyatt didn't even ponder the question and pointed to the system on the far left called Gintrax. Going through Gintrax is the only solution, my liege. Gintrax, but there's a strong Caiston military presence alongside several monitoring stations, Commander Redford interjected. Wyatt shrugged. Only officially, but they are always understaffed. The ships stationed there are little more than outdated, cheap gunships and corvettes at best, and they take forever to answer to any emergency. Besides that, there's Woodshaft. Woodshaft? Clara asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's a smuggler den. Every commoner pilot and serviceman in the lingering systems knows about it and uses it. I've been there only twice, but it offers a path away from Caiston sensors, and if you pay the toll, you can leave the system undetected, Wyatt explained and internally chuckled. Caiston Blue Bloods don't care where the money comes from, only that it reaches their grabby, greedy paws, he thought with mirth. Smuggling is illegal, the surprisingly melodic voice of the blue-haired woman, Cynthia Winfield, declared. Maybe, Wyatt replied softly, but it happens. Woodshaft doesn't deal in slavery or narcotics, though. They're smugglers, not pirates, he clarified. After we arrive at Faldo, I'll send out a scout ship ahead to observe Gintrax's activity. If the information correlates, we shall advance as you suggested, Lieutenant Wyatt. Time is a luxury we can't afford much as we stand now, the prince said, crossing his arms. For now, you shall follow Commander Redford's orders and be under his charge. Dismissed. I guess this is really happening, Wyatt thought as he stared intently at the vanishing map. Chapter 4. As it turned out, the arrival at Faldo took 3 days as the fleet had to use sublight speed in order to travel within the powerful gravitational influence of the local star. The scout ship the prince deployed upon their entry into the Keone system departed from the rest of the fleet and went to Gintrax while the rest moved to resupply at the only inhabited rock in the system. In the meantime, Commander Redford Kalon had taken him under his wing just as the prince had ordered and taught him everything he needed to know about his new duties, responsibilities, and what was expected of him. In short, he was now supposed to lead small groups of Marines and a squadron of fighters, or serve as a division officer in charge of keeping order and solving logistical issues within his division. 3 things he had absolutely no idea how to do. But even if that wasn't the case, being a commoner further limited what he could do. Thus, Commander Redford had simply taken him as his personal aide. Not an inglorious position for a mere commoner, to be sure, but that had just proven that his newly attained rank was just for show. Wyatt waited patiently next to the simulation training chamber his direct officer was making use of while other officers murmured just below his hearing range, but their eyes were on him all the time. I wish I could punch some of these blue bloods right in the face and show them they'll bleed just as well as I, he thought bitterly as he caught a snide glare from a female officer before she entered an empty training chamber. The chime of the training chamber rang, and the door opened on the oval-shaped room. The older gray-haired man stepped out with a disapproving gruff, and Wyatt could see why. On the screen he was monitoring, the result was marked as a failure of whatever GVK 990 simulation was. This was Redford's 7th attempt and his 7th failure. "Do you require anything, Commander Redford?" Wyatt asked respectfully, noticing that the glares and murmuring suddenly stopped the second Redford exited the chamber. "A meal will do," the older man replied. "Come, Lieutenant Wyatt, I'm certain you must be famished." "Sir," he replied, bowing his head and walking next to his commanding officer. As they walked, Wyatt spoke up. "Commander, may I ask you something regarding your training?" The older man exhaled loudly, but only half in frustration. "Is it about the simulation?" "Indeed so, Commander. I must confess I hardly ever got a chance to train in a chamber. Most of my training was conventional, as per the Academy's traditions and requirements, of course, so I am unfamiliar with the training available to the nobility," he replied sincerely. "Why would you allow commoners to get even a glimpse of a chance at showing you up, right?" Redford actually slowed his pace as he turned to look at Wyatt. "How many times have you trained in the chambers?" Wyatt blinked, confused. "A dozen times, maybe 2 or 3 times more." "I do not recall the exact number, Commander, and I was only allowed to run the basic piloting exercises needed for my practical exams." "That shouldn't be the case. More so for a warrant officer. You should have over 1,000 hours of registered simulated training at least to have achieved that rank," Redford asked, surprised and intrigued. "I suppose," Wyatt replied with a shrug. "But I always aced my practical exams and, let's just say some of my teachers and instructors hated my guts," he replied, embarrassed. "Not enough to want me expelled, but enough to try and sabotage me every now and again. Nothing serious, I assure you. Missing items, tarnished uniforms, misconduct reports, regulation restrictions, that sort of thing." Redford frowned slightly. "Even if you're a commoner, such actions couldn't be allowed in the Academy, no matter the branch or location. Did you not report this misconduct, Wyatt?" He nodded. "Several times, but since the ones doing the sabotaging were not students, it was swept under the rug every time. So I stopped trying to get justice and decided to just finish my training, achieve the rank of warrant officer, and get a posting where I could serve the Principality. Being a garbage hauler was not what I expected, and certainly not in the lingering systems," he said, hiding his resentment. "Now that I recall, you mentioned you were part of the 3rd Fleet's 2nd Frontier Corps. As lackluster as the 3rd Fleet is, sending a warrant officer as a garbage hauler seems to me less like a grave oversight on the part of the commanding officers and more like a humiliating tactic meant to punish someone for a grave offense." His furrowed eyes softened. "What did you do, Wyatt Staples?" "I showed them I was a better pilot than they could ever be. That's what I did. I didn't gloat, I didn't rub it on their faces more than once or twice. Even so, my grades and actions spoke for themselves and they hated me for it. I kicked the ass of every instructor set against me, and I put to shame everything my teachers think they knew about combat. My classmates, both commoners and nobles, knew I was better than them, but they only pushed me aside. Unlike the pricks that wanted to tear me down," he thought angrily, but didn't allow it to show. "I only did what was asked of me. Every test they set, I passed. I may or may not have made an unsavory comment about their lackluster performance in comparison to mine, given they were my instructors, but nothing worse than that. I believe my records should be on the 3rd Fleet's data center," he chuckled darkly. "Although they must now either flag me as a deserter, KIA, or as a traitor. The 3rd Fleet sided with Duke Draymore, after all." Redford's eyes went wide with surprise. "How do you know that?" he asked hurriedly. "No one outside the top chain of command knows that yet?" Wyatt shrugged. "The 3rd Fleet has always been referred to as a joke, even in the Academy. The Dead Man's Fleet, they call it. A leftover fleet without a single battleship in their ranks, and with more outdated ships than actual experience, commendations, and achievements in their history. So either a mutiny happened or the admiral in charge sided with Duke Draymore's faction. Malcontent and a chance to be on the right side of history pushed them to that decision, I think." I didn't know about the coup or any political problems between nobles since I was stuck at my posting until I was lucky enough to lend aid to you, Commander. Even so, the Third Fleet is scattered, and I'm sure there will be many deserters, mostly commoners in postings similar to mine, once the news of the coup spread to the public, he replied, not mouthing his last train of thought. Any disgruntled noble would take such a chance to better the standing of their houses, uncaring of how many lives they have to sacrifice. Redford was momentarily stunned, then sighed. You are correct, Lieutenant Wyatt. Admiral Cornelius Tygan sided with Duke Draymore. Luckily for us, the bulk of their forces were out of position and busy patrolling their core territories. Being understaffed, undermanned, and flying outdated ships played in our favor. The fact that you could deduce that on your own with little input means that many more already know, or at least suspect this, and none have been forward to speak out. Most likely, sir, Wyatt replied, still feeling uneasy about receiving direct praise, washed out as it may be. It seems we sidetracked from your original question, but you have given much to think about, Wyatt, Redford sighed. To answer your question, the simulation I attempted is one of the infamous unwinnable scenarios. They are not meant to be won, but to last as long as possible and achieve an honorable end. A commanding officer must always be ready to make the maximum sacrifice. But how to achieve the greatest result is something that eludes many. GVK 990 in particular is a puzzling one. I've been trying to pass it for 2 years now and failed in every attempt. It must be one hell of a difficult simulation if even a commander is struggling with it so much, Wyatt thought with some pity for his commanding officer. I don't know what to say, Commander. It is the first time I've ever heard of such types of simulations. Indeed, Redford replied, eyeing the black-haired commoner turned lieutenant. Tell me, Wyatt, have you received your implants yet? My what? Wyatt replied, flabbergasted. Implants? What implants? I'm a commoner. Anything besides my ID implants would be wasted on the likes of me. That is most strange. I was certain I had flagged your appointment this morning, Redford said, and his dull gray eyes flashed for a moment with barely noticeable blue light. You were rescheduled without my notice. It seems I will have to deal with this matter personally. Sir! Wyatt came to a halt outside the mess hall, turning in full to face his commanding officer. I'm just a commoner. I wasn't aware I would be receiving implants of any sort. Surely they can be put to better use on worthier people, he said carefully. You are a lieutenant now, Wyatt Staples. Commoner or not, your rank cannot be ignored and must be respected for nothing else other than that alone. You shall receive your implants after we have our meals, he said seriously, and then offered a small but sincere smile. Now, I believe the door must be opened? Wyatt blinked, blushed in embarrassment, and quickly turned to open the door for Commander Redford. Following the imposing man, he felt a tinge of respect blossom within him. The mess hall was full and divided into 3 segments. The largest one was for the regular commoners who served as pilots, general staff, servicemen, and general enlisted personnel. The second section was for officers and their aides, as well as other lieutenants, squadron leaders, ensigns, and the only place a commoner could ever enter if he achieved the rank of warrant officer, the lowest rank allowed in such a section. The third section was meant for senior and commanding officers and was, of course, a closed-off section filled with their own private chefs and rations. As a lieutenant, he couldn't enter that section and followed Redford until a pair of security guards opened the doors for him. With a single nod from him, Wyatt saluted and went on to take his place on the small line formed before the buffet. Like usual, none talked to him, and they all set their silent, judging eyes upon him. At least they leave me alone, he thought as he served himself a piece of steak, various vegetables, and a helping of mashed potatoes. If there's one thing I can say I am glad it improved, that's the food. No more gruel, tasteless pills, and awful ration bars for a little while. Now, where will I... Oh, spoke too soon. This was going to happen sooner or later, he thought as he turned around, searching for a table and seeing a trio of well-uniformed men, also lieutenants, walking up to him. Their gray eyes revealed their implants, and their smug expressions gave away that they were nobles. In any other place, I would assume they were bastard children or the last in line, but in here, I'm not sure. When the trio stopped just a meter in front of him, he spoke in a practiced tone that conveyed veiled submission and respect. "How may I be of service?" "You can start by telling us what really happened, commoner." The red-haired leader of the trio, the tallest and bulkiest, spat with eyes that showed nothing but contempt. "How many lies did you tell to trick His Majesty that you could be anything worthwhile?" "None." "Technically untrue, but also technically true," Wyatt replied without losing his tone. "I was merely able to provide assistance to Commander Redford's vessels at a dire time. I expected no reward, but I was rewarded nonetheless." It seems this commoner speaks with some sense," the shorter, fatter of the trio said, while the last member, a lanky but nimble-looking man, glared at him. "But now he thinks he can share our space." "Disgraceful," the lanky man said, his glare intensifying. "Even if I wasn't rewarded," he replied, careful not to say promoted, despite how much he wanted to shove it in their faces. "I was a warrant officer, and, according to regulations, warrant officers are allowed to dine in this section. If my presence offend you, lords, I shall leave." The red-haired man smirked. "At least you know your place. Very well, commoner scum. I shall forgive your transgressions if you do one simple task for me." His smirk widened. "Bark, like the lowly dog you are." "Is this blue-blood idiot for real?" Wyatt thought, bemused. "Oh, he is serious. How far is he up his own ass?" "No matter," he thought before clearing his throat. "Bark! Bark! Bark!" Wyatt barked as best he could without a shred of shame in doing so. The three nobles were stunned, along with the rest of the mess hall watching the confrontation proceeding. He noticed some were stunned cold, others groaned, disappointed that there would be no blood involved, and the rest simply didn't care enough to spare more than a few seconds of their attention. The three nobles, though, began to laugh. They laughed for several moments until Wyatt spoke up. "Will that be all, lords? Leave our sight, mongrel," the red-haired one ordered. A moment later, the trio left without another word directed at him, but were now celebrating the humiliation they dished out. "Fools," he whispered to himself in a tone so low he barely heard it, while a triumphant smirk adorned his lips. Searching for an empty table, he sat and began to enjoy his meal, unaware that other eyes had been set on him since the moment he entered the mess hall. Chapter 5. Wyatt came to a quick conclusion after receiving his 3 scheduled implants. The process was puzzlingly quick, but the pain was something he was not willing to deal with voluntarily in the future. Due to the limitations of the medical wing and the current state, he wouldn't be receiving his cybernetic eyes, which suited him just fine, and he was in no hurry to replace his perfectly functioning natural eyes. Nor would he receive a direct uplink to the main net frame, but he didn't care about that one since that particular implant needed either the cybernetic eyes or go through the gene-enhancing program that was available only to the highest echelons of society in the Principality. The implants he did receive were impactful, and he wobbled with every step he took. The first was a series of nano-injectors that now laced his vertebrae and would, over a few hours, make their way to his brain. The injectors would then be ready to dull pain, enhance his reaction time, and combat neurotoxins should that be needed. The second implant was the one he was currently hating the most. At the back of his skull now sat a small biomechanical chip that would allow Commander Redford, or whoever the commanding officer at the time was, to deliver him orders and instructions. He could feel the chip wriggling into position, slowly growing to prevent rejection, and was now messing with his ears, dulling his sense of stability and cutting his hearing range by a significant amount as it latched itself in order to provide its benefits. In short, it was a sort of long-range, one-way radio. He could receive orders but couldn't reply in turn since he wasn't connected to the network. As long as the distance didn't exceed more than 100 kilometers from the nearest network access point, that is. The third implant, though, was the main reason why he would not ever take any further implantations if he could help it. Sure, the first 2 hurt in their own unique ways. His back was killing him, and the nasty headache he was going through did him no favors. But the last one was in a league of its own. Similarly to the nano-injectors on his back, the third implant followed that same process. But instead of connecting with his brain and limiting itself to his column, the rest of his body was the objective. Well, not his whole body, just his bones. A subdermal implant was inserted in his chest. as close as possible to his aorta. Thanks to the local anesthesia and the quick, precise motions of the robotic unit performing the seconds-long surgery, he didn't feel a thing, and his wound was closed a moment later with biofoam. The scar would be gone in just a few days at most. The pain, though, made itself known half an hour later. It began like an itch he couldn't quite scratch, but all over his body and underneath his skin. Then it increased until every step was agony as it rippled across his whole body. It felt like getting pricked by a needle, but unlike a single stab that was barely painful, annoying, and quick to pass, he was enduring hundreds of them at the same time with every movement he made. "Even breathing is a struggle," he muttered as he continued to wobble his way around the hangar, only occasionally hearing the snickering of technicians, mechanics, and the odd pilot that made their way there. "I understand that the ship doesn't have the facilities to do this in private, but their staring is not helping my mood one bit," he thought with annoyance as a fresh wave of pain coursed through his body. He couldn't even hate or blame the medic in charge for anything. She had warned him of what he was to expect and what he needed to do for the implants to take full root. That was the main reason he couldn't sit down or lay on his bed, trying to be still as a corpse in an attempt to lessen the pain. And why he couldn't take painkillers either. He had to endure the process fully awake and on constant move, which, as he was reminded again as he nearly tumbled to the ground for the 7th time since his arrival, his hatred for the second implant increased. The pain of having his bones suffer microfractures every second only to be sealed and put back together almost instantly, he could handle. It wasn't enough to make him scream, but it was a ticking, maddening constant that he couldn't help but wince, groan, and clench his teeth in response to it. But the sensation of impending vertigo and his impaired balance, making it impossible to keep a steady posture or any semblance of rhythm? Yes, he hated the second implant with a passion. As he finished another round, he noticed a vaguely familiar figure enter the hangar. Her red armor and blue hair gave her away as she approached in his direction. The few staring crew members made themselves scarce at her sight, opting to admire her from a safer distance. Damn, what was her name again? Juliana? No, that's her sister, right? Ugh, come on, think! Damn this headache! Her name started with a C, I think? Cecilia? Celestine? Cynthia! Yes, her name was Cynthia Winfield. He mentally patted himself on the back for remembering just in time before the blue-haired woman said something he couldn't quite catch. Her voice was still pleasant to hear, but distorted thanks to the implant. "Not to be disrespectful," he began, voice entirely too loudly, and stopped for a moment to face her. Grave mistake. As the moment he stopped moving, he felt as if the ground was about to become the ceiling the wall, and his feet his arms. With a mighty groan, he pushed himself to the side, catching himself before he fell and continued walking. Pain rocked his senses, and he gritted his teeth hard in protest, but he succeeded. The sensation of vertigo lessened, and now he could wobble in peace again. After a few seconds, he spoke up as he noticed the blue-haired woman looking at him with a hint of pity and understanding in her sapphire blue eyes. "Sorry about that. The implants won't allow me to follow protocol for now," he apologized. How may I?" A pained groan cut him off. "Be of service? Breathe deeply and don't fight the pain. You're straining yourself that way. Calm, deep breaths. Let your lungs do the heavy lifting, Lieutenant Staples," Cynthia replied, as she walked beside him and spoke louder than usual so he could hear her voice. Wyatt did as instructed, though it was difficult, and the first attempt made his entire ribcage protest in anger. But he didn't give up and continued. It took the better part of 5 minutes until breathing no longer hurt, and much to his joy, the pain lessened considerably. Another 5 minutes later, his vertigo also diminished, most of his hearing returned, and the headache was not as prevalent as before. During that time, Cynthia walked silently at his side as a regal pillar of unshakable duty, and her advice was greatly welcomed by Wyatt, now that he reaped the benefits of it. Thank you, Lady Cynthia. I feel much better now. I suspect that given the condition I found you, you were not told the proper physical steps to aid you in the implant adjustment period," she stated, as a matter of fact. Wyatt nodded lightly. "I wasn't aware there were any to begin with, Lady Cynthia. I was merely told that I needed to keep moving and that I shouldn't take painkillers. Again, I thank you for your aid." To his surprise, he saw her stoic face turn into a displeased one, frown and all. "I will report this immediately. Such gross oversight cannot go unnoticed." She closed her eyes for 2 seconds, then opened them again, her expression returning to the picture of professional neutrality. "It has been done." Did she actually do it, or is she just pulling my leg? He asked himself, but put it to the side in favor of her previous aide. "I thank you, Lady Cynthia, but won't you get in trouble for it? I may not be a part of the military structure as I hold no official rank, but as Princess Clara's bodyguard, my position stands above many in terms of importance and weight. Protocol must be followed for order to exist, and its structure must be respected in due turn. You are a Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, before you're a commoner, and your rank was insulted by the denial of proper medical insight and exercises, and thus you suffered more pain and discomfort than necessary. I can assure you I will not be punished for exposing such gross incompetence," she replied with a stern, serious tone. "Oh shit, color me pleasantly surprised. Another noble worth her title, though she's a stickler for rules too. Now I understand why she protested about Woodshaft's smuggling operations. I wonder if Princess Clara has any influence in her attitude and views," he wondered before giving her a faint nod. "In that case, I thank you for your aid, Lady Cynthia. You may call me by my name, Lieutenant Wyatt. My princess has bestowed the courtesy of extending you her hand in friendship, and the use of her name without honorifics. You saved my life as well, so I offer the same courtesy," she revealed with a hint of humility. Despite everything, Wyatt couldn't stop a smile from spreading on his lips. Without so much pain clouding his mind and being able to think more or less properly again without the headache, his awkwardness returned as well as a clear reminder of his position. "In that case, Cynthia, you may call me by my name too." "Very well," she replied, and suddenly turned on her heel in a swift, clean motion that would have put a ballerina to shame with how smooth it was despite her bulky armor. "Follow me. My princess wishes to speak to you in private. Commander Redford has been informed, and you have been granted leave until my princess says otherwise." "I obey," he replied in the common answer expected to give to a noble issuing an order outside the military branches. And here I thought I would never speak to her again. I wonder what she wants from me. Wyatt followed Cynthia at an even pace, never stopping his controlled, steady breathing. The trip took no more than a few minutes until they made it to one of the commander's quarters, which served as the temporary room for the princess. Outside the door stood 2 black, meter-tall cylinders. He watched as the bodyguard put her hand on the scanner and then introduced a long, complicated code. When she was done, the cylinders turned white and the doors opened. Wyatt advanced as Cynthia stepped aside to give him access to the room. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Enter, Wyatt," Cynthia ordered. "You're not coming in?" he asked, just to make sure his assumptions were not mistaken. "Clara wishes to speak with you in private," she replied, and said nothing more. Wyatt nodded, and a ball of iron suddenly manifested itself in his stomach. He'd heard stories and other gossip that when a commoner was invited to a noble's room in private, it was for one of 3 things: murder, sexual reasons, or simple amusement. He wasn't one to believe such hearsay, but now he wasn't so sure about it. Still, he stepped into the lavishly ample room with just some trepidation seeping through his otherwise practiced mask. 3 steps into the room, the door behind him closed with a rasp of metal and a hiss, sealing it behind him. The ball of iron turned into a veritable pit, and he began to sweat nervously. The room was quite ample, he had to admit. There was a large bed on the other end, a large private bathroom to his right, and expensive pieces of furniture set about the place. But his focus was on the blonde woman sitting on a chair in front with a small circular desk set before her, holding a few confectionery treats and a violet liquid he wasn't sure what it was. "Ah, Wyatt, please come sit. I wish to discuss a few things with you," Clara said, offering him a sincere, friendly smile. The pit shrank in since, but didn't leave him. "Okay, Wyatt, play it cool and try not to get murdered. Don't say anything stupid or offensive and you may walk out of this in one piece. A noble is already dangerous. Royalty? Doubly so," he thought as he obeyed and sat on the available chair. Immediately after, small electrical shocks erupted all across his back, arms, and legs, but they were not unpleasant. If anything, the pain was further reduced and was now only mildly annoying. Seeing his puzzled expression, Clara giggled. "I am aware of your current condition, Wyatt. The Dolaxis, Ontoro, and Kinator implants are some of the worst there are. Necessary, but bothersome to deal with. That chair is specially designed to allow your body to work on its own while you are seated. It doesn't replace physical activity, but it makes it far more tolerable for some time." Wyatt bowed his head. "I thank you for your benevolence, Clara. How may I be of service?" "I wish to know more about you, Wyatt. Without access to your records, I'm afraid I know nothing more than what you can tell and show," she said before sipping from her drink. "Do help yourself to some desserts. They are delectable, I can assure you." "Don't mind if I do," he thought, as he reached for a small round thing covered in white fudge and topped with some sort of red fruit. He ate it, and his eyes widened as the explosion of flavor overwhelmed his taste buds, and only by sheer will of restraint, he stopped himself from scarfing down the entire plate of good stuffs. He munched on the offered treat slowly, savoring the exquisite sweet thing in his mouth. When he swallowed, a satisfied sigh escaped his lips. "What are these?" he asked, enamored with the sweet things. "Cake, a small version of them. There are also cookies, scones, and chocolate bits. The glass is filled with grape juice," she replied gently. "Go on. You can eat as much as you desire." "I might just do that. What in the blazes is grape juice, cake, and chocolate?" he asked himself before taking 2 of each treat with as much humility as he could muster. As much as he wanted to abuse the princess's goodwill in this particular subject, he knew better. "I'm an open book, Clara. What do you wish to know of me, though I assure you I am not remotely interesting in any way?" "I shall be the judge of that, Wyatt," Clara replied before eating a small piece of chocolate. "Tell me, where are you from?" "I'm from Volantis, Your Majesty, a little colony of no importance in the territory belonging to House Gimor under the supervision of Baron Carlos Arante, bordering Caiston territory, actually. To be specific, I was born and raised in Volantis's capital city, Fire. My family is of little note. My father is an electrical engineer and my mother is a social worker. I have 2 younger brothers, one of whom followed our father's footsteps and the other became a Clixal hunter," he replied honestly. Clara tilted her head slightly. "What is a Clixal?" "It is an avian-like creature, 3 meters tall, fierce, durable, and quick creatures, but stupid. They are a constant problem to the agricultural areas of the planet as they breed extremely fast and eat all sorts of livestock while destroying crops in the process," he replied, before eating a cookie and taking a sip of grape juice. "Is this what royalty eats regularly? I wouldn't mind groveling at her feet if it means I get to eat these things every now and again. And the juice? It is the best drink I've ever tasted," he thought giddily, his nervousness all but eradicated, and the pit in his stomach replaced by a longing for more of those tasty, sweet treats. It was as if he hadn't eaten at all in the mess hall. Clara sipped on her juice, nodding twice. "I see. How old are you and how were you raised?" "I'm 21 years old, and I guess I was raised as best as my parents could afford," he said, unsure. "We rarely went hungry, and only when the taxes were raised for short periods of time. I received the standard education available to all commoners, and once I was 14, I enlisted in the Royal Navy as a pilot. I spent the following years at the academy preparing to be a pilot, and I was good enough to achieve the rank of warrant officer. When I graduated, I was dispatched to the 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps, and stationed on the lingering systems as a garbage hauler," he explained simply and politely before eating another cake. "How was your time in the academy? Was it enjoyable? Were you mistreated?" she asked, her friendly smile dropping slightly. Wyatt felt the instant shift in the atmosphere and straightened involuntarily. The purple eyes of the princess were fixed on him, and he suddenly felt like he was being studied. "I do not know what to reply to that, Clara," he replied. "What the hell? Why would she care about something like that? I thought she was going to ask about my records or anything besides that. What is she playing at?" he thought, setting aside his treats for the time being. "I enlisted because I had always wished to become a pilot and see the stars while serving the principality. My time at the academy was irrelevant to me. I mean, I wasn't treated like most other commoners, so I can't complain too much, I guess. I also can't say that I was mistreated. Sure, there were incidents that required a report, but they went unsolved and I ignored anything after that," he replied. but inside he spat with disdain at the memory of the many incidents that tarnished his otherwise exemplary record. Clara kept quiet for several seconds, sipping more of her juice and eating 2 cookies in the process. When she spoke again, she did so in an even, serious tone. "Then I assume being ordered to bark like a dog in the middle of a mess hall is considered something to be ignored?" For the first time in many years, Wyatt felt his measured and perfectly crafted mask of indifferent servitude falter slightly, and he answered with a frown. "Compared to what other nobles usually do? Yes," he replied, and then relaxed. "Princess Clara, I'm a commoner. It is the duty of every commoner to obey the orders of a noble, and can only reject them under orders of another of higher standing or from another house or lineage. If you were to order me to, say, drop on all fours and act as an animal for your entertainment, I will do so without hesitation." Clara nodded. "Indeed, I could order you to do that, and more shameful things, Wyatt. Be safe to know that I shan't. Unlike those nobles that stand below the garbage you used to haul, I have learned respect towards others," she explained, and her friendly demeanor returned. "Though I must say, while it was quite amusing to see you thoroughly humiliate them, I would have preferred it had been done through other means and not see you risk your dignity." Surprised by her words, Wyatt swallowed as he offered a small smile. "One must do as one can, Clara." Clara rolled her eyes and waved a hand in dismissal. "Please, Wyatt, I want to know the real you, not this proper and cordial veneer you portray. Speak your mind freely and without restriction. Think of me as nothing more than a friend, as I will do the same. None can hear us. This conversation shall not be known to anyone but us. I promise you, you will not be punished or held accountable for anything you say." "If this is a test, then I can't see where it bends," he thought, smiling more. Who would have thought that a princess freaking royalty would be so approachable? The respect he had for Clara upon their meeting increased, and he allowed himself to relax once more, careful to retain his breathing rhythm. "In that case, Clara, I shall be sincere. I was not afraid to risk my dignity because I have none. Or rather, I care not for it as well as I care not about pride or shame. If I can win by sacrificing something that is worthless to me, then I will happily do so." Clara nodded, sipping from her drink again. "Unlike the fools who thought they humiliated you and proudly preened their feathers as if they had achieved something, you showed their incompetence and stupidity. Rest assured they will be punished for their conduct, but not directly." No surprises there, he thought as he drank more of his juice. Noble immunity and their capacity to bend the rules in their favor were nothing new to him. "That being said, I am surprised that you have not expressed worry for the well-being of your family," said the princess. "When His Majesty, the prince, showed me the map, I managed to glimpse that House Guimore chose to remain neutral in this conflict. Guimores have a reputation for being opportunistic. I'm sure they will declare themselves for a side once a clear upper hand is held by one side," he replied calmly, not allowing the bit of worry in his heart to show. Clara tilted her head slightly and pushed a finger up against her chin. "You don't seem terribly bothered about the coup, Wyatt." Wyatt chuckled darkly, his eyes drifting to the cup in his hand. "What other choice do I have? The last great conflict in the Principality was more than 400 years ago. Another coup, unsuccessful but bloody. Trust me, Clara, I am terrified. I will do anything and everything the prince orders me in order to prevent another civil war. But at the end of the day, I'm just a commoner with no power, say, or means to do anything by myself. Not that it matters if I was a noble or even royalty. We are in this conflict together, and the sooner Duke Draymore is put down, the better," he replied sincerely, but internally, he was fuming. Nobles die trying to keep their riches or increase their status and reach. If they can't win, they'll flee. But they always use the lives of the people they are supposed to be in charge of protecting for their own means, and don't care if we have to die in droves as long as it means they win something out of it. Clara's expression fell, and her smile was replaced by a sad one. "That is a grim and unfortunate view on things, Wyatt?" Wyatt shrugged. "Maybe. But it is also true and the only view a commoner can have. At least I am in the Navy and can fight back. Most won't have a chance to do anything at all." "It is sad that what you say is true, Wyatt. The Principality has changed since its founding, and not always in the ways that mattered, it hurts me to say. Prince Julius Astor would be ashamed of what has become of it if he were to see it today, doubly so in the case of his progeny. Clara let out a mournful sigh. Thank you for humoring me, Wyatt. You may now leave, and please, take every treat with you. I have more so they won't be missed. Wyatt stood up slowly, bowed his head, and obeyed with gusto the order given to him, gathering all the sweet, sweet treats on his pocket handkerchief. I obey, he said, and a second later the doors opened. Cynthia stood by the entrance waiting for him to exit. They exchanged a curt salute and he left. A moment later, Cynthia entered the room and the doors closed again. Cynthia let out a tired sigh and her expression relaxed. Well, he is unlike what I expected, which is a good thing. He tries to portray himself as someone cordial and straightforward, but he is quite selective about what he says and how to express his thoughts. A cunning man, Clara replied, lips curling up into a smile. He is as valiant as I thought, though, and has a good heart. His loyalty, however, is questionable. Do you believe he may be a potential traitor, turncoat, or spy in disguise, Clara? Cynthia asked. Clara shook her head gently. He is no spy, nor do I believe he could be at any point. He's too honest. A turncoat or traitor? Unlikely. I also doubt he'll run away when a chance presents itself to him. His heart beams with the light of a true knight. His actions that culminated in our salvation are proof of it. I'll keep an eye on him, Cynthia replied. What about the trash? Redford has been informed. Those 3 idiots did it in front of everyone. He shall punish them accordingly, I am certain. Another sip of juice was soon followed by a pleased sigh escaping her lips. However, I am interested in what he can do as a pilot. Cynthia nodded. His unorthodox tactic drove that black ship away. As Redford stated, a man of his talent was wasted in such a posting. He has already prepared a series of simulations to gauge Lieutenant Wyatt's capabilities. Inform Redford that I wish to see Wyatt in action. The fleet shall travel to Gintrax once we are in range to do so. Resupply should be done within 4 hours, and we shall have 3 days of travel until we can leave. Plenty of time to see if his tactic was a fluke, or if there is true talent beneath his actions, Clara replied. Cynthia sighed tiredly, and her judging eyes fell upon her friend. You just want an excuse to watch dogfights, don't you? Clara blushed. Shush, you. Chapter 6. To say that Wyatt was nervous would be an understatement. After his talk with Princess Clara, he enjoyed a few hours of mostly restful respite while enjoying delicious sweets and snacks that filled his heart with delight. Slowly but surely, the pain started to diminish, and his senses returned to normal scant hours after the resupply was completed, just in time for him to enjoy a restful sleep. Right after coming out of the shower, a voice coming from nowhere startled him. It was Commander Redford speaking directly to him through the Ontoro implant, as the princess called the second implant he received, now fully integrated into his cranium and ears. Lieutenant Wyatt, it seems the procedure was a success according to my readings. We shall perform a short test. Indicate to the ship's AI that you copied my message. Wyatt did so, and a few seconds later he heard Redford reply. Splendid. Report within an hour to the training area. That was all Redford said to him, a direct order with no room for debate or misinterpretation. What he didn't understand was why his commander would want to visit the chambers so early. He usually tends to his duties, sensor sweeps, and files some reports and then exercises. I thought for sure Commander Redford was a man who stuck to a given schedule. Guess I was wrong, he muttered, while making his way to the large room dedicated to simulated training. When he arrived, he saw that all the chambers were empty but ready to be used. Also, 20 large monitors were now hanging from the ceiling. The monitors themselves displayed 20 spots that listed 20 names, his being among them. He turned to his commanding officer with a look of utter bemusement, even as nervousness ate away at his senses. Commander Redford, why am I listed up there? He asked dumbly. Redford turned his head Wyatt's way before answering. Are you not familiar with the training scores? Wyatt nodded. I am, Commander. It's just that back at the Academy, that competition was reserved for prominent nobles depending on their paths and specializations. Right. I forgot how the Academy tends to operate. Most fleets and Royal Command like to be more pragmatic in that approach. As commander of the fighter division, it is my duty and responsibility to oversee the capabilities of those I judge to be my best pilots and pit them against each other in a friendly competition. Ideally, 15 nobles and 5 commoners fill the 20 available spots. This time, though, only 3 commoners with sufficient promise are available to me. You are one of them, Mr. Staples. He finished with a barely perceptible grin. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Couldn't you have asked me first or something? Wyatt shouted in his mind, nervousness making his innards shift with discomfort. The academy was one thing, but he was likely going to face experienced fighter pilots, most of them damnable blue bloods, and get thoroughly humiliated in turn. I wish I was still hauling compost right about now, he thought dejectedly. You do not seem eager to partake in this competition, Wyatt, Redford said after Wyatt failed to say anything for several seconds. Shit, he thought in a panic before clearing his throat. I am merely surprised by the honor of letting me compete, Commander. My skills shall be lackluster in comparison, but I hope they will be enough to please you. As long as you perform exemplary, I shall not find you wanting, Wyatt, Redford replied. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then the AI's voice filled the room. Pilots, the competition shall begin in a minute. Form up and enter your designated training chamber. You shall be instructed what to do inside it. All of you shall face the same 6 trials. Your results, scores, and video performance shall be streamed live to one of the monitors above you. May the best pilot win. Immediately after, people began to move around, clearing the area and taking up seats on the steps that emerged from the walls and the ground at various points in the room. Go now, Wyatt. Show me your skills. Don't hold back anything, Redford said, patted his shoulder, and then left. Wyatt followed the older man with his gaze until he was several meters away. Sighing, he straightened up and walked up to his training chamber. Lined up next to him were the other participants, most of them showing nothing but seriousness and conviction. A few were visibly as nervous as he was feeling. He waited for what felt like ages, each second stretching time much like the event horizon of a black hole would do. Then he stiffened even more when he saw 3 familiar figures enter the room. The first was Cynthia Winfield, who then stepped aside to give entry to Princess Clara and her brother, the Prince. Instantly, everyone stood up and saluted in reverence to the 2 royals. The prince made a gesture, and everyone sat down as silence filled the room. He watched as the trio made their way to where Redford was sitting, and then sat next to him in what was a private booth. Perfect. Just what I needed. Now I'm not only going to embarrass Commander Redford, but the prince too. I'll be lucky if he only takes away my rank and sends me to the brig, Wyatt thought, wincing internally. Pilots! The AI said, startling him. Your chamber shall open in 3, 2, 1. Please enter, the AI ordered, and left without any other choice, Wyatt entered. As the chamber closed behind him, his eyes widened in surprise and he was unable to keep his mouth shut at what he saw. The training chambers at the academy were little more than a VR unit, but what he was looking at was a full neural dive module. It had a pristine, white and comfortable-looking chair, a set of wires at the top, and the usual console and equipment that a line fighter possessed. He sat on the chair and sank into it with gusto. The wires came to life and quickly latched to his head, wriggling and moving as they created a direct neural interface with his brain. He grasped the handles at the end of his armrests and fiddled with the various buttons on it, admiring the graph displays and keyboards in front of him. He grinned widely, his nervousness vanishing. This ain't the real thing, but it sure feels like it. Damn, I've missed this feeling, he muttered to himself before chuckling. So what if I'm going against experienced pilots? I'll just do my best and be done with it. Whatever happens next happens, he said, and then waited for the system to start. He didn't have to wait long. As 10 seconds later, he felt his brain throb for a split second, then everything around him went black for a moment, only to be replaced by a surprisingly realistic depiction of being in space, a debris field of sorts. The voice of an AI spoke to him as if he was in a cockpit. The first trial shall be the trial of survival. There are 3 Drazen fighters in the area hunting for survivors. Avoid them until the timer runs out. Then, in front of his display monitor, he saw a 3-minute timer appear. A second later, it began to run. Without wasting a moment to be confused or surprised by the sudden start of the ordeal, Wyatt brought his engines to full max and began to dance and wedge around the debris of gutted ships. He wasn't hugely into history, but he learned his lessons well. He knew where he was. The result of an infamous battle over 1,000 years ago called the Holthan Massacre. The Drazan Collective, a warlike species of plant-based organisms that were mostly carnivorous, attacked the Principality alongside the Arabian Commonwealth, an independent human nation not part of the Pax Humanitas. The two allies only avoided an outright invasion to prevent other, stronger human nations, such as the Imperium and the Albion Federation, from assisting the Principality. Their raids were anything but, though their refusal to enter a full-scale war was the sole reason the Principality eventually managed to force a truce with them after this particular battle. While the Principality won a Pyrrhic victory, the Drazan, ever hateful of other species and desiring to take trophies and feed for themselves, hunted down every stranded fighter, shuttle, and life pod in the system after the battle was over. And now he was tasked with surviving that outcome. Far too easy! Wyatt barked out a laugh when he saw the Drazan fighters appear at the edge of his radar and were slowly but surely closing in on him. Checking the graphs and panels quickly, he discovered that he had 2 Hawk missiles available. No flares, no mines, and his twin-linker coil guns were at 20% ammo capacity. He smirked. Alert! Alert! Enemy fighters are within firing range and are engaging. Shields at 98%, the AI warned. Excellent, Wyatt replied, and spared a moment to ponder about something. This chamber is amazing. It even simulates standard G-forces, but I'm hardly feeling anything. So that's what the Kinetor implant is for. I guess the pain was worth it in the end, he exclaims excitedly before yanking to the side as much as the ship could handle, triggering his reverse thrusters at the same time, and finally unleashing his 2 Hawk missiles at the leader of the 3 Drazan fighters. The fighters were also burning at max speed, but they were too close to Wyatt's ship to dodge the missiles in time. The 2 missiles impacted the lead fighter, triggering an explosion that destroyed it wholesale. Wyatt didn't celebrate his kill. Instead, he immediately fell upon the second fighter, showering it with a deadly barrage of focused fire. He saw the fighter's shield glow, then pop after 2 seconds of sustained fire, only to then watch how the cockpit was turned into scrap, sending the fighter veering off to the side, lost forever as another piece of debris. The third fighter reacted accordingly, turning to fire upon Wyatt. "Warning! Shields at 45%!" the AI warned. Wyatt ignored it and began to wedge in seemingly random directions as he dodged debris and ire from the third Drazan fighter. He didn't have the ammo left to take down the third fighter like he had done the second, but he had an even better idea. As he moved gracefully at impossible speeds, purposefully taking the most hazardous paths he could find, he noticed that the Drazan fighter, being bulkier and slightly faster than his own, wasn't able to dodge all the debris, and soon he saw its shield pop, and a wing of the fighter was nearly torn completely off in the process. That's when he turned, ignoring a collision that nearly zapped his remaining shields, and fired in an arc. Most of his shots missed, but a stream of them landed on target, crippling the ship. Then he saw with satisfaction how the ship tumbled, colliding with a large chunk of what had been a cruiser, and exploded. He looked at the remaining time and saw he still had 50 seconds to spare as the countdown had stopped. Everything around him went dark, and then the view was replaced by a new vision of space, this time around a marvelous battleship as he flew in formation with other fighters. Checking his monitors again, he saw that his weapons were fully loaded. "Prepare to engage! Prepare to engage! Delta Squadron, keep formation and follow my lead," an unknown but commanding voice ordered. Instantly, Wyatt obeyed and wondered what was going to happen next. Then he saw it. A group of frigates and freighters that could only belong to the Ikanti hierarchy came into view. Unlike the Drazan, the Ikanti were an avian alien species that had once been defeated by the Principality, and then, centuries later, the Principality was humiliated by them due to sheer incompetence on the Principality's side. But he didn't recognize what was going on. The situation he was in didn't seem familiar to any battle he was aware of. "So this is either a raid or a kill and destroy action," he muttered to himself, frowning. He didn't approve of such actions. That was one of the reasons he detested pirates. But raiding alien supplies or disrupting their trade lanes? Well, he also didn't like it unless they were the Drazan. He hated them with a passion and wouldn't spare a second thought if that was the case. But he knew a few Icantis, and he liked the smaller, chirpy aliens. But orders are orders in this case, he said, divorcing himself from his personal feelings as the AI chimed again. This is the second trial, the trial of obedience. Do not deviate from the orders given and fulfill them with optimal capacity. And thus, Wyatt went through the motions, no matter how much he disliked it. He fought off the Drazan fighters, said Cynthia Winfield with apparent surprise. It was most commendable, Clara added, her eyes glued to the screens as she admired one assault after the other. Indeed it was, agreed Redford, stroking his chin. Few pilots make the conscious choice to fight instead of trying to flee or hide. Fewer still pass the simulation that way. And yet, his gaze fixed itself on the timer and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lieutenant Wyatt nearly broke the record on his first try. Surely you jest, Commander Redford, Cynthia countered. Have you seen the ease of his maneuvering? Almost as soon as the simulation started, he engaged his engines, announcing his presence to the enemy. He must have practiced this or similar trials extensively before, most likely in the academy. You have yet to read my report, Redford countered while watching Wyatt obeying the orders given by the squadron leader with exemplary accuracy and without doubt. Wyatt has stated that he did not receive more than a dozen trial runs in the training chambers, and then only for the basics when he was allowed. He garnered his experience through practical means and, most likely, patrol deployments. Preposterous, Cynthia replied, her stoic facade faltering as shock crossed her features. That is remarkable, Clara exclaimed, unable to hide her excitement. It seems I was correct. I have won this bet, brother dearest, she said, turning to face her silent brother. Do not count victory just yet, Clara. 4 simulations remain. Redford, I trust you made the competition substantially difficult, yes? The prince countered, impassive. I have done my best, my liege, but already I can conclude that Wyatt Staples is a man of immense talent. Once the implants fully integrate with him and with more experience, we could very well have in our hands an ace or more than that, Redford replied. Do you think he'd be capable of command at some point? Cynthia asked, watching as the freighter exploded and the simulation ended. Above, Wyatt's score went up again, putting him among the top 5. He does not have the training, the capabilities and calling for it. Who is to tell? I shall do my best to groom him into an exceptional commander if he is to gain another rank given the chance, Redford answered, but frowned. I carefully devised the sequence of the simulations to test various aspects of a pilot's personality, drive, and obedience. Some test the pilot's ability for creative and rapid thinking. Others test patience, morality, and loyalty. So far, he has excelled in both fields. Then we must watch, Clara exclaimed, wincing when she saw a competitor's fighter get destroyed for disobeying a command for the sake of personal glory. Cynthia would have rolled her eyes at her friend's love for space engagements. But she, too, was fixated on the competition, especially on a particular pilot. Another pile of scrap, Wyatt declared with a playful, mocking laughter as he destroyed a 4th drone. After the 2nd simulation ended, the 3rd started. The objective was easy. Destroy the automated drones before one of them can escape and report back to the enemy of his position. Pretty standard mission were it not for the fact that there were 20 drones, and they were sophisticated enough to divide their forces into those that stood behind to fight and those that moved at max speed, escaping the battlefield. At first, he went for the escaping drones, but the moment he destroyed one, another ran away in an entirely different direction. Now he was weaving back between kinetic rounds and laser strikes that tickled his shields, but they were bug bites that would eventually deplete them and destroy them if he wasn't careful. The drones weren't as fast as his fighter and didn't have shields, but were agile and small enough to cause even the fighter's targeting systems trouble. Not to mention that they all had short-range jammers, further complicating the situation. He smirked. But drones are drones. And drones are stupid and predictable, he thought, as he spared a glance at his screen, seeing a dozen drones clumped together behind him. He had spent a minute dodging their attacks and violently shifting directions. In truth, He was herding the drones together. "Computer, lock targets! Fire missiles! Release the mine!" he ordered, and the AI obeyed. He felt his fighter shudder as his 4 Hawk missiles and the mine's lock disengaged. 3 seconds later, the proximity mine exploded when he pressed the manual detonator, destroying the drones pursuing him in a single explosion. Then he watched with satisfaction as one by one the 4 remaining drones were destroyed when the missiles reached them. With that, the trial of extermination ended. Everything around him darkened again, and he took the moment to calm himself, readying himself for the next trial. When the view returned, he was now staring at a heavily damaged Principality frigate, and his communicator instantly detected a rescue beacon signal. "Welcome to the 4th trial. This is the trial of morality. A Principality frigate has been heavily damaged after an engagement with pirates. Render aid to them." Wyatt frowned. "Computer, perform a full sweep of the vessel and the surroundings." "Performing," the AI replied and remained silent for several seconds. "Complete. The vessel is heavily damaged and is venting atmosphere. Engines are offline. The reactor is still active and providing life support. 177 life signals were detected on board. No other gravitic, radiation, or heat signatures have been detected within sensor range." "Render aid to them," Wyatt replied, crossing his arms and thinking through his possibilities. He couldn't take anyone with him. His fighter was a one-manned vessel. At the rate the frigate was venting atmosphere, he knew he wouldn't even make it half the system away before space claimed the survivors, and there were no other ships or signatures nearby. "Wait, they were attacked by pirates. Where are the pirates?" "Computer, full power to sensors. Search for any large stationary and moving bodies." "Performing. 2 bodies detected at sensor range limit and moving away. Signatures unknown," the AI informed. "So it's not an ambush." Closing his eyes, he uttered the next words quietly. "Computer, target the ship's reactor and fire missiles." "Cannot comply. Friendly fire is prohibited," the AI retorted. "Of course," Wyatt chittered. He moved his fighter around until he got a clear shot at the ship's reactor. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, sending hundreds of kinetic rounds directly at the crippled frigate. 10 seconds of sustained fire were enough to puncture the already damaged reactor, and with an explosion that briefly created a small star, it was gone. "This is just a simulation, damn it," he said, and all darkened again. The scene changed again, showing a pitched battle between Drazan and Principality fleets in the distance, but close enough that he could see it on the display screens. "This is the 5th trial, the trial of bravery. Your squadron has been disrupted and you're on your own. Fight on for the Principality." "For the Principality," Wyatt replied, eyes narrowing before moving in to join the battle. "I'm surprised he took the time to assess the situation like that. Most others just destroyed the ship without a second thought," Cynthia pointed out. "It seems that I have many bloodthirsty pilots under my command," Redford commented. "Given the circumstances, they shall be useful. But I concur with your assessment, Lady Cynthia. I was not expecting him to ensure that it wasn't a trap. I must confess I thought he would try to save anyone at all. A sad reality we must face in times of peril. Not everyone can be saved. Sometimes taking the humane option is all the aid anyone can expect to receive and deliver," the prince said, nodding once in approval. That being said, his skill in combat against those drones was exceptional. Even veterans have difficulty clearing that simulation successfully. Clara didn't say anything as she was too fixated on the ongoing battles across the screens. They all started roughly at the same time, though Wyatt maintained a 10-second advantage over the rest, thanks to his quick victory in the first simulation. But his advantage dwindled as he took a more cautious, measured approach with the following ones. Out of the 20 participants, 5 had already been destroyed after 2 minutes of feverish battle. They performed well as they were veterans and great pilots, but that just wasn't enough to grant them victory. Another participant fell seconds later, followed by another, and yet one more in quick succession. Only when only 3 remained did she feel a hand touch her shoulder. She didn't bother to look at Cynthia as she pulled her back. Who cared about being unsightly when she was seeing something that she loved? She couldn't be a pilot thanks to her status. but she had always loved watching fighter squadrons fly through space and the atmosphere. She had a huge collection of recordings depicting dogfights, and she never missed any of the racing and fighting tournaments. Her love for it was open and on full display, and as she watched Wyatt and the two remaining participants do their best in their simulations, she couldn't help but smile when the scripted destruction of the Drazen flagship signaled the end of the simulation. She relaxed in her seat, sighing contently as she watched Wyatt's name go from 4th place to 3rd. Commander Redford, why is Wyatt in 3rd place? His performance so far, in my not insignificant opinion, has been most excellent and above the rest of the participants. He should be at the lead. Clara, Cynthia sighed. Your Majesty, Wyatt is a commoner, Redford answered, saying nothing more. Dejected, the princess frowned slightly. Yes, of course. How forgetful of me. I was so enthralled by the performance that Redford, no. Whatever she was going to say died in her throat when she noticed that every screen was black and all at once came to life to show the same scenario. You didn't, Redford. The prince gave out a dignified chuckle. Clara, calm yourself. It wouldn't be a competition without a true test now, would it? Through her time of service and more years being Clara's closest friend, Cynthia came to know several things about her friend's tastes, hobbies, duties, and more. While she didn't share the burning love Clara had for fighter races, shows, tournaments, and dogfights, she knew enough to recognize the 6th and final simulation Redford had prepared for the 20 pilots. ZTK 990, one of the unwinnable scenarios, she muttered. Redford nodded, his face stoic and serious. Better known as honor in death. This is the 6th and final trial, the trial of glory. Die with honor, the AI said. For his part, Wyatt couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a lone Principality cruiser. There were no stations, no asteroids, no planets, moons, or anything else he could use as cover. Just pure, open, cold space between the cruiser and his lone fighter. Die with honor, he muttered. Then he gritted his teeth. Die with honor, he shouted, hitting his armrests at the same time. A cruiser set against a single fighter? How am I to die with honor? Honor, honor, it says. What the fuck is even honor worth if I'm dead? He spat angrily. Die with honor. What a joke. Only a petulant blue blood could come up with something so stupid. Die with honor, my ass. If I have to die, then I'll welcome it. But not like this. Not when I can still do something. Die with honor? Screw that, he chanted, his veins pumping hot iron instead of blood at that precise moment. Then he analyzed his situation. My missiles won't do anything to the cruiser. At best, the mine could weaken its shields first somewhat. My guns are useless. My only advantage is my size and speed, but that cruiser has enough missiles to swarm me. If I get too close, then the PD turrets will shred me to pieces. What can I even do? As he pondered his situation, he noticed that the cruiser wasn't doing anything. It was waiting for him to make the first move. An eternity passed, or maybe it was just a minute, perhaps more, perhaps less. Time lost meaning as Wyatt tried to come up with any solution whatsoever. Eventually, he smirked. Die with honor? I'd rather live in shame, he said, and his fighter began to move. There goes another one, Cynthia exclaimed, as the 15th participant's ship exploded. At least this one opened communications first. 9 surrendered their ship and were destroyed for cowardice. 3 more tried to negotiate and were destroyed for insubordination. 2 attempted to fight back and were destroyed for treason, Redford listed. Make that 10 surrender attempts now, he said as the 16th ship exploded. Clara said nothing as she stared at the screens, and the large, bold word now appearing on 16 of them. Defeat. She knew this scenario well, but how to beat it was a closely guarded secret that, even for her, took several bribes and favors to get the answer to that puzzling simulation. In short, you had to commit suicide, but not just any sort of suicide. To pass, you had to contact the cruiser and proclaim your loyalty toward the Principality and, more pointedly, to the noble houses that ruled it. You then had to admit to the crimes you were accused of, and then, only after being judged worthy enough to do so, you were permitted to die with honor. You were allowed to commit suicide via self-destruction or by spacing yourself. Supposedly, only those truly honorable and loyal to the Principality could figure out what needed to be done. It was as unfair and one-sided as it could get. Another fighter exploded, choosing correctly to commit suicide, but without the proper steps first. Thus, another defeat was in full display. The rest of the watchers were murmuring amongst each other, doing their best to not disturb royalty, and, more so, the prince himself. But she could make out faint bets being claimed, jests, and other unsavory comments here and there. When the 18th ship exploded and was shortly followed by the 19th, her sole focus remained on Wyatt's screen. He had not moved in over 3 minutes now, she noticed. What is he waiting for? Cynthia questioned. Surely even he must realize there is no winning this. No matter how talented of a pilot he is, victory is impossible in those circumstances. Redford was about to comment something when all of a sudden Wyatt's ship surged forth, quickly reaching maximum speed. What is he doing? He asked, astonished. Something unorthodox, I presume, the prince said, lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Clara watched intently as Wyatt's fighter launched all 4 Hawk missiles, but they didn't surge forth right away. Instead, they formed up below his fighter only for the mine to be released along with its clamp. The magnetic clamp latched itself to one of the missiles, and then they ventured forth quickly. The cruiser then launched its counter-assault in the form of a dozen missiles and a series of kinetic projectiles. Its 2 railguns were just warming up and wouldn't be able to intercept the fighter for a few seconds yet. The fighter weaved and moved gracefully yet violently to avoid the incoming fire, deploying all of its flares to further confuse the cruiser's targeting system. Then, the fighter activated its emergency afterburner and suddenly tripled in speed. "Is he insane?" Redford declared, not believing what he was seeing. In truth, no one watching could believe what they were seeing. The fighter was now going too fast, and thanks to the scrambled and confused targeting system of the cruiser, it failed to take it down as it left a plume of white-hot light behind it. Seconds seemed to stretch for hours until the small fighter, traveling at impossible speeds, enough to liquefy the bones of its pilot, slammed against the shields of the cruiser with the strength equivalent of a nuclear warhead. It was more than enough to knock the shields down, but caused no more than a few cosmetic scratches on the outer hull. Wyatt's suicidal ditch effort had, it seemed, failed. That is, of course, until the missiles arrived 5 seconds after the initial impact. The cruiser and everyone watching had been so focused on the insanity of the fighter ramming attempt that they had completely ignored the missiles. Even the cruiser's missiles had flown into dark space, their original objective lost. The missiles impacted at the same time in the exact spot the fighter had been aiming for, the bridge deck. Alone, the missiles wouldn't have caused enough damage to do more than serious exterior damage. But the mine was another monster altogether. The mine exploded along with the missiles, and their combined explosive force was more than enough to destroy the entire bridge deck, crippling the ship at least for some time, and forcing it to either retreat to safety from the auxiliary command consoles or wait to be rescued. As if that wasn't enough, the display shifted quickly away from the cruiser and focused on a small, oval-shaped cockpit that had been ejected from the fighter at some point during the encounter. Most likely when the flares were deployed and the rest had been programmed automatically. Then the screen went black and a new word appeared on it, something that caused everyone, even the prince himself, to stand up in shock. Victory! Clara couldn't hide her wide, pearly white smile. That was the best performance I've ever seen, she thought gleefully. When Wyatt's chamber opened, he was instantly greeted by flabbergasted Redford. "Commander? How?" he asked without thinking. "How did that you even thought of doing something like that? And the program counted that as a victory? How?" His voice was calm and collected, but it couldn't hide just how amazed he was. "I must admit, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, that I'm most impressed too. Never have I seen such a creative take on that particular scenario," the prince said, approaching regally. "Tell us, what drove you to reach such a conclusion?" "Yeah, I'm not about to tell him that I pretty much thought the goal was stupid now, am I?" Wyatt cleared his throat. "The goal was to die with honor, so I thought, what if there's another way?" He paused as he saw Cynthia and Clara approach, and behind them several spectators also got closer, but keeping a respectful distance from the royals to avoid crowding them. "And well, that happened, my liege." "But how? A single fighter crippling a cruiser. That is beyond ridiculous, Cynthia exclaimed. What the hell is going on? They're acting as if I did something extraordinary. Ugh! I'm probably going to get court-martialed for not following that asinine objective. Seriously, die with honor? Who came up with that absurdity? Wyatt raised both hands in defense. I'm not sure that can work in an actual fight. It was just a simulation after all. I knew I lacked the fighter power to do anything significant. But then I realized that while I didn't have the power, I had the mask. So I used it to let my guns be effective. And I doubt I'd survive on an ejected cockpit for long, but it doubles as a lifeboat in an emergency. He then saluted and turned to Redford. Commander, I hope that my abilities were suitable enough to be of your approval? Suitable enough? Redford shook his head. Wyatt, look up behind you. Wyatt blinked twice, turned, and stared up to see his display screen showing the word victory. Then after a second or two, every screen displayed the score and the rank of the competitors. He saw his name sitting at the top. First place, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Final score, 95,690 points. 50,000 points more than the second place, Wyatt thought. Then he fainted. Chapter 7. The question we all should be asking is why the ZTK-990 simulation counted Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' actions as a victory. Does anyone at all have an inkling that that was even an option? Commander Lukacs Ishtal asked, but found no answer as he eyed his fellow commanders. Sitting around a table, the 8 available head commanders remained silent while the video recording of Wyatt's performance replayed on their personal monitor displays for the 8th time. Juliana Winfield smirked when the impossible message of victory appeared on her screen and relaxed on her comfortable seat. She eyed the rest of the commanders present. To her left and going in a clockwise pattern was Redford Kalen, a good friend and her mentor. He was silent, but she knew he was beyond perplexed. Then came the hoity-toity and smug red-haired William Hempstroke. His expression was for once unreadable, and it caused her no small amount of amusement. Then came the robust, strong, black-haired Hannah Talleyrand. Lukacs Ishtal was next, while the remaining 3 commanders, the old, seasoned, and insufferable George Lintar, the brown-haired and scarred Frederick Anderson, and the stick-up-her-ass, bald Vivian Tiravis. That should be flagged as treason, George Lintar said, frowning. For a commoner pilot to even think of attacking his superiors? How do we know he won't betray us at some point for convenience? And yet, the simulation counted it as a victory, Juliana replied. We all know the unwinnable scenarios, no matter the branch of the military, are a large mystery even to us. We should be praising Wyatt Staples for his outside-the-box thinking. I am aware that that's the reason you managed to escape the Black Ship's assault in the first place, Redford. Indeed it is, Redford replied, impassive and stoic. He tossed a compost container at the ship as a mine of sorts, a trash container turned into ordnance. Never would have believed it before that day. I'm certain that the ship's crew was as baffled as I was when I first heard of what he did. But to achieve this, I am confused. It took me over 50 attempts to figure out how to beat that simulation when I was just a lieutenant commander. We all know that the K-990 simulations and how to beat them are a closely guarded secret and that we cannot share how to obtain victory. Many have more than one possible solution. And yet, Vivian Tiravis hummed deeply, frowning, arms crossed. Who would have thought that ZTK-990 would have another way to be solved? And many have seen it. Keeping it a secret will be difficult. Knowing Princess Clara, she'll try to not only keep a recording of it for herself, something I'm certain she's already acquired, but spread it at some point or another. The prince himself will have to talk to her, Juliana replied, and all commanders agreed with a nod or a soft grumble. Speaking of that, Redford, how are the other pilots taking it? Hannah Talleyrand asked as she turned her attention to Redford. It is a mixed response. In these past 2 days, Wyatt has received as much admiration as scorn, Redford replied. Frederick rolled his eyes. Let me guess. The nobles scorn him while his fellow commoner rabble praises his deeds. Are they seeing him as a figure to emulate? Like I said, it is a mixed response, Redford replied once more. Sensing that his fellow commanders wouldn't drop the subject unless he fessed up, he sighed. Both sides scorn him and praise him for different reasons. Some commoners outright detest him. Apparently, they believe he is lording himself over them due to His Majesty's direct praise and acknowledgement in the form of his new rank. The nobles that wish to bring ridicule on him are those he directly defeated in the tournament, except for one, and those that see him as an upstart. In both groups, however, are those who judge him for his ability and show limited support. And Wyatt Staples himself? How is he behaving after his victory? Lukacs asked, curiously. Redford smirked. After he fainted, he was brought to medical and woke up an hour later. At first, he believed it was all a dream, but when he saw his score and the recording, he went silent. The impression of actually winning overpowered him. He is not a man used to being praised, nor do I believe he thinks too highly of himself. He is humble, yet he knows he's an outstanding pilot. Do you think he could become an ace? William asked, intrigued. After his display in the simulations, I do not know. Redford leaned forth. His attitude is paradoxical to me. He is eager and confident enough to enter combat, yet seeks no personal glory. He is more than capable of following protocol, order, and maneuvers, yet he is ingenious, inventive, and thinks outside the box. He is a loyal pilot and soldier, yet will do anything in his hands to win and survive. Truth be told, I think we may have the makings of a new lone wolf within our ranks. You must surely be joking, Redford, George proclaimed, while William and Frederick nodded in agreement. A commoner cannot be a lone wolf. He lacks the training and the connections necessary to be one. Commoners serve, and nobles lead. That has always been the fundamental cornerstone of the principality. And yet, there have been exceptional commoners who have risen to a noble status, minor or grand, inconsequential or impactful. It has happened, Vivian replied, eyes wandering to Redford. House Kalen is one such an example, and no one doubts it's more than 1,000 years of noble bloodline, correct? True, but the sheer thought that a garbage hauler and a lowly pilot could achieve such a status. Preposterous, George countered. I won't object to the decision of the prince, but Wyatt Staples is a wild card that we know little about. Until we know where his loyalty lies, we should take measures to ensure he won't outshine those of purer blood again, or remove him if he becomes a threat. I agree, but only after a thorough investigation, we will decide what we shall do, Juliana remarked. Redford, I trust that you, as commander of the fighter division, will know how to best use Wyatt's abilities? I do, and it is another point of difficulty for me. He doesn't have any sort of training in commanding roles at all. He can lead a squadron of fighters easily, but anything beyond that is out of his current capabilities. I'm certain he will learn. The fourth simulation proved he can make measured, level-headed decisions. Losing a pilot with his innate talent would be wasteful. Crossing his arms, he leaned back. As to ZTK 990's dilemma, I believe I have a theory. Wyatt's actions, I insist, should be flagged for potential treason at the very least. There was no honor in his actions, George began, but was cut off by Vivian. And yet, he uncovered a second path to victory none of us knew about. Even the prince was surprised. What is your theory, Redford? She asked, glaring at the oldest commander in the room. Each unwinnable scenario has a nickname. For example, GVK 990 is known as Beyond Fury, BPK 990 is the infamous Murder House, and ZTK 990 is Honor in Death. Think about that nickname, Honor in Death. What does honor imply? Is it even the point of the simulation? The only command given is to die with honor, but how to achieve it? A mere suicide doesn't cut it. Fighting back is pointless, or so we thought, and proving your loyalty beyond doubt was the only viable solution. You're dancing around the subject, Redford. What is it that you're trying to say? Lukacs asked impatiently. Juliana processed what her old mentor had said, and as she stared at the still screen, a realization dawned on her. Well, I'll be. That was an option all along. All eyes turned to her, Redford's dull gray irises beaming with pride. The objective is to die with honor, right? You can either accept your death and be granted that honor, or fight against overwhelming odds and still win somehow, keeping your honor intact. If that were to happen in real life, Wyatt would die in his ejected cockpit in a few hours, but he'd die on his terms with a smile on his face, knowing he stuck it up fate's ass. Barbaric, Frederick muttered with disgust. This is precisely why I rolled out of the Navy. Uncultured brutes such as Wyatt are such a detriment, a blemish that shouldn't be allowed to pollute the honorable ranks of the military in any way. The army knows about true diligence and honor. Juliana wanted to roll her eyes at Frederick's response. Being the highest-ranked noble in the room, his entitlement was more than palpable. Suddenly, they all received the same message directly into their brains. Arrival at Jintrax successful. All personnel, report to your stations. It seems our reunion will have to be concluded earlier than expected, Redford said as all 8 commanders stood up at the same time. Juliana, a word if you will? Juliana gave her mentor a curt nod and waited until the rest left the room. Once their privacy was ensured, she asked with a raised eyebrow, "What is it, Redford?" "I've received reports that state Cynthia has been training with Wyatt. Have you authorized this?" he asked gently. Juliana was momentarily stunned, then chuckled full of mirth. "No, I didn't. I'm sure Clara has something to do with it. What sort of training is my sister giving your new star pilot, Redford?" "Hand-to-hand combat, marksman practice, and endurance training so he can get used to the Kneader implant." He paused, frowning. "What they did to him is unacceptable. I must thank Cynthia for filing a complaint herself." Juliana nodded. "And you took a gamble by vouching for him to get those implants, Redford. It seems it paid off." Another chuckle escaped her lips. "How is my sister treating the budding lieutenant? Don't tell me he is also a prodigy in those fields?" Redford laughed. "If defeat is a learning experience, then Wyatt has been receiving an intense data stream upload these past 2 days. Cynthia shows him no mercy." Juliana smirked widely. "As it should be." "Again?" Cynthia ordered as she stood over the panting man that was Wyatt Staples. Give me a moment, please," Wyatt begged and was not ashamed to do so. His lungs burned, his muscles were sore, and he was sure he'd sprained muscles he didn't know he had before. 2 days. 2 days of this torture. Training. This isn't training. This is agony, Wyatt thought as his chest heaved with exertion. After his surprising victory and everything that brought with it, he found himself being metaphorically dragged by the blue-haired woman to the gym area. There, she proceeded to teach him several warm-up routines that he found satisfying despite not focusing on his physical training all that much. Then, the terror began. She was a predatory bird watching him obey her commands, push-ups, sit-ups, weightlifting, treadmill running, focused breathing, and more just to test his endurance. It was the amount and the speed at which she wanted her orders fulfilled that were a torment to meet, and worst of all, every mistake was met by a thwack of her rod that hurt like hell, but left no bruises behind. After the endurance training, she wanted to test his hand-to-hand skills, of which he had none. He was never good at fighting with his fists. Martial arts were puzzling at best, and anything more elaborate than throwing a punch, kicking something, or headbutting was beyond his capabilities. As a result, Cynthia handed him his ass every time. Their first duel ended before he knew what had happened. It wasn't particularly fair either, as she never took off her armor, and he was forced to do everything in training shorts, a tank top, and sports shoes. "My only saving grace is my skill with the rifle," he thought as he struggled to stand up, knowing he'd be back down before long. He wasn't a particularly good shot, but he wasn't terrible either. He was no marksman or sniper, but he knew how to shoot a gun. Shaking his head, he stood up to shaky feet. He then brought his arms up, his hands curled into fists, taking a defensive stance. Cynthia sighed. "Your posture is horrible. Part your feet more, lower your back, and take a firmer stance. Did you learn nothing about combat in the academy?" Obeying her commands as best he could, he replied, "I was never fond of using my fists to fight. Using something like a plasma cutter, a sword, axe, or any sort of melee weapon only endangers me and those around me. I can still throw grenades and use firearms as you've seen, Cynthia," he replied. "Why does this matter anyway?" "What if you're challenged to a duel, Wyatt, or you don't have a gun in the middle of a fight? You may be a fighter pilot first and foremost, but you are still a pilot, and you may be required to fly other vessels. You need to be prepared," she said, relaxing her posture. "And so far, I'm not impressed. Now come at me." Challenge to a duel? Why would I ever accept that? I'm not a noble, and even if I was, I would never accept a duel. I'd just shoot the guy and be done with it. And if I don't have a gun, I'll run away or hide, he thought tiredly. He was grateful to Cynthia for teaching him how to endure the pain and discomfort the implants put him through. More than that, she was a noble that he could respect. But she was still a noble, and like a noble, honor, pride, and ego were great concerns to her. With a deep breath and a slow exhale, he lunged forth, throwing a punch at her face that she easily dodged. Moving quickly, he stepped to the side and delivered a second punch to the side. He'd been beaten over 100 times in 2 days, and he'd learned some of her moves. Not that it did any good, and she simply blocked his fist, grabbed his wrist, and the next second he was on the air before hitting the mat with his back again. "Gah!" he cried out and gasped for air. "You lasted half a second longer this time, Wyatt. Get up, again!" Cynthia commanded. Wyatt wasn't sure if she'd praised him or insulted him, but that didn't matter. He stood up, ready to kiss the floor again. Suddenly, all activity in the room ceased, and the two of them froze as they received a message through the ship's AI.
Enemy ships detected. All personnel report to battle stations. This is not a simulacrum. All personnel report to battle stations.
Then, before he could do anything about it, Wyatt got a second message coming from Redford.
Lieutenant Wyatt, report to the launch bay immediately. Gear up and be ready for deployment.
Nothing else followed. Wyatt and Cynthia exchanged a look and nodded. They ran in different directions to fulfill their duties. Chapter 8. The prince stared at the tactical display as the fleet moved in unison in a direction that best eluded the 12 opposing ships, trying to remain as far away from their weapons' effective range as possible. While they had the numerical and strength advantage, he wasn't willing to take his chances so brazenly. The Principality's usual tactic to engage head-on when possessing an overwhelming advantage had gained it many victories and dozens of humiliating defeats in its history. The information the ship I sent as a scout and what Lieutenant Wyatt told us about Gintrax correlates. Except for this ship, he said, pointing at the largest dot in the map. A battlecruiser. Princess Clara stood next to her brother while Cynthia silently watched over her from a few feet behind her. The princess narrowed her eyes and turned to her brother. They knew we were coming this way? There were no intercepted transmissions originating from Faldo, so they were not warned of our coming. That battlecruiser must have been dispatched here just in case we took this route. The other ships are corvettes and a few gunships, outdated and in dire need of being refitted. Wyatt's information was correct, the prince said, eyes narrowing. They must know they can't win, and yet they are shadowing our movements, Clara pointed out. Are there any other vessels in the system? Dozens upon dozens. All of them are civilian grade. Freighters, haulers, shuttles, and defense gunships, the prince answered, pointing with a finger at the map and the several dozen dots moving to a large station partially masked by a moon. That must be Woodshaft. My liege, Cynthia spoke up. Should we conscript the civilian ships for this fight? The prince shook his head gently. I will not allow this conflict to evolve into a civil war, Cynthia. The fact that the enemy fleet has not issued demands or orders to the civilian ships means they are following similar protocols. He clenched his fists bitterly. Duke Draymore wishes to eliminate or capture me as swiftly as possible to end this succession dispute in his favor. Wise of him. I still don't understand why our uncle is doing this. He never showed any real interest in the throne, nor was he outspoken against our father, his brother. What changed? What of our cousins? Have they sided with our uncle? Or do they see his coup for the madness it is? She closed her eyes for a moment, then snapped them back open with determination. I don't want to harm Gabriel or Veronica, brother. Neither do I, Clara. But for whatever reason, our uncle has come to this move. We can't allow him to succeed. He has committed treason. 2 years, Clara. He had been preparing for 2 years, possibly much longer than that, and we never suspected a thing until discrepancies in his financial and material reports were uncovered. He is a traitor, Clara, and like a traitor, he shall be severely punished alongside his conspirators. What about Duchess Emerald of Trinar and Duke Ionati of Vault? Clara asked, hopeful. You rarely keep me updated with the ongoing political turmoil, brother dearest. The information we receive is scattered and fragmented. The whole principality is in chaos and disruptions are commonplace. Almost the entire principality is now aware of the coup attempt. Duke Draymore has lost the element of surprise and will be forced to act more directly. However, I can at least confirm that House Ionati and House Emerald have declared neutrality in this conflict. I expected this from Uncle Oscar, but Aunt Sylvia, I was sure she would side with us. There is turmoil, intrigue, and deals that I am blind to. Our father held many secrets, and he shared precious few with me. As I stand now, I can't do anything. It is frustrating. We shall stand victorious, brother dearest. Uncle Cornelius will be defeated and we'll get our answers, Clara reassured her brother, the prince, before silence fell between them for several long, cold moments. Only the idle noises of the bridge crew members working at their stations echoed in the room, all orders and reports passing through the ship's network. She could access it, but there was nothing she could do to contribute. She had no military training, her strategic and tactical skills were lackluster, and her abilities in diplomacy were useless, as long as the enemy fleet refused to open any communications with them. I've given orders to deploy fighter squadrons. We shall deal with the battlecruiser while the fighters hunt down their ships to cripple them rather than destroy them, if at all possible, the prince suddenly announced. Admiral Damien, I leave my fleet under your command. Understood, my liege. May I ask, do you wish that vessel captured, crippled, or destroyed? The older man asked with respect. Has the vessel been identified yet? The prince asked in turn. Not yet, my liege. Signatures indicate that it is part of the Third Fleet, but nothing else is. Please ignore my previous statement, my prince. I have just received confirmation that the battlecruiser in question is the rightful path of House Caiston. It is most certainly commanded by a main bloodline of the Caiston family, perhaps by Andrew Caiston, the heir of the house. In that case, cripple the vessel and then order a boarding assault, the prince commanded. If we capture the heir of House Caiston, we may learn some of their secrets. It shall be done, your majesty, the admiral replied, before focusing his full attention on the coming battle. On the tactical display, Clara and Cynthia watched as 24 tiny orbs formed around their fleet, each one representing a squadron of fighters. Like raindrops, they spread in several directions, all heading to the same objective. All they could do now was wait and see the battle play out. How I've missed this feeling. The training chambers are good, but nothing beats flying an actual ship. And I'm flying a Line Raptor fighter. Wham and Weskull won't believe it when I tell them. His cheery mood dropped as the faces of his brothers flashed before his eyes. That is, if I ever see them again. When was the last time I spoke to them? To Mom and Dad? Hell, when was the last time I sent them a message or got one in return? 2, 3 years? I wonder how they're doing. He pondered for a few moments, then shook his head violently. No, don't think about them. They're safe and they're just middle-class commoners in an almost worthless dirtball. Focus on the now, Wyatt, he said to himself to rein in his wary thoughts and focus once more on the objective. It's not just your life on the line now, Wyatt. You're now responsible for 4 more, he muttered, regaining his composure and watching the display monitor with 4 names on it following a coded tagline. The first was Epsilon 2, another Raptor fighter piloted by one Ensign Gregor Undaj. Epsilon 3 followed, piloted by Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar. Epsilon 4 was next, piloted by Sub-Lieutenant Abacus Reed. The 4th life under his charge was Epsilon 5, piloted by Ensign Noltar Olkara. Meanwhile, he was Epsilon 1, the leader of Epsilon's squadron. Commander Redford had thrust him into that position without much fanfare or warning, but for once he had some experience in that regard. Wyatt relaxed on his seat and rolled his shoulders, feeling the dampening suit that further allowed him to withstand high G-forces and movements that would render an inexperienced person unconscious. Or worse, within moments. It was tight but not distracting or obtrusive at all, but that was not the reason he rolled his shoulders. The reason was that he was no longer sore nor tired after enduring Cynthia's torture session barely an hour earlier. A chuckle escaped his throat. The Dulaxis implant works marvels. No wonder the richest nobles back in the academy always looked so damn crisp and full of energy all the time, he muttered to himself before checking his tactical display. He and his 3 partner squadrons were still far away from their objective, a rundown corvette on the outer shell of the enemy formation. He could already see the few fighters the beast of a battlecruiser had at its disposal deploying, but were not moving to intercept any fighter squadron so far. They would wait within the protective umbrella of the ship's PD cannons and turrets before engaging the stragglers. Simple, but effective. He frowned at the display, seeing the fleets slowly moving and the Prince's fleet peel a few ships, mainly frigates, 2 destroyers, and a light cruiser to start harassing the battlecruiser. Why are they even fighting? Are they just delaying us, or do they have suicidal orders? What's their game? His thoughts were interrupted when his radio chimed in. Epsilon, Nu, and Omicron squadrons, this is Delta 1. Squadron leaders, report in. Epsilon 1 reporting, he replied almost instantly, hearing the other 2 replies shortly after one another. This is Nu 1 reporting. Omicron 1 here. Systems nominal. We have our orders. Cripple our objective and move in to assist where needed after that. This will be a cakewalk. Fly with honor and fight for the Prince and the Principality. Try not to get shot down, Delta 1 said. For the Principality, Wyatt replied enthusiastically, feeling his blood pumping as the prospect of battle grew closer. In truth, he was afraid. Everything had shifted around his life so abruptly. Redford Kalen was the first noble that had ever given him the least modicum of respect. But not only that, he treated him fairly. Cynthia was in that same category, and he was sure that her training sessions, which would continue for as long as events permitted, were a result of his victory in the competition. Then there were the prince himself and his younger sister, Princess Clara Astor, who treated him like a person, not a mere commoner. Maybe that was their way of showing gratitude, but he didn't ponder it. It had been just a little over a standard week since that eventful cross of fate that turned his world upside down. There's no excuse for failure, he said to himself, muttering one of the military tenets he learned by heart. Computer, time before we enter the Corvette's PD range? 41 seconds and counting, the AI replied. Wyatt hummed deeply, thinking about which approach would be the most effective. He wasn't worried about the main weapons of the Corvette. The spinal-mounted railgun, heavy laser turrets, and the plasma cannons were meant to fight and destroy all sorts of enemies. Except for fighters, be they piloted or drones. Fighters lacked true firepower to stand alone against anything bigger than a poorly armored and armed freighter. The armor plating was there mainly to hold the ship itself together and protect from micro-impacts. The shields were enough to withstand a few shots, but were, as an instructor once put it, paper thin. And the weapons, while effective, couldn't do much damage on their own except for the tactical mine. But for each downside, there was an advantage too. The size of a fighter made it next to impossible for any ship bigger than another fighter or a bomber to target it with anything besides missiles and PD weapons. Then there was the speed and maneuverability it possessed, making missiles almost equally useless since a fighter could outrun them, destroy them, or avoid their detonation with ease. It took a particularly green pilot or a heavily damaged fighter to get taken down that way. Finally, stealth. As long as the fighter killed its engine, radars would not detect it. Only scanners would be able to pick up the metal alloys and electrical components that made up the vessel. And that was the beauty of a fighter in Wyatt's humble opinion. Alone they represented no real danger, but in vast numbers, they were deadly to anything but the most heavily armored and shielded vessels. This meant that in the Principality, being the backwater that it was, precious few ships could stand up against a swarm of fighter squadrons, or so many believed. He was of a different take regarding the effectiveness of a single fighter. While he agreed that swarm tactics reigned supreme and were deadly, there was nothing more devastating than a single fighter or single squadron of them. Making use of their advantages to the fullest of their potential could and had spelled the doom of heavyweight ships and stations in the past. Many fighters were a problem. A few or just one would be overlooked or ignored, and that was a deadly line of thought to have. 10 seconds for contact, the AI spoke. This is Epsilon 1. Engage standard formation. Lock your targets on the PD turrets, Wyatt ordered as he did the same. Locked! Acknowledged! Locked! Ready to fire! His squadron reported immediately. The second they crossed the effective range of the Corvette's PD range, it began to spew fire in all directions. But 8 PD turrets were scant protection against 20 Raptor fighters. Volley! He ordered, and saw with satisfaction how his display was illuminated by 2 Hawk missiles being fired from each member of his squadron, joining the 30 other missiles of their fellow squadrons. The PD turrets changed targets, and counter missiles were launched from their tubes in an effort to destroy the incoming barrage. Out of the 40 missiles fired, 17 were destroyed either by counter detonations or successful hits from the turrets, but 13 hit their marks. Just like that, their shield flickered, 8 effective PD turrets became 5, their antenna was destroyed, and 2 small gaping holes were left on the hull of the corvette. Measuring 800 meters long, 200 in width, and 150 in height, the ugly box-like ship refused to give up. 2 fighters fell out of formation and were struck down by their turrets. Another was caught by a missile and was turned into slag, a fair trade-off by all measures so far. Epsilon Squadron, cripple their engines while Delta Squadron does its work, Wyatt ordered, moving with his wing behind the corvette. From his monitor, and thanks to the external cameras, the several hundred-kilometer distance between them and the ship was all but inconsequential as they quickly moved into effective range of their coil guns. Another 3 PD turrets were destroyed by Nu Squadron, followed shortly by the last 2 and the collapse of the ship's shields by Omicron Squadron. Virtually defenseless now, Wyatt and his squadron pounced at the chance until they were less than 2 kilometers away from the corvette. There was no need to get any closer as they could just pepper the engines at a safe distance. So close that if he had a window, he would be able to see the ship with his naked eye. "Maintain distance and focus fire on their engines. Cripple it!" he commanded and squeezed the trigger. The rattling of the coil guns made his fighter vibrate, and he watched with satisfaction how a deluge of white-hot pieces of accelerated metal slammed against the side of the corvette's engines, slowly chipping at it and ensuring an eventual tearing effect. "Alert! Epsilon 4 is moving out of formation," the AI warned. Wyatt watched his tactical display and saw that indeed Epsilon 4 was moving in closer to the corvette. "Epsilon 4, return to formation immediately. What do you think you're doing?" "I can't stand it anymore. Taking orders from you is humiliating. Why would Commander Redford put you in charge of the squadron? I won't let a filthy commoner take the glory for this victory," Abacus Reed replied. Wyatt gritted his teeth. "Return to formation, Epsilon 4. That's a direct order. Epsilon 4, Abacus Reed, return to formation immediately." "Epsilon 4 has deactivated his transmitter," the AI informed him. "What is that stupid idiot thinking? Take all the glory?" "What glory? Commander Redford is the one who will be taking any credit whatsoever from this. I'm hardly calling the shots here. Arrogant, lousy, stupid piece of..." Wyatt's train of thought was cut short when he saw what was Abacus's plan to take all the glory for himself. "Idiot!" he shouted in rage and disbelief. "All fighters retreat! Clear off! Now!" he shouted in a desperate attempt to prevent any major losses. Luckily for him, almost every other fighter listened and quickly turned away at max speed. 3 seconds later, the explosion happened. Abacus Reed, in all his wisdom, had decided to take out the ship's engines in a single strike by using his tactical mine. The moment Wyatt saw that his mine was activated, he knew what was going to happen. The funny thing about the tactical mines was that they were pretty resistant to heat, to prevent any accidental triggers, enough to withstand the heat emanated from the fighter's engines or the thrusters of missiles. They were nasty and effective pieces of work and packed quite a punch after they were armed. So what happened when a mine was armed and thrown at a ship's active, roaring, hot plume-spewing engines from less than 500 meters away? Fireworks. A huge explosion blinded the external cameras for a few seconds, but when it was over, the corvette's engines were offline because half of them were missing. Alongside it, the signal from Epsilon 4 went red and silent. 2 unfortunate fighters from Nu Squadron were also caught in the blast, unable to veer off in time despite his warning. "Insufferable, glory-seeking, self-righteous blue bloods!" Wyatt half screamed in pure anger, unable to vent his fury any other way. Taking a moment to assess the situation, he managed to suppress his fury in order to fulfill his role as squadron leader. "Epsilon Squadron, damage report," he ordered, opening the channel. "Epsilon 5 reporting. No damage sustained, Lieutenant," came the shaky response from Noltar Olkara. "Epsilon 2 reporting. My computer indicates that my engines suffered minor damage due to shrapnel and will only operate at 80% efficiency," Gregor Undaj reported. "Epsilon 3 reporting. Systems ready and undamaged, Lieutenant," Leopold Dakar said, unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Wyatt sighed. Understood. Epsilon 2, return to base. You're still able to fight, but I won't risk any unforeseen malfunctions on your vessel. Understood, Lieutenant? Disengaging, Gregor Undaj said, and soon Wyatt saw on his display that his fighter was peeling off and heading back to the Exalted Virtue, the Prince's cruiser and flagship of their fleet. This is Delta 1. Haywire Mines detonation in 3, 2, 1. Wyatt heard him count, and a static haze washed over the cameras for a moment. The Corvette was dead in space, and the Haywire Mines ensured that they wouldn't be able to overload their reactor in an attempt to avoid boarding and capture. The objective has been successfully crippled. Head to the following coordinates. Understood. Epsilon Squadron shall move as... Wyatt was cut off when the sudden chime and alarm of missiles locking onto his ship rang inside his cockpit. Evasive maneuvers, he ordered before moving to do precisely that himself. Computer, who launched those missiles? Unknown point of origin, the AI replied. A sudden tremor of dread filled his heart, and he snapped a growl. Computer, calculate the vector trails of the missiles and draw approximate points of origin, he ordered as he weaved and turned, outrunning the two missiles chasing him. Thanks to his tactical display, he noticed that every fighter in his squadron and the other three had also been targeted and were doing their best to avoid the missiles. They moved and danced to an unheard tune, and one by one, the missiles were destroyed. A volley of shots rained past his fighter's side, and the two missiles were safely destroyed. Looking at his screen, he saw that Epsilon 5 had shot the missiles down. Thank you, Epsilon 5. I owe you one. No need, Lieutenant. Happy to help. Where did those missiles come from? Nultar Olkara asked. My computer is unable to find a point of origin. Everyone, order your computers to trace the vector trails of the missiles. If I'm right, then there's one of those black ships prowling the battlefield, the same kind that was hunting down the royal yacht, Wyatt replied. No need for that, Epsilon 1. I have a visual. Linking feed, Nu One said, and a moment later a small window on his video feed showed the inky black hull of the black ship that was only visible thanks to the barely noticeable plume of light behind it. Got visual confirmation too, Omicron 3 chimed in, also sharing his video feed. A third one is present, Leopold said, adding a third window depicting the prowling predatory ships. Wyatt narrowed his eyes. The ships were identical to the one he faced before, but smaller. Much smaller than the Corvette class he first encountered. It was smaller than a frigate, but if it shared more than mere design with its larger counterpart, then it was bound to be powerful and highly technologically advanced. Their firepower would be limited by their size, but could prove deadly if they acted recklessly. As luck would have it, he was familiar with their weaknesses somewhat. Listen, everyone, those damn ships will be fast and highly maneuverable, but their hull and shields must be weak. We have to focus fire on them and... Wyatt ordered. You're not the leader of this wedge, commoner, Omicron 1 countered. We can discuss that later, Delta 1 interjected. He's the only one who's faced these ships before. He has veterancy, like it or not. Wyatt, what are your orders? Undeterred by the interruption, he answered. Screen those bastards, pick your targets, and stay on them. The closer we are to them, the weaker they'll be. Their strength comes from their stealth capabilities and surprise assaults. I was able to knock one much larger away using a compost container and blow it up on their faces. It caused enough damage for the crew to turn tail and run at the very least. Don't bother using the missiles. They won't lock onto their... Shit! They're firing again. Evasive maneuvers. After that, hunt those bastards down. Don't let them escape for the Principality. For the Principality. Wyatt then focused his attention on fulfilling his duty. Now, with more forewarning, he was able to dodge the missiles headed his way easier than before and intercept the pair heading for Leopold using one of his missiles in turn. Again, they avoided taking casualties and were now closing in to the black ships that, noticing they had been discovered, moved to try and make a run for it. But it was too late for them. If they were anything like the Corvette-class black ship, then these ships would also be capable of keeping up with the royal yacht in terms of speed, and seemed to be armed with plenty of missiles despite their relatively small size. Clocking at 200 meters set them between being a patrol gunship and a frigate, but still maneuverable enough to outpace every damn ship in the Principality and dance around them with ease. The outer hull, whatever material it was made of, was delicate, but it prevented the ship from being locked from afar. All things considered, He couldn't help but admire Duke Draymore for getting his hands on such ships. But where did he get them from? I've never heard of stealth ships like that before, Wyatt muttered to himself as he closed into the nearest black ship. They were fast, yes, but they were still no match for a fighter set on hunting an enemy down. Once he was close enough to the ship, his computer confirmed that it had no dedicated PD defenses except for 4 coil gun turrets that proved to be ineffective against the small, nimble fighters. He watched as the black ship targeted by Omicron 3 exploded after being peppered by a barrage of coil gun fire. The second black ship didn't fare much better, and mere minutes later, it was dead in space, drifting aimlessly with its deck destroyed and venting atmosphere from multiple points. That only left the third and final black ship to deal with. Closing in on the objective, his 2 remaining teammates and he poured sustained fire on the ship's engines. It didn't take long for the plume to die out, followed by an explosion that all but tore the ship in half as the bullets punctured its reactor. "Those can't be the only ones," Delta One said through the radio. "Well done, Wyatt. Do you know how to detect them before they engage?" "No. I don't understand how their stealth systems work, but it is highly effective." How did Duke Draymore and his forces get a hold of vessels like that, and for what purpose? Wyatt questioned himself again, unable to come up with a logical answer, and trying to decipher what role, aside from pursuers and performing ambush tactics, those black ships could provide. "Figures. An uneducated commoner can't be trusted with any leadership position," Omicron 1 replied. "You can't even answer a trivial question decisively." "I'd like to see you come up with an answer yourself, Tayo." New One joined the conversation. "Isn't it obvious? That damnable traitor has no honor. Who else but a weakling and a backstabber would make use of shameful ships like these?" Omicron 1 replied with not a single ounce of doubt in his statement. Wyatt felt like face-palming at the sheer absurdity of what he'd just heard. "Victory cares not about honor, you high and mighty blue blood. Go ahead and fight with honor all you want, but you'll get dead before long and join that petulant idiot of a Bacchus sooner or later," he thought angrily. And at that moment lamented the loss of the 2 pilots that died due to Abacus's wounded pride. "Be that as it may, the battle is still raging and we must move to our next objective." Delta One cut through before a fight could break out. "Wait, I'm getting a report from Commander Redford. Oh no. Another 8 black ships were detected and engaged, including a cruiser-class one. The Pride of Axtal, Raging Absolution, and Justice Herald have been destroyed. Another 2 ships, the Front of Honor and the Peerless Glory, have been crippled. That damn cruiser-class ship wreaked havoc on our formation. 6 of the black ships were destroyed. The cruiser class and the surviving small one have managed to disengage and are running away. Goodness gracious, a cruiser shouldn't move that fast. Where did those come from? They were waiting for us. How could this happen?" Wyatt was paying no attention to the discussion taking place as his mind connected the dots. The Casten's fleet movements now made sense. They were drawing their fleet into an ideal ambush where those black ships were waiting. Expanding his tactical map, he saw that the original Casten fleet, aside from the now heavily damaged battlecruiser, was either destroyed or crippled. Another dot vanished from his map. A destroyer had been struck down by the largest black ship as it retreated to safety. "Computer, calculate that ship's possible vector route and destination." "Calculating," the AI replied, and 3 seconds later it showed 4 possible routes, with the most likely being the one closest to his current location. "Everyone, head to the marked location, half thrust and with minimal output. They want to play hide and seek? Then so shall we. Sharing possible paths and coordinates," he said, sending the results from his computer with the rest of his comrades. "Interesting. What do you have in mind, Epsilon 1? Delta One asked. "Epsilon, Nu, and Omicron squadrons still have our tactical mines. 8 tactical mines in total. We'll set a trap using the mines to block that vector, and we will lie in wait further out. If that cruiser-class ship heads to that vector, we should be able to cripple it or destroy it. We can't let that thing escape to hound us again if we can help it," Wyatt said, and for once, none argued against him outright. A few seconds of silence later, a voice came through the speakers. "And if the mines fail to take it out?" Leopold asked. "Then we'll use our remaining missiles. We won't be able to lock onto the ship, but we can set them on a predetermined course. Even if the mines fail to take the ship down, they will cause severe damage. The missiles will then either finish the job or ensure that ship won't be a problem in the future. Hopefully, Wyatt said, admitting that his plan was far from perfect, but desperate times called for desperate measures. And if the ship heads to another vector, Omicron 1 countered as the marker for the black ship blinked out. They were now blind to its movements and could only guess. Then our ambush will be for nothing and we return to base. The battle is already over and all we can do now is try and cripple that cruiser, Wyatt said. I've forwarded your plan to Commander Redford. He's giving us the green light to proceed, Delta One said. Using missiles as torpedoes, setting up an ambush against a stealth cruiser using only fighters? You're insane, Wyatt. I'll take that as a compliment, Wyatt replied, portraying a confidence he lacked within himself. As he and the other 12 fighters moved to position, only a single thought crossed his mind. That those black ships were ready and waiting and that the Caiston fleet, lackluster as it was except for that battle cruiser, was more than ready to sacrifice itself was not a delaying action. It was meant to slow them down and inflict serious casualties. A third of their fleet was now gone, and the survivors were being rescued as well as boarding actions were taken to gain as much information as possible from the high-ranking officers. Frowning, he pondered a dark thought. They were waiting for us. This wasn't just a preemptive measure. That battle cruiser and the number of black ships, there's no way Duke Draymore has that many ships at his disposal, so either he's capable of seeing the future, or there's a traitor in the fleet. Chapter 9. In Wyatt's opinion, the worst part about ambushes was the unsteady waiting. Every second felt like it could stretch into hours while at the same time passing faster than the blink of an eye. The only thing around him was the cold silence, that maddening companion that could drive anyone into making a hasty, thoughtless action. After placing the mines on the vector trail, all fighters pulled back to create a bubble around the area, safely far away from the mine's possible blast radius and that of the black cruiser if they were lucky enough to destroy it outright. Each 20-meter-long fighter floated suspended in space several kilometers apart from each other, but within near instantaneous communication. Though at that moment it didn't matter. They were dead in space with only life support systems active. Unless the cruiser directly set its scanners in their direction, the sensors wouldn't detect them without any form of radio or heat signatures. A part of me wants to be wrong and return base. But if it comes this way, then we have to take it out or cripple it. This is my first real battle, and yet it feels no different than the odd patrol routes back in the academy. What did that one idiot instructor say? Ambush tactics may be useful, but they are dishonorable. A true pilot should never use them willingly. An open engagement is always the honorable thing to do, he thought silently, smiling at the pleasant memory of him beating said instructor by being stealthy and ambushing him over and over again until she finally conceded defeat. Heh, that got me a week's worth of cleaning duty, but seeing her enraged face was so worth it. I will never understand why most nobles believe that trickery, ambush, stealth, and deception are unworthy or dishonorable in combat, yet they happily use them everywhere else. You either win or you die in a battle. Simple as that. Pirates and the Drazen sure as hell don't care about being honorable. Wyatt sighed, checking his vitals and the life support system for the umpteenth time in what felt like 5 minutes. Dark scenarios played across his mind, picturing the black ship appearing suddenly only to destroy them all in a counter-ambush. The idea of his homeworld, Volantis, falling into infighting sent shivers down his spine. Whatever would happen to his brother, to his parents, what about his neighbors? The kind old lady that always fed the local galas, the grump old fart that was Mr. Warlow, always complaining about the nobility but ready to share some of his homemade meals with everyone. Would the local shelter have to close because of tax increases? Would conscription be enforced? Stop thinking about it, Wyatt. Stop it, he muttered to himself, hands shaking slightly. They'll do their part. They'll survive. Trust the prince. Duke Draymore will be defeated, and peace will come back to the principality. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. This isn't a civil war. Yet, he grumbled, clenching his teeth tightly. Why must you always be such a damn pessimist? He asked no one. Then he chuckled darkly. No, I'm a realist. I'll leave the doom and gloom thinking to someone else. Until things become clear, I'll do my best to aid the prince in achieving victory. But I do wonder, though, why did Duke Draymore stage a coup in the first place? Most nobles are power-hungry, glory-seeking, and self-righteous by nature, but Duke Draymore was always portrayed as a level-headed noble. He asked himself, then shrugged 10 seconds later. It doesn't matter now. All that matters is stopping him as soon as possible. His eyes wandered to his black tactical display. Eyes narrowed. Pride of Axtell. I saw that name once or twice in Commander Redford's reports. A heavy destroyer, if I remember correctly. What were they trying to achieve? Humming deeply, he crossed his arms. I'm sure the prince is going to order boarding teams to capture any survivors and find out how and why there were so many ships waiting for the fleet's arrival. With any luck, he won't blame me for this debacle, and if he does, well, I just hope it ends quickly. Several more minutes passed in relative silence as he tried his best to remain focused and calm until the AI chimed. Alert! Proximity sensors have detected a faint heat signature approaching quickly. Wyatt felt his heart jump to his throat as he placed his hands on the controllers. Activate external cameras only. Focus on the heat signature, he ordered. And a few seconds later, his display monitor showed the smooth black exterior of the black ship that faintly reflected the light of the distant star, masking it as a mere reflection to all but those who knew what they were looking for. He stared at the 3-kilometer-long ship with apprehension. Despite its size and mass, it was still relatively sleek, shaped in that now familiar arrowhead design. Even the powerful engines that propelled it forward were barely detected by his sensors. Silently, he reactivated his tactical display to show the ship's vector route, and he smiled when it was still heading in the same direction. It was now the time for the most dangerous part of any ambush, the execution. On his display, the ship moved steadily toward the waiting tactical mines. A scanning sweep would reveal the existence of the mines and the fighters at the distances they were currently at. But scanning something not only required a ship to remain as stationary as possible, it also consumed a lot of energy, computational power, and basically acted as a distress beacon that more or less revealed you were there. Come on, just a little closer, keep moving, Wyatt muttered, eyes glued to the display, refusing to blink. Then, all as one, the tactical mines activated and detonated all around the cruiser. The intense brightness of the explosions reflected on the ship's black hull until the ship flew past the lingering clouds of plasma and energy left behind by the mine's detonation. The ship was visibly heavily damaged, as several hull breaches could be seen across its structure. Atmosphere and internal fires were being sucked into the vacuum of space as it moved, and its engines were considerably weakened, but not disabled. All squadrons, engage! Delta One ordered as communications returned. With a single command, Wyatt brought his fighter to life in full and turned to pursue the ship. The mines didn't slow it down. Nothing would until something forced the ship to slow down or was captured in the gravitational pull of a stellar body. But now it would be unable to keep its acceleration up anymore. Even better, the explosions had forced it out of its original route, making its escape an even less likely scenario. Epsilon Squadron, prepare your missiles for a volley, Wyatt ordered as he ran quick calculations that would hit the damaged ship without the need to lock onto it. New One reporting, we're ready. Omicron 1 here, ready. This is Delta 1. On your word, Epsilon 1. Wyatt felt his throat dry all of a sudden as the idea of sinking the ship crossed his mind. He'd killed before, pirates mostly, and a few Drazan raiders, and he shed no tears for them. But this was different. How many people were on that ship? How many had died already because of his plan? How many more would die? Hundreds? Thousands? Epsilon 5 reporting, Lieutenant. Ready to fire, Noltar Okara said. This is Epsilon 3. Ready. Leopold Dakar's voice came through a second later. Wyatt shook his head, dispelling his doubts. The nobles and commoners aboard were his enemies. They sided with Duke Draymore, and thus they were traitors to the Principality and the Prince. He wasn't stupid either. He knew that most commoners aboard the cruiser, and in every other enemy ship for that matter, were only following orders, unable or unwilling to go against their superiors, or, like himself, found themselves embroiled by forces beyond their control. But like them, he had a duty to uphold, vows to honor, and orders to follow. It wasn't personal nor vindictive. It was simply the nature of battle. One side wins, the other side loses. You either live or you die. "Volley!" he commanded, and the missiles were released. He watched from the tactical display as the volley of missiles lunged forth unimpeded and without changing direction. All the while, he and what remained of the wedge moved in random directions outside the range of any possible PD turrets and other countermeasures the cruiser was equipped with. A wise choice, for as soon as the missiles entered the effective range of the cruiser's theoretical defenses, Wyatt detected no less than 20 PD turrets coming to life across the undamaged hull's structure. A dozen counter-missiles were also launched, but explosions followed soon after from the launch tubes. The tactical mines had done their job and had vastly limited the capabilities of the cruiser. And yet what survived made his stomach clench in worry. "I would not want to fight one of those things head-on, not by a long shot," he said as he noticed that the cruiser fired almost blindly at the incoming barrage. 26 Hawk missiles turned into 20 and then 16 before they reached their destination and impacted the damaged cruiser. 2 missiles missed entirely, veering off into space until they detonated once their fuel ran out. From his monitor display, the hull was lit again in the light of explosions that further wounded the ship. One explosion, though, outshone the rest, and a good chunk of the ship suddenly disappeared in a great ball of fire and superheated metal. One of the missiles had entered through one of the gaping holes on the cruiser and had struck an ammo storage unit. The cruiser's engines died, and the ship stumbled freely across the cosmos like a corpse. "Delta One, should we move in and finish the job?" Wyatt asked, relieved and happy that his plan had worked as well as it did. "No, I won't risk it. We don't have any missiles left, and we don't know if they are just playing dead, waiting for us to come in close. I'm trying to scan that monster, but my targeting and sensor arrays bounce off its hull even as damaged as it is now. Where did that treacherous bastard find these ships anyway? I've heard of stealth ships before, but nothing like this," Delta One replied. "Then what are we to do, Delta One?" Omicron One asked. "With that thing out of the way, I can contact Commander Redford, and then he'll decide what to do next. I'm sure he'll want to send a boarding party over and find out." Delta One's words died in his throat when every display monitor was suddenly illuminated by a large explosion that gave Jintrax a second star for a few seconds. "Cowards!" Omicron One shouted. "I can't blame their tactic. Standard procedure. Better to scuttle the ship than be captured," New One said, frustration evident in his voice. "At least we achieved our objective. That ship won't trouble us in the future anymore, but who knows how many more are out there." "Duke Draymore can't have that many stealth ships at his disposal. With any luck, we took down the strongest of those black ships. This attack was meant to cripple our fleet as much as possible," Wyatt replied. "Your orders, Delta One?" "I'm forwarding the result of the ambush to Commander Redford and awaiting further instructions," Delta One replied. 2 minutes passed in relative silence until he spoke up again. "We are to return to base." The first thing Wyatt noticed when they were close enough to the fleet was the sorry state it was in. A third of it was gone, and another third showed damage that ranged from light to heavy. He allowed himself a sigh of relief when he noticed no damage whatsoever had been inflicted upon the exalted Virtue. Moving to the hangar bay, one by one, the surviving fighters landed safely as mechanics and engineers moved it to repair any damage taken and run diagnostics. Unhooking his helmet and opening the cockpit, he received a message from Redford. "Wyatt, Captain Salazar Reed is heading to the hangar. Do not fall to any provocations. I am on my way." Wyatt suppressed a growl of annoyance, but was thankful that Commander Redford had warned him. "I bet the captain will try to blame me for the actions of that idiot. Wouldn't be the first time I'm used as the scapegoat for some petulant noble's misdeeds. Let's get this over with." As he stepped out of his fighter and joined the rest of his squadron, lining in wait for the commanding officer to render a personal report, he saw a fuming, brown-haired man in his 50s, his dull gray eyes showing nothing but contempt and fury as he approached, flanked by a detachment of Marines behind him. His uniform gave away that he was with the Marines, and he was not happy at all. Sparing a quick glance at his comrades, Wyatt saw that they were not at all surprised to see the man heading their way. Ensign Gregor Undaj was the shortest of the group. His slightly grayish hair and his chubby physique made him look unthreatening, but his posture was firm and proud. Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar had short black hair, his eyes brown, as he was a commoner like he was, and was pretty average in both appearance and build, though the nasty scar on his neck and left cheek was pretty notable. Finally, Ensign Nultar Okara. His hair was shoulder-length and with a greenish hue. He wasn't particularly handsome either, as his factions were sturdy and devoid of any grace, but the smirk on his lips and his posture were more relaxed than the rest. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples," Captain Salazar Reed called a good 10 meters away, gaining some attention as he stepped forth with heavy, angry stomps. "Sir!" Wyatt saluted, followed by his companions. The 2 surviving pilots from New Squadron, the 3 from Omicron, and the 4 from Delta also saluted, but kept their mouths shut, watching in silence. "Explain to me why my younger brother is dead!" Salazar demanded, throwing any sort of protocol out the airlock. "Your idiotic and lackluster commanding skills have caused my noble house dearly. Explain yourself now, commoner filth." "Sir," Wyatt replied, not bending nor backing away from the accusation. Inside, he was fuming, but it was a manageable anger. He'd dealt with stupid accusations before, though none involved a dead noble. "I regret to inform you that I did everything in my power to prevent the unauthorized and disruptive actions of Abacus Reed. Alas, the sub-lieutenant did not heed my orders and acted on his own accord, sir," said the lieutenant, putting extra emphasis on Abacus's faults. Salazar gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in rage. "Liar! My brother would never do something so stupid as to break formation. Surely you ordered him to perform a suicidal action? See? This is what happens when an unworthy commoner is given any sort of important leadership position. Abacus should have been the leader of your squadron after the death of the previous leader, but no, he was disgraced and shoved aside in favor of a commoner that got him killed. I shall not stand for this insolency. You shall be severely punished for the disgrace and dishonor you've brought upon the noble house Reed, Wyatt Staples." Even though he couldn't see them, he knew that the other pilots were likely biting down their tongues. Noble standing and military rank made for a convoluted mess of protocols, honorifics, rules, and exceptions that he couldn't be bothered to learn whatsoever. But he knew that no one was allowed to speak out against an officer of higher standing, much less so a noble, unless directly spoken to. "I tried to save your stupid brother, you arrogant blue blood, but I have to stall for time now." "What can I do?" Wyatt thought, and a second later an idea popped into his head. Falling to a knee, he bowed his head before the Salazar. "I dare not insult you or your noble house, Lord, but I must object to your decisions, Lord," he said, avoiding saying threats. "Your brother, Sub-Lieutenant Abacus Reed, acted on his own accord and against my orders. His actions caused the deaths of 2 pilots from New Squadron, and all of us have both visual and audio recordings to prove that what I say is true, Lord. I once more lament the loss of a precious life of House Reed, but I am faultless in this regard, Lord. You won't get more than that from me, you damnable blue blood. Your stupid brother killed 2 other good pilots and nearly cost us more. You and that worthless pride and ego will have to accept reality," he thought, never allowing his feelings to show. "Falsehood, surely," Salazar replied with a growl. "Then again, what can anyone expect from a lowly commoner? You know nothing of the virtues of honor, glory, and respect. I shall have you flogged for daring to lie to me, you—" "He's not lying, Reed!" The voice of Nultar Okara suddenly cut through, and all eyes shifted to him. "Your stupid brother couldn't handle being under the command of a commoner and got himself killed, taking another 2 with him for it." "Okara, you dare insult the memory of my brother in such a manner?" Salazar countered, fuming and ready to throw a punch. "What's more, you dare speak out of turn and to a superior officer? How am I to do otherwise when your claims are not only unjust but false? We have the evidence, we have recordings. Accept reality and swallow your pride for once, Reed," Nultar said, eyes narrowing. Then he smirked mockingly. "Not that you much of it in the first place, now is it?" Wyatt stared dumbly at the interaction of the 2 nobles. He'd seen a few confrontations before, but none had been so brazen as the one happening before his eyes. As soon as Salazar reached for his holstered pistol, though, his escort tensed, and Nultar's eyes focused on the offended noble. "Commander on deck," a voice announced. Like that, every shred of hostility was dispelled as Salazar had to turn around to salute Commander Redford, flanked by 2 Marines. "At ease," Redford commanded, and everyone obeyed. Captain Salazar, may I inquire why you're hounding one of my pilots? Commander Redford, Salazar began, undeterred but showing respect to his superior. Lieutenant Wyatt's actions resulted in the death of my brother. I claim retribution by right of honor. Denied. Redford's single utterance was heavy and left no room for debate. My lord, Salazar insisted, a commoner has caused the death of a noble. He must be punished, and I request to be the one carrying the sentence as the affected party. Captain Reed, I have already read the report and reviewed the footage sent, not by Lieutenant Wyatt's feed, but by the Wedge commander, Lieutenant Commander Siegfried Now. Your brother acted out of pride and a wounded ego, Captain Reed. It led to his demise and that of 2 more pilots. Wyatt's timely order to retreat before your brother's rushed and pig-headed actions went to fruition saved more lives. Henceforth, your requests are denied and barred. This conflict is over. Normally, such actions would receive a penalty to the House. However, given the circumstances, I am willing to forego disgracing your family's name as a reward for your loyal service. Salazar Reed closed his eyes, teeth gritted, and bowed his head once. Understood, Commander Redford. I accept your verdict. House Reed nor I shall pursue this issue further. Splendid. Redford Kalen placed a hand on the captain's shoulder and offered a friendly smile that was anything but. Word of advice, Captain. If a similar incident were to ever happen again, remember your division and report any grievances to your commander. Avoid bringing shame to your family yourself. I understand, Commander. Forgive me. I have duties to attend to, said the captain as a saving face measure and then departed. Wyatt, though, was smiling internally. Oh, that was beautiful. I've never seen a tongue lashing so satisfactory since I was in the academy. Best part was that I wasn't the target of said lashing. Ha ha! Take that, your high and mighty pain in my ass, he thought with gusto while maintaining a stoic expression, or as stoic as he could manage it. With that done, Wyatt stood up and gave his commanding officer a crisp salute. At ease, Lieutenant Wyatt, Redford ordered. I've reviewed the report given to me by Lieutenant Commander Siegfried Now, and I must congratulate you for your successful kill, Lieutenant Wyatt. That stealth cruiser destroyed 3 of our ships before we could react to its presence and ran away before we could counterattack. That ship won't be the last of our problems, but it is a victory nevertheless that it was destroyed. Commander Redford, everyone in our wedge contributed to its destruction. It was not my kill alone, Wyatt retorted seriously. Redford nodded once. Indeed. But it was your plan that brought its demise. Everyone shall receive a skull as proof of your veterancy. However, you are to receive the most credit for it. He placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder and patted him twice. Be proud of your achievements, Wyatt. Now rest. All of you, he said, turning to face the rest of the pilots present. I have other wedges to see, but be ready. Boarding teams are already on the surviving enemy ships, and it will be some time before they are done. Sir, all the pilots present said in unison, and saluted again before Redford moved to another section of the hangar. Once he was gone, the small crowd that had formed dispersed and the pilots finally relaxed. What were you thinking, Nultar? Do you want to get yourself killed or what? Leopold asked, punching Nultar's shoulder. Gregor rolled his eyes. It's not like I have much to live for as it is, Leo. Besides, Salazar got that coming. We all know Abacus let Tristan die just so he could take his place. I would have killed the bastard myself, but hey, he did us a favor. Shame about the other 2 guys, Nultar answered, arms crossed. You still took a high risk, Nultar. Abacus surely deserved to pay for his crime, but you just don't talk to a superior like that, Gregor said, checking his suit and then pointing at Wyatt. Even Wyatt here knows better than actively antagonize those of higher standing. I merely spoke the truth, Wyatt remarked. Huh, they are more relaxed than I thought they would be. At least now I have yet another reason to don't feel any pity for that idiot's death, he thought, sitting on a large crate, joining his comrades. Excellent work out there, though. Shame I couldn't stick to the end. Sounds like hunting that black ship was a highlight of this battle, Gregor lamented. You know, I had my doubts about you, Wyatt, but after today I think you'll make a good squadron leader. Same, Leopold added, smiling. Now I'm not the only commoner in the squad, although that's not saying much since you're kinda like a pseudo-noble, Staples. Wyatt huffed. Please, we both know that's hardly the case. But hey, the prince has more siblings in danger. Save one and you may get a promotion too, Wyatt replied, relaxing a bit more. Gregor and Leopold chuckled, while Nultar merely stared at him with curious eyes. Thank you for trying to defend me, Ensign Nultar. I agree with your companions that your actions were reckless, but your sentiment is appreciated. Nultar nodded. No need to thank me, Lieutenant. Any reason to see a Reed get what they deserve is enough to make me happy. Helping out was just a happy coincidence, he chuckled. You may not recognize me, but I also participated in the competition. I can finally congratulate you on your victory. Excellent performance, he said, offering a hand. Wyatt stared at his outstretched hand and then up to him again. You're a noble, are you not? Nultar rolled his eyes and brusquely took Wyatt's right hand and squeezed it, shaking it firmly. Disgraced noble, technically speaking. I know commoners and nobles aren't supposed to shake hands, but hey, who cares if I do it? Pleased to meet you, Wyatt Staples. The pleasure is mine, Nultar Olkara, Wyatt replied, surprised but pleasantly so. He then stretched a hand to Leopold once Nultar released it. The two shook hands in silence. Then he turned to Gregor, but was unsure if he would accept his gesture or not. Deciding for the latter, he nodded once. Cautious, Gregor said, returning the nod. I can respect that. Just admit that you have your head up your ass already, Gregor. Leopold barked out a laugh. We've been in the squad for over 2 years, and he's never once shook my hand. Not even after I saved his life back in Honduras 5. Nobles, am I right? Excuse me, Gregor said, offended. Has your commoner brain finally rotted? I believe it was I who saved your worthless life in that battle. In your dreams, perhaps, Undaj. Or did you get banged in the head good this time? Leopold countered. Wyatt could only stare as the two pilots started to go back and forth, claiming feats and insulting each other at every turn. And yet, none of it sounded malicious or cruel. Are they always like that? He asked softly. Better get used to it, Lieutenant. Once they start, very little can shut them up, Nultar answered. Wyatt nodded in response and waited for further orders, whatever those may be. Don't get attached to them, Wyatt. You might die, or they might die in the coming conflicts. Better to keep them at arm's length. Chapter 10. The hot water of his shower hit his skin, shedding the tension and stress away from his body. Commander Redford had dismissed every fighter pilot after 3 long hours of waiting. The boarding parties had been successful in capturing several officers and securing a couple hundred commoner crewmen who had surrendered and even aided the boarders. Everyone else would be summarily executed for their treason once the salvage efforts were over. All of them would either be spaced or simply destroyed alongside their now useless ships. It was a harsh decision, but one that he could understand. The fact that the prince himself gave orders to spare those who surrendered reassured him that he was on the right side. But it made the loss of so many lives weigh no less in his mind. Before leaving for his quarters, he heard that the only 2 support and maintenance corvettes in the fleet were scouring the useful parts of the gutted ships. Hullbreaker teams were hard at work patching the wounds the damaged vessels of the fleet got, and medical wings were full of wounded, as well as performing funerary rites for those that were lost, both those whose bodies could be recovered and those that couldn't. Turning off the water, he grabbed a towel, dried himself off, and then allowed the drying routine to get everything else and cleanse his shower. Water was precious after all and needed to be recycled as much as possible in case harvesting was not an option. Stepping out of the shower, he quickly changed into a fresh uniform and sat on his bed, thinking about nothing and everything at the same time. After several minutes of silent contemplation, he glanced at the door. I guess the prince doesn't believe I'm a traitor, he sighed tiredly. I don't know what's worse. The chance that Duke Draymore has so much foresight despite the distances at play here, or that there may be one or multiple traitors hiding in the fleet's crew. The thought alone was disconcerting, and opened so many dark possibilities that it made his head spin. And here I am, a mere lowly commoner that can't do anything except shoot things. His stomach chose that moment to rumble. I wish I still had some of those sweets Princess Clara gifted me, he muttered, barely able to stop his mouth from watering. After 2 more minutes of silence, he suddenly stood up and cracked his neck. Since I was dismissed, that means I can do whatever I want. If that's the case, then I'll make the most out of it and go to the training chambers. Now that I can use them, there's no excuse to not sharpen up my skills, right? His question went unanswered. His trip took only a few minutes, and when he arrived, he found the place busier than usual. Several judging eyes fell upon him, and murmurs became more prevalent. Mixed within those glares, there were also eyes of approval and even some mild admiration. It was an odd mix, but the latter was surpassed by the former. Still, he found an available chamber and opened it. He was about to enter it when a hand grabbed his shoulder and shoved him aside, almost making him tumble. Turning quickly, he saw that a tall, black-haired man had been the one responsible. His tank insignia put him as a lieutenant commander, a noble. "I'm terribly sorry, Lord. Did you want to use the chamber yourself?" Wyatt asked, saluting the noble in question, while his mask was strong, hiding his annoyance. The noble in question lost the smug smile he had after hearing his response and turned to face him. "So you are Wyatt Staples. You are lackluster, to say the least. I was expecting someone more statuesque, impressive, in words you can understand, for someone who has gained so much attention since your promotion. I believe I am at folly for expecting anything dignified from a mere commoner. I am not surprised in the least by your persona, Wyatt Staples. And you're not exactly a shining beacon of exemplar model either, Blue Blood," he thought, his mask never crumbling. "I aimed not to fill expectations, Lord. I am a simple pilot, nothing more, nothing less. Am I excused, or does your lordship require something of me? I have orders to complete a series of simulations, Lord." Technically a lie, but hey, he doesn't have to know that. Seemingly frustrated, the noble, who was a good head taller than him, leaned over, making use of his bulkier frame in an attempt to intimidate him. "Be aware of this, commoner. Many of us know what you're up to, but you will fail. Remember that. We are watching, and we do not like filthy, opportunistic upstarts. Now get out of my sight before I remove you myself, commoner." Wyatt bowed his head once, saluted again, and moved to another training chamber without uttering a single word, only to be rebuked a dozen more times by nobles of various ranks and divisions. Finally, he got into a training chamber after 10 minutes of searching and waiting. As he sat down and the neural link was created, his mask broke and his expression turned sour. "At least now I have more motivation to tear up things in the simulation," he whispered to himself, gripping his handles tightly. "Upstart? My plan? Are all nobles that insecure about their positions and the standing of their houses? Who am I kidding? Of course they are. So it's not just a wounded pride I'm dealing with, but they see me as a threat, and they farted up me as some kind of master manipulator in their heads?" he said, each word laced with disdain. "I don't know if I should laugh or find it flattering that they see me like that. Do you want to know what my plan is? Oh, high and mighty nobles," he said as he clicked on a random simulation. He was too annoyed to care at the moment. "My plan is to survive, aid the prince, restore order across the principality, and carry out my military career until I can retire. I don't care about whatever your imaginations scrounge up." Letting a final growl, the simulation started. As luck would have it, it was an open battle. "That is unfortunate to hear," the prince said, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Are you certain nothing more could be extracted?" Lukacs Ishtal, commander of the intelligence division, shook his head, sharing the frustration of the prince. "Regrettably, our assumption that the rightful path was commanded by a main bloodline Kayston, possibly the heir himself, was wrong. The rightful path was commanded by Baron Linaro Kayston, second bloodline but nowhere near high enough on their succession ladder," he scoffed. "That damnable Kayston knew next to nothing, and the systems within their ship were purged utterly. What little information we could extract from the other ships is useless. The only thing of worth that the captured prisoners revealed was that they didn't know about the black ships being in the system, except the cruiser that was destroyed. Their orders were to engage and harass us at maximum range. They were used as decoys to allow the black ships the chance to pounce on us. Which, I must admit, was more than successful," Admiral Damian Valto said in no uncertain terms. "Every ship targeted was a ship of the line. That leaves us with only 3 ships as the fighting backbone of our fleet, 2 destroyers and the Exalted Virtue itself. The rest are support, cargo, and transport vessels, defended, armed, and ready to provide light assistance, but nothing more. It is imperative that we travel to House Finnegan territory as soon as possible, my prince. I concur with our esteemed admiral, Vivian Taravis, commander of the logistical division, said, gaining the attention of her fellow commander, the admiral, Princess Clara, and the prince. The supplies we picked on Faldo are intact, and our transport shuttles suffered no significant damage. However, we lack ships. We need more, and we need any spare equipment we can salvage if we are to see Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. We don't know if another assault is being prepared by the traitors or if they have the capabilities to do so soon. We are almost blind and deaf thanks to the jamming outposts of House Caiston. Once we leave Gintrax, we will know more about the current situation across the Principality. For now, I suggest that we conscript the best and most capable civilian-grade ships in this woodshaft. Perhaps there will be mercenaries we can call to arms, Gregor Lintar, commander of the Communications Division, offered. I believe we don't have an alternative in this case, as much as it pains me to admit it, Commander Redford said, looking at the prince. We lack fighters, my prince. We have many pilots, and despite our recent losses, some of which are more regrettable than others, my fighters are ready to fight for you until the end. Nevertheless, we can't rely on them to bring us victory without proper support and numbers at our side. Juliana Winfield, commander of the Marines Division, nodded in agreement. My Marines are eager and ready. The boarding assaults only saw a few deaths among the commoner auxilia, and just 2 proper Marines fell in the process. For proper assaults against traitor stations and, Prince forbid, battleships, I will need more. The prince wore an unreadable expression before giving his answer. I was afraid that was the case. This ambush cost us dearly. But between the black ships destroyed and the battlecruiser, we inflicted more damage to them than they did to us. Redford, I take it your report was correct and was in no way motivated by favoritism? He asked, though he already knew that wasn't the case. Redford nodded once and noted that George Lintar, William Hempstroke, commander of the Mechanized Division, and Frederick Anderson, commander of the Infantry Division, tensed slightly. His other fellow commanders, except for Juliana, remained stoic and focused on their respective duties. Even Hannah Talaro, commander of the Royal Orbital Strike Forces, or ROSF for short, only allowed herself a short chuckle. But while brief, he caught that botch Clara and Cynthia perked up, just enough to let his trained eye notice the minute changes in their expressions. They had read his report already, he was sure of it. My liege, I assure you that my report is as clear to the factual evidence as possible. To ensure veracity, only the perspective of Lieutenant Wyatt Staples was not taken into account. All relevant information was gathered through the footage, recording, and testimonies from the surviving members of the wedge he was part of. Level-headed and direct, yet cautious and decisive? You were not exaggerating when you described him as a paradox, Redford, Juliana commented. I am starting to regret not extending a formal invitation for him to join my house as a knight upon his arrival. Wyatt Staples certainly has talent. He is resourceful and a quick thinker. I shall grant him that much praise, said the bald commander with a tiny smirk across her lips. But is he loyal? How do we know he didn't lie to the prince and set us upon this ambush? George countered, hiding his disdain behind a curtain of suspicion. He was directly responsible for the destruction of that stealth cruiser, George. I don't trust the boy in any regard just yet, but even I can see that in such an accusation he is faultless, William replied, crossing his arms. You seem quite certain of that decision, William, Frederick countered. Oh, sure, a commoner warrant officer hauling compost is the perfect spy sent to infiltrate our fleet by saving Princess Clara from capture or worse. Faultless strategy. Exceptional foresight on the part of Duke Cornelius Draymore. Rely on a commoner who knew nothing of the coup in the first place. I can't see any flaws in such a stratagem, Hannah replied, her mocking tone thick and steady. Enough, the prince said tiredly. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples performed admirably during this battle, and if nothing else, it confirms that his victory in the competition was not a fluke. Turning his gaze to Redford, he continued. If need be, take him under your direct care, Redford. Do not coddle him, but ensure that he remains strong and loyal. Not only has he earned a personal debt on my behalf, but his talents must not be wasted. We will need all the exceptional, loyal, and talented people we can gather regardless of status or origin. Loyalty is its own reward. Loyalty is its own reward, everyone muttered after the prince. With that cleared, let us discuss the next topic of interest, Woodshaft and our next actions. I will be blunt. We will need to conscript ships and quite possibly take with us many of their mechanics, engineers, menial staff, extra supplies, and local law enforcement equivalent to bolster our ranks. I will, however, forbid any hostile actions to be taken that are not in self-defense. His expression hardened, showing his burning determination. I will avoid butchering my people as much as possible. Our enemy is Duke Draymore and his conspirators. Remember that, everyone. Everyone was silent for several seconds until Clara spoke up. Brother dearest, she began, I believe I can help you in this regard. If you are to permit me to solve this problem within my capabilities, then I shall arrange a satisfactory, mutually beneficial exchange. The prince stared at his sister for several seconds, processing her request and offer. He glanced at Cynthia, who stood behind her. The blue-haired woman slowly blinked in response. The prince hummed deeply and straightened himself. Very well. You have free rein, Clara. Do what you must. Your orders shall be like my own. Clara bowed her head. Thank you, brother dearest. With a smile, she stood up. Apologies, but I must retire now. I have much to think about, much to plan and organize, and little time. Juliana and Redford exchanged a glance, confused. Wyatt Staples was immersed in the simulation, grinning madly as he took down his 20th Drazen fighter alongside a full wing. He wasn't the leader either, not even the leader of a squadron. He was a mere pilot doing his best to win the battle and avoid being taken down. Suddenly, just as he was about to add another tally to his score, the simulation paused and a familiar voice called within his mind. Wyatt, Princess Clara summons you. Met me in the hangar in 5 minutes. Do not be late, Cynthia ordered. Then, she added, do not forget about your training. I have not. It shall be resumed without fail. Is it too late to choose desertion? He muttered as the simulation resumed, only for him to be destroyed a few seconds later. Chapter 11. Of all the things Wyatt was expecting to see upon arriving at the hangar, seeing 30 Marines lining up before a shuttle was at the bottom of his list. Locating Cynthia proved to be an easy task. As he approached, he noticed that her posture was firmer than the previous times he'd seen her. Is she preparing to board a ship? He asked himself as the presence of the Marines left little room to think of anything else. I thought the boardings were already over. Do they need me to escort the shuttle? Cynthia turned to him as he entered her field of view, making him uneasy. He still wasn't used to her firm gaze, and her features clashed against her attitude fiercely. Still, he stopped a few steps in front of her and saluted. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples reporting, Lady Cynthia. Cynthia nodded once. Good. Captain Milcades, you may commence, she ordered, and the Marine at the head of the formation simply made a hand gesture. A moment later, the group of Marines began boarding the shuttle. Congratulations are in order, Lieutenant Wyatt. Taking down a cruiser is no easy feat for a group of fighters, less so when dealing with ships and enemies that we know little about. It was a team effort, Lady Cynthia. I thank you for your praise, nevertheless, Wyatt replied cordially before taking a moment to see the Marines. May I ask which ship is to boarded, Lady Cynthia? None, came her dry, on-point reply. None, Wyatt repeated, confused. Am I not here to act as an escort for your shuttle? He asked, sparing only a quick glance at the sidearm hanging from her waist and the sword strapped on her back. You are here to fly the shuttle, Cynthia replied as the passenger door closed and sealed itself. Come, we take the front. I obey, said Wyatt, puzzled and surprised by her answer. With no other choice to make, he followed Cynthia to the front section of the shuttle. The two entered the cockpit. Although he wasn't sure if calling it a cockpit was the right word for it. The shuttle was larger than his old hauler, since it was more of a troop carrier than anything else, but in design was similar if only more pleasing to look at, and more advanced. The cockpit was as large as his quarters, and he was certain it was larger by a good amount, and there were 8 available seats to take. 2 for the pilot and co-pilot if need be, and 6 for other important passengers. His mouth ran dry when he saw the beautiful blonde princess sitting in one of the passenger seats not wearing her elegant dress. Instead, she was wearing an armor set similar to the one Cynthia was wearing, but purple in color, matching her eyes. Unlike the blue-haired bodyguard, she carried no weapons, and a helmet laid peacefully on her lap. His cheeks blushed when she noticed their arrival and offered him a pleasant, friendly smile. Immediately after, he bowed his head. "My princess," he greeted and moved to the pilot seat, sitting on it without hesitation while the door closed and hissed, sealing them entirely. The next few minutes passed in silence while he ran diagnostics, checked the integrity of the outside cameras, and waited for the mechanics and technicians to give him the clear for takeoff. "Are you always so quiet, Wyatt?" Clara asked softly all of a sudden. "Only when performing routine diagnostics, Clara," Wyatt replied curtly. Several seconds of silence passed until Clara spoke up again. "Does my presence make you nervous, Wyatt?" "What do you expect me to answer?" "Yes, of course you're making me nervous. For starters, why are you here? Why am I here to fly this shuttle? Where are you going? What's with the Marines? Knowing what's going on usually helps, you know." He thought in a panic, but his face remained professional. "Never, Clara. I'm just surprised and confused as to how am I to serve you." Clara let out a dignified huff. "Please, Wyatt, you don't have to be so formal, remember? I'd like to believe that we can be friends, or at least be friendly to each other." "In that case," he swallowed nervously. "Clara, what's going on? I'm very confused." "Secrecy is always necessary in the world of royalty and nobility, Wyatt. Every action has to be taken to ensure a modicum of style, presence, and deniability all packaged into a single moment. It can be tiring and absurd, but, as I stated earlier, necessary," she revealed with her same friendly yet serious tone. "Cynthia, if you will." Cynthia approached and handed Wyatt a small tablet. "Follow these coordinates. Take us in at regular speed," she ordered. Wyatt took the tablet and immediately read through the information presented on it. It was a navigation path leading to Woodshaft that avoided a clear route from the fleet itself. It would mask their arrival as merely one more of the dozens of ships heading there, or already docked at the station. She wants to go there? Why? Wyatt pondered as some questions were answered, but others formed. Bowing his head, he uttered, "I obey," and took his position on the pilot seat. Cynthia sat next to Clara and waited for the technicians to finish their jobs. Half a minute later, he was given the clear to depart, and so he brought the engine to life. 2 minutes later, the shuttle was far away from the exalted Virtue and the rest of the fleet itself. Silently, Wyatt punched in the coordinates for the first point and relaxed in his seat, keeping an eye over the sensor monitor just in case. "Now that we are away from unwanted ears and eyes," Clara began, her voice relaxed and holding a tone similar to the one she had during their private chat. "Wyatt, humor me if you will." "Ask and I shall answer, Clara," he replied, unable to stop himself from feeling relaxed in her presence for some reason. "Tell me, what do you think about the battle? What are your honest opinions about it?" she asked. Again, this uncertainty. Is she trying to test me, or is she just being friendly? Are all royals like her? I can't read her like I read other nobles. That's downright scary. Focus, Wyatt. Just answer her honestly, Wyatt thought before turning around and allowing the autopilot to take control of the shuttle. That's a difficult question to answer, Clara. But if I am allowed to be completely honest. Clara nodded while Cynthia eyed him closely. There's no way those ships were there by coincidence. It was a trap at worst and a desperate ambush at best. My brother believes the same. So do I, Clara replied. Be assured, Wyatt, that he does not blame you for this assault. The black ships and the battle cruiser were unaccounted factors, but your information was correct regarding everything else. Tell me, Wyatt, what do you believe is the cause for their presence in the first place? Wyatt felt a knot forming in his stomach as words poured out of his mouth. That either Duke Draymore has such immaculate foresight and a strategic genius so far beyond our own that fighting him will be pointless, or that there is a traitor in the fleet. Possibly more than one feeding his forces information, he replied, crossing his arms. I pray, and do forgive me for saying this, that we are dealing with the latter. For if it is the former, then we have no hope of success with our limited forces, Clara. An astute observation, Wyatt. It is a conclusion I share with you, but I have the benefit of knowing more of my uncle than you do. Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim is a great strategist, a veteran soldier and a superb administrator, but not even he can be everywhere nor account for every possibility. We would not be having this conversation otherwise, Clara replied, sighing tiredly, her eyes reflecting the pain of betrayal and uncertainty. I do not know why he has staged this coup. I doubt it is the thirst for power alone that motivates him and that strikes fear into my heart. Clara, Cynthia said, reaching to hold her friend's hand for a moment. Clara gave her friend a smile before continuing. Take this battle into account. My uncle couldn't order this assault. The distances are too great. We were on the run for nearly 3 weeks before you saved us, Wyatt. There were no communications detected from Faldo nor any other originating from the fleet itself, and yet we were ambushed. How so? She's right. The fleet has been under a strict communication lockdown ever since we arrived. Common protocol to elude detection for as long as possible. If that's the case, then how could a traitor communicate with others? Wyatt thought about her words long and hard for several moments before he spoke up. The only way a traitor could avoid detection and also give enough time to nearby forces to mobilize would be through the use of a quantum entanglement communicator. But those are ruinously expensive. Clara nodded once. I'm glad to see that you are as intelligent as you are cunning and brave, Wyatt. Yes, that is the only way a traitor could pass on information without our notice. The fleet's communication has been subjected to containment protocols and only ship-to-ship laser communication. Blushing at the praise he got, he continued. A communicator like that can't be easy to hide, and who could even afford one in the first place? Or who could be so deceptive or loyal to the Duke's side to have earned the trust to take one? Are we looking at a single traitor hidden among us, or at multiple ones working in conjunction? He fired question after question, and then he sighed. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. It is a dilemma that we're looking into, a dire one. We were expecting traitors within our ranks, but not in such a manner, Clara admitted, and certainly not to operate with such efficiency. Am I to aid the prince in such a task? He asked tactfully. Unless your direct intervention is needed, then no. Like it or not, Wyatt, you've become a prominent figure within the fleet. Any traitor would steer clear from trying to recruit you to the Duke's side and their cause. Your loyalty has already marked you as innocent in our eyes and a trusted individual we can rely upon. Hence why I requested you to be my pilot during this mission of mine. She finished with a knowing, playful smile. Wyatt bowed his head slightly and chuckled to himself softly. I am honored and humbled to hear that a princess entrusts her safety to a commoner such as I. Think nothing of it, Wyatt, Clara countered with a wave of her hand. Now that such a bothersome topic is out of the way, I shall inform you of the reason I am heading to Woodshaft. Simply put, I shall arrive incognito and arrange a meeting with whoever rules the station. I will then handle negotiations that should gain us as many capable ships, crews, and extra supplies as can be gathered and spared, as well as passage to House Finnegan territory. And you, she said, pointing a dainty armored finger at him, will be our guide. Wyatt nodded. Makes sense. I'm the only one in the fleet who even knows about Woodshaft. I shall do everything in my power to aid you, Clara. I am pleased to hear that, Wyatt. You can begin by telling us why the station is called Woodshaft in the first place, she asked, leaning in curiously. Next to her, Cynthia shook her head while a faint smile spread across her lips. It's not an exciting story, but I obey, replied the lieutenant. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a military station that was decommissioned but never dismantled. A group of pirates called the Woodshaft Plunderers took over the station and turned it into their base of operations. They thought that, since the station was there to oversee the common exit and entry FTL jump points between Caiston and Finnegan territories, then they could get a fortune by performing repeated raids on passing cargo freighters and other ships. They were right, but not in the usual way pirates tend to operate. I thought you said Woodshaft wasn't a pirate den, Cynthia remarked, crossing her arms. Don't jump to conclusions so easily, Cynthia. Let him finish. Go on, Wyatt, Clara interjected, eagerly waiting for him to continue. Nodding and smiling internally at Cynthia's impatient outburst, he continued. Turns out that the reason the military station was decommissioned was because the threat of Drazen raids had been all but neutralized, and more civilian ships could transit the system. More than any pirate group could ever hope to hit. So the leader at the time decided that instead of raiding ships, they would simply demand a toll for safe passage. It worked. A little too well, in fact. Within 2 years, the pirate group disbanded and instead became a criminal syndicate that focused on smuggling, trafficking, and information brokerage. The name Woodshaft stuck around, and as time went by, the syndicate transformed until it also disbanded as they stopped engaging in more criminal activities. Today, Woodshaft is just a smuggler's den. A big one, though. A smuggler den that sounds more like a regular commerce station. Am I to assume that the reason it remains illegal is due to certain products available and the means to acquire them? Clara asked, eyes beaming with curiosity. On that note, how is it possible for this station to be so big without official support from the Principality shipyards? You are correct on that assumption, Clara. And to answer your second question, it is rather simple. They use wrecks, scrap, and other junk to make repairs, keep expanding, and provide a crude anchorage for larger ships, Wyatt added. Cheap, effective, but dangerous, but it works, so there's that. Cynthia frowned. Why has House Caiston not done anything about this Woodshaft? Criminality is to be expunged regardless if they are traitors or not. Surely the Third Fleet, lackluster as it is, should be more than capable of ending such an operation. I wonder if she's asking out of a sense of justice and order or out of noble pride and ego, Wyatt asked himself before replying. Simply put, Cynthia, why should they? Why should... Explain. Cynthia's stoic expression broke to show confusion and interest. Woodshaft's overseer, whoever they may be at any given point in time, have a treaty with House Caiston. They get a share of the goods and profits, and in turn, they allow Woodshaft to operate freely. Woodshaft isn't defenseless either, but instead of wasting resources on removing a good source of income, illegal as it may be, the Caistons and other minor noble houses benefit from it, not to mention commoners and other organizations. He shrugged. They're smugglers and petty criminals, not pirates. Such minor offenses can be overlooked as long as they don't call upon the ire of the Caitons or other prominent houses. It is disgraceful regardless of any pittance the Caistons and those lowly nobles receive from such activities. To deal with criminals of any sort is an insult to the Principality as a whole, Cynthia remarked while Clara covered her mouth to hide a giggle. And now you're going to deal with those criminals to ensure a quick passage to Finnegan territory, Cynthia, Wyatt thought, allowing himself to enjoy that sweet irony. It has been over a year since my last visit, though. I do not know if Uriel Hoax is still in charge. If he is, then you can expect a fairly balanced deal with him. Splendid! Clara exclaimed, clapping her hands together. Now, Wyatt, what can I expect to find in Woodshaft? What objects can be found there? All sorts of things. Engines, ship parts, commonplace appliances, weapons of all sorts, food, crops, repair services, electronic parts, information. If you look deep enough, you'll likely find what you're looking for. Not just human-made, too, Wyatt replied. A ping alerted him that the first navigation point was about to be reached. He glanced back at the monitor to ensure everything was in order before returning to the two passengers. In regards to violence, Woodshaft is still a criminal den, so I'll advise against publicly stating that you're royalty. Less so given the circumstances, he smiled at Clara, giving her an approving nod. Do these commoners not know the punishment for assaulting a noble? Cynthia asked, though her tone showed concern rather than outrage. Wyatt scoffed before he could refrain from doing so. Oh, they know all right. Most of them don't care. And not just the commoners. There are bastards, exiled, and disgraced nobles, too. Who is there to uphold the law that isn't the one applied within Woodshaft itself? There are no enforcers or guards there to defend any visiting noble. You're only safe if you already have an established base within Woodshaft, or you carry enough protection with you to deter any would-be assaulters. Cynthia groaned. In other words, Woodshaft is just a step above from being a common den of scum and villainy? Wyatt tilted his head slightly, unable to hide a, "You said it, not me." "We'll be fine as long as we're cautious," Clara added. "I wish to deal with this overseer regardless of anything, although you've opened my eyes to new perspectives, and now I can adjust my plans accordingly." "Thank you, Wyatt," she said before leaning back on her seat. "There's something I've been wondering about, Wyatt, and I wish for you to give me an answer. I ask you not as a princess, but rather as a friend. You are not forced to answer if you don't want to." "We both know that that's a lie, Clara. You're pleasant and amicable, and I can respect that much. But you can't expect me to believe those words, he thought as he bowed his head in return. The last time we spoke, you mentioned that the reason you became a pilot was due to your desire to see the stars and serve the Principality. Does that mean that you desire glory? Renown? Clara asked softly but firmly while her purple eyes pierced his brown ones. Wyatt sighed tiredly and pointed a finger at himself. Clara, I'm a commoner, not even one of high standing. I do not need glory or renown outside of what I earn for myself. I do not seek it nor crave for it. And yet your actions so far have claimed much of it. Finding a new way to beat ZTK 990 and being the one responsible for destroying that stealth cruiser on top of saving my princess's life? I do not know if I should be reassured that you're an honorable man or worried that you seem to lack ambition, Cynthia pointed out. Ambition? What a funny word, Wyatt retorted. I won't deny that ambition, when it is measured and focused, is a good thing. It was what led humanity as a whole to the stars, and what eventually founded the Principality. I know my place in the world, Cynthia. I do not lack ambition. I simply know what I want. What is it that you want, Wyatt? What great ambitions do you desire fulfilled? Clara asked pointedly. Serve fully within the military until I can retire with honors and reap all the benefits that come with it. Marry, have kids, enjoy my life, and be content with what I was able to achieve, he replied honestly. But inside, he wanted to kick his own ass. Why? Why am I being so open with them? I've never felt so comfortable sharing this with anyone but my brothers before. I don't even know them that well yet, and one's a noble and the other a princess of the Principality. But I can't help myself. Have I craved for someone to hear my sincere thoughts all this time? Clara's expression dropped, and a faint sadness crossed her features. Is that all you aspire to achieve, Wyatt? He shrugged. It may sound selfish or pointless to you, Princess, but to a commoner like myself, the prospect of having security in life is a most valued treasure. I could have entered a merchant piloting school or become a scavenger to see the stars. But serving the Principality was by far the better option. I proved my worth, and despite my posting, I never complained. The benefits of an eventual retirement were too good to pass up. You wished to serve the Principality for your benefit? Cynthia asked, perplexed, as if that was an option that had never occurred to her before. What's not to like about that? Wyatt replied. The healthcare program alone is worth it. Add to that a stable pension, military service rights, protection, preferences, and the right to pass on my career to my offspring are some of the best things a middling commoner can ever hope to achieve. If all I have to do is serve my nation faithfully and to the best of my abilities in return, then I'll happily do it. His shoulders slumped and cracked his neck in frustration. Or rather, that was my plan until this coup began. Now, I'm not sure. There's no guarantee that I'll survive long enough to see the end of this conflict. I shall stand by the prince's side. That much I can assure you, Clara. Clara blinked twice, then tilted her head to the side as she tapped her chin repeatedly. Wyatt, be honest with me. Do you hate the nobility and, by extension, the royalty? Clara, Cynthia exclaimed, flabbergasted. This is it? This is how I die? If I talk out of my ass, I'm dead. If I lie, I'm dead. If I tell the truth, I'm dead, he thought as a tiny smirk spread across his lips. Despite the dread pounding in his heart, he felt a wave of humor and relief wash over him. Steeling his heart, he made his decision. I obey, he began. I won't lie to you, Clara. I hold no love for the nobility. I certainly envy certain aspects of being a noble. What commoner doesn't? But I'm not a blind idiot either. I know the struggle of nobility, their role, and the dangers involved with it. Most nobles abuse their positions and love to put commoners down just to get a kick out of it. Regardless of every reason I have to dislike nobility, I do not hate anyone who does not deserve it. Same goes for respect. Royalty, however, is a different story. So far, I can only feel respect and admiration toward the prince and to you, my princess. Clara nodded, beaming with a sincere smile. Would you like to become a noble, Wyatt? Good heavens, no! Wyatt barked out a laugh. I know my place in the world. I'm a pilot, and that's all I'll ever be. You shouldn't put yourself down like that, Wyatt. You may lack the knowledge and education needed to be one, but with your current skills, you could become an exceptional knight, said the blue-haired woman. My sister is considering offering you a vacancy in our house. Knighthood, the unofficial and honorary noble title that a commoner can achieve either through merit or by buying the title, Wyatt thought, as if a long-lost dream had come to slap him across the face. If Lady Juliana offers me such an honor, I don't know if I could accept it. I've never aspired to be more than I am. Many would crave such an opportunity, but not you, Clara interjected, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Commoners, nobles, royals, we all have our roles to play and rules to abide by, limitations to endure, fates to fulfill. In that regard, I can't deny that she's right, he thought in agreement. Many commoners believe that nobles can do whatever they want. It is partially true when seen through a single perspective, but nobles also have to worry about more than their own lives or that of their family, he scoffed. But not having to worry about your next meal, the damn taxes rising, offending someone by breaking a petty rule, or not kissing someone's ass enough must be nice. Clara and Cynthia nodded, much to his surprise. Each of us lives within our prisons, Clara said. Gilged or ironed, it matters little. 2 minutes of cold silence passed between them until Wyatt spoke up again. How about we break some of those bars? He asked, smiling. Pardon? Clara asked, blinking twice in confusion. Cynthia said nothing, but was equally stunned. Would you like to know what it feels like to pilot a ship, Clara? He asked sincerely. I'm likely dead anyway. After what I said, she'd think of me as a potential traitor for my lack of blind loyalty. Might as well see how far I can take this. Clara, blushing profusely, turned to Cynthia. Did you tell him? No, of course not, Clara, Cynthia replied, color draining from her face as she raised her hands before her. Now it was Wyatt's turn to be confused. What? Clara, still blushing, turned to face him again and stared into his eyes for several seconds until she looked away, fidgeting nervously as she did. How did you figure it out? Okay, what? Figure what out? Did I break some sort of protocol or something? Great. Wyatt Staples, pilot and master idiot everyone, he thought, genuinely put off by her reaction. Clara, my princess, what are you talking about? He thought someone's face couldn't become redder, but Clara proved him wrong. Helpless and wanting an answer, he turned to Cynthia while Clara covered her face with both hands. Cynthia sighed, patting her friend's shoulder gently. Clara, I swear I didn't tell him anything. Clara whined, too ashamed to uncover her face. And let's be perfectly honest, my princess. The love for your hobby isn't precisely well hidden, Cynthia added. Clara removed her hands to reveal a pouting expression. I know, but it's still embarrassing. I'm a princess. Hobby? Royalty? I can have hobbies? Wyatt asked himself, stunned at the unintentional revelation. He wasn't a close-minded man. He never saw nobles as anything less than human despite their advantages and how insufferably arrogant, prideful, and cruel they could be. He was well aware that any commoner was capable of those same faults. They were human, after all. But it had never occurred to him that those in such privileged positions of wealth and power could have hobbies like any other commoner. It was a humbling experience, and it changed his opinion of the two women in front of him. Then, the pieces came together in this mind. Clara's interest and fixation on his experience as a pilot, her presence during the competition, and her reaction to his offer led him to conclude one thing. Clara, he began, and the two women slowly turned to him only to see his bemused smile. Are you interested in piloting? Clara's face, red as it was, turned dangerously close to looking like the surface of a red dwarf. I know it's unbecoming for a princess to like such things. Wyatt chuckled. Clara, I am not judging you, and I am no one to do so. I am merely surprised to have discovered it. Piloting isn't something to be ashamed about. That may be the case for you, Wyatt. Cynthia pressed on, supporting her friend as she slowly regained her composure. But for royalty, to show interest in something that is considered to be beneath them, it can become a grave point of insult or exploitation by any rival. Of that, I do not know nothing about. But what I do know is that if it is a harmless diversion, then you shouldn't be ashamed of it. His cheeks flushed slightly, relaxing his posture. Take me, for example. I have not done it in quite some time, but I like wood carving. I also like painting, and as silly as this sounds, knitting. Knitting? Clara's face suddenly brightened. You know knitting? Mom always wanted a daughter, but she only had my brothers and me. She used me as a knitting partner in preparation for her future daughter. But she never came, and I ended up liking it. It's relaxing and peaceful, Wyatt replied. It's only fair that I share my own embarrassing secret since I pretty much discovered hers on accident, he thought defeatedly. It seems we have that in common, Cynthia said, joining the conversation with a mild blush present on her cheeks. I too enjoy knitting, and not only because every lady needs to learn it for the sake of etiquette. In that case, Wyatt clapped his hands and stood up, to celebrate this embarrassing moment, why don't you take on my offer? Clara looked apprehensive at first, but then slowly stood up and made her way to the pilot's seat. Wyatt stepped aside, giving her all the room she needed to sit down and sink into the seat. He froze for a moment when he saw the wide, vivid smile of the princess as she shakily put her hands on the controllers with a familiarity that was both fearful and longing. She knows how to hold them, but she's clearly a novice. What sort of piloting is she interested in? Going against his better judgment, he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. She wouldn't feel it through the armor she was wearing, but the pressure was enough for her to turn at him with wide, worried, excited eyes. Do you have any experience whatsoever, Clara? He asked cautiously but firmly. She shook her head. All my experience comes from watching videos of all sorts regarding fighter engagements, shows, tactics, and model rundowns. This is my first time touching the controllers of a real spacecraft, she confessed. You're interested in fighters? He asked, letting go of her shoulder and taking a seat on the co-pilot's seat. Yes, she let out excitedly. Larger ships may be powerful and other vehicles better armored or more versatile. But the nimbleness of a fighter can't be matched. The speed, the grace, that wonderful sensation of freedom and the strain a pilot experiences when flying one in the vast expanse of the cosmos, it must be an exhilarating experience. Wyatt smiled sincerely. Clara Astor, second princess of the Principality, had described the reason he loved being a pilot. Even if it costs me my life now, I don't care. I'll let her experience some of that joy herself, he thought, unable to look away from the beaming princess. It isn't like that all the time, Clara. Being a pilot is more than just enjoying the ride. You have to be aware of every detail and information available to you. A single mistake can cost you dearly. As the ancient saying goes, before you run, you must learn to crawl. For a pilot, before you learn to fly, you first need to spread your wings, he said, and before Clara's expression could drop, he continued. Computer, disengage autopilot. Disabling, the computer replied. A second later, there was a shudder before Clara yelped in surprise, and all she learned through countless hours of watching all manner of videos and guides on the subject came to the forefront of her mind. With a firm hold, she stabilized the shuttle's path, and calm returned. How unfortunate, Cynthia called out from the back. It seems some debris hit us. Unfortunate, Wyatt repeated, quickly marking the incident as such. Now, take it easy and just follow the path. Take note of your sensors and be ready to take any course corrections if need be, Wyatt instructed the nervous but smiling princess. It may not be a fighter, but this is the best that I can do for you, Clara. Thank you, Wyatt. Sincerely, thank you, Clara replied softly, her sing-song voice showing nothing but gratitude. Tell me, is it that much different when you're engaged in battle? Wyatt nodded. Incredibly so. The world around you doesn't matter anymore. Just the now, your enemy, your allies, and the chance that you may die. It is always a possibility. The rush of combat is hard to describe, truth be told, but once you dominate it, you will become a great fighter pilot. During the competition, we noticed that you were eager to engage the enemy. Do you enjoy battle, Wyatt? Do you seek the glory of defeating your enemies? Cynthia asked. Wyatt went silent for a few seconds, his mind calm and focused and debating if he should tell them or not. Opting for the former, he let out a soft sigh. I do not seek glory, but I enjoy the thrill of battle against the scum that tried to harm me and my home. I've seen what the Drazen do to their prisoners. Pirates are only a step above and just as bad in most cases. I feel a sense of accomplishment and the vindication that I put down an enemy of the Principality for good. He paused for a moment. And yet, I would be happy if I never engaged in battle again. That's why I didn't complain about my posting as a compost hauler, no matter how monotonous and boring it was. The satisfaction of a job well done is what I take pride in at the end of the day. Loyalty is its own reward, Clara muttered. But loyalty to who and to what? Wyatt thought as the travel continued. Much to Wyatt's surprise, he only intervened one time and spent the rest of the time teaching Clara how to sit properly, how to read through the display monitors quickly, and what information was relevant and which she could safely ignore. The fact that he was more or less instructing a princess how to fly a shuttle wasn't as mind-blowing as he thought it would be, but he enjoyed the experience. They switched places only when Woodshaft was mere minutes away. A ping signaled the station was trying to communicate with them. Wyatt opened the channel, and a feminine voice, gruff and throaty, came to life.
Transport shuttle, the fuck are you?
She asked. Woodshaft, transport shuttle D-22 requesting permission to land. I repeat, transport shuttle D-22 requesting permission to land. Wyatt spoke to the communicator.
Cargo and business?
An escort of Marines, and we seek diplomatic dealings with the Overseer, he replied, internally wincing as he followed the orders given to him.
You with the dim-witted Kastans?
Negative. Then welcome aboard, but no funny business. Land on Hangar B-11. Someone will be waiting for you to take you to Uriel Hulks. With that, the connection ended. Such improper conduct! So crude! Cynthia exclaimed, outraged. Not a single show of respect for protocol at all. Disgraceful! Honestly, what did you expect from a criminal stronghold? Juice and sweets? He asked himself, finding the situation funny. Following the instruction previously given, he flew to the B-11 hangar and landed. After pressurization, he stood up and the shuttle's engines died out. As he turned around, he saw Clara and Cynthia putting on their helmets. He put on his and opened the door, allowing the two women to step into Woodshaft. He was mildly surprised when he saw a group of a dozen armed guards set around the only unarmed figure before them. The Marines disembarked and quickly formed up without drawing their weapons. Seriously? 30-odd Marines as an escort? The man asked through his speakers. At least that confirms you're not with the damn Kastans. All right, who's going to meet with Uriel? That would be us, Cynthia stepped forth. You three, eh? Fine. Your escorts can follow, but you better keep your damn grubby paws where I can see them. People be having a twitching trigger finger ever since the Kastans tried to Armstrong us. Dumb idiots got blown up real good. Saw the battle from the long-range sensors. If you want, you can visit the shops and kiosks after Uriel is done with you lot. You'll get a discount on the house. I appreciate your offer, but we won't stay long, if you please, Cynthia said, and the man shrugged, signaling his guards to lower their weapons and clear a path ahead. As they walked through the ugly, gray, poorly illuminated pathways and sections of Woodshaft, the mismatched nature of its construction and expansion was exactly how Wyatt remembered it. Some parts once belonged to a ship, others to stations. Some were of Dratzan, Yikanti, and even Tilgor design. People gave them a wide margin once they entered the more populated areas, and he could see a few Yikanti among the humans looking at them with suspicion. He couldn't blame them. Their guide wasn't precisely subtle that the Kastans had tried to do something against Woodshaft, and it wasn't every day a significant force of Marines came to their doorstep. It seems the tour is canceled, he muttered to himself when noticing that security was tight. Shame, I wanted to stock on dried meats and toasted beans. Dried meats and toasted beans? Clara asked curiously through his implant, nearly startling him. Opening a private channel, he replied, Clara, how are you talking to me right now? That's a small secret I'll keep. But since I'm your commanding officer for now, I thought I might as well make some small talk. Trust me, the worst part about any diplomatic meeting is the build-up. She paused for a moment, looking around her surroundings. Such a shame, too. I would have liked to see more of this station, but it seems they are dealing with their own problems. Putting that aside, what were you talking about regarding foodstuffs, Wyatt? Wyatt stared at the princess from behind the safety of his helmet as intensely as he could. But try as he may, he was unable to see her curiosity as nothing else but sincere. What are you playing at, Clara? If you're playing anything at all? Or am I just paranoid? He asked himself before proceeding to reply to her question. Chapter 12. The prince stared at the monitors with unshakable stoicism, each of them displaying chart upon chart of reports significant enough to reach his attention. Casualty reports and number of injured, reports of possible deserters, estimated time until significant repairs could be completed, number of captured enemies, and above all else, the empty monitor he awaited to flicker to life more than any other. Cynthia is with her, my prince. She will first die before allowing a single harm come Clara's way, Redford replied as he stood behind the prince in his private quarters. Ain't that the truth? She will turn to mincemeat anyone stupid enough to glare at Clara the wrong way, Juliana said, smirking. My prince, would it not be easier to receive the information directly to your brain? It would be, the prince replied, unmoving. But I prefer to read the information with my own eyes, if at all possible. He hummed deeply. Perhaps I should have not agreed with Clara's plan. Dealing with criminals is not the same as dealing with noble houses and corporations. True, dealing with criminals is generally safer and more straightforward than dealing with nobility, Juliana retorted, earning a single nod from the prince. If I may be so bold, my prince, Redford asked, and waited for the prince to give his approval. I believe that Clara's intentions are good, risky but good. She's calm, collected, and keen. She will do whatever is best for our cause and what may benefit you the most, my prince. I trust her explicitly. As do I. Of all my siblings, Clara is the only one I would entrust with negotiating in my stead. She may appear innocent and reserved, but she's a fierce political animal, a superb orator, and not ashamed to incur tactics that most others would deem disgraceful. And yet, I am her older brother. I worry about her as I care for my other siblings. More so thanks to this debacle. The prince rubbed his eyes and let out a long, tired sigh. Juliana, my prince, have you found anything? He asked, turning around, his expression cold and regal. Nothing yet, my prince, Juliana replied with a frown. I have already ruled out the possibility that Gregor, Lukacs, and Vivian are the traitors in our midst. Gregor, insufferable as he is loyal, stubborn, stuck to his ways, and your usual commoner loathing noble, but loyal. Lukacs was the first target, but he too is loyal without a doubt. House Ishtal may have sided with Duke Draymore, but not all of them share his brother's decision. Trust me, he, above everyone else, is eager to bring the traitors to justice. And Vivian led an exhaustive investigation that ended not 10 minutes ago. She executed a dozen commoner crew members and 2 nobles for gross insubordination and confirmed sabotage attempts. I shall congratulate Vivian for her efforts personally once this situation is over, the prince said, nodding to himself. Is there a lingering ghost AI in our systems? A stealth beacon, perhaps? Redford shook his head. Thankfully, that is not the case. The system was checked thoroughly, and all of our AIs have found nothing. They searched through the code, the channels, and dismantled everything segment by segment, but they couldn't find garbage data, any errors in processing, unexplained energy consumption, or dents in their firewalls. In regards to cyber warfare, we are at top efficiency. The prince remained silent for half a minute before speaking once more. Any ship we have not detected? Redford shook his head again. Even if one of those black ships was following us outside our radar and sensor rangers, the time delay from them informing any possible ambushers to forming an actual response does not match up. Besides, they may be stealth ships, but no ship, no matter how advanced, can mask a warp signature, be it before or after a jump. I had hoped against hope that I was in the wrong, the prince replied. My uncle, he has proven to be more cunning than I realized. My greatest worry may be the risk of our nation entering into a civil war that will leave us fragmented and weaker than we already are. But my second concern is these black ships. Who made them? Is another human nation backing my uncle? Did he simply buy them? How many of these ships are at his disposal? I wish I could answer those questions, my prince, Redford replied. Such is the burden of the prince said weakly. Juliana, you may commence doing random inspections. Start from the bottom up as regulations dictate, but move quickly. Inform Lukacs to ease the process and find that damnable QEC. The sooner we find it, the better. What of the traitors? Juliana asked. Interrogate them, then execute them. I will not tolerate traitors within my fleet, no matter who they are, the prince ordered with deadly seriousness. It shall be done, Juliana replied, smiling. In the meantime, Redford spoke up, I shall conduct a personal investigation, my prince. Regarding? The prince asked, raising an eyebrow. After Clara departed, a few technicians informed the staff master that they found hampering and signs of sabotage among a few fighters. The sabotage was so minor that it could have been explained as mere stress use. However, the number of damaged fighters was too great to be a simple coincidence. In addition, one vessel showed more signs of sabotage than the rest. Let me guess. Wyatt Staples' fighter? Juliana asked, her smile vanishing. Redford nodded. I think I will have a pleasant talk with Salazar Reed. Why do you assume it was him who caused it? Redford asked. After the stunt he pulled, you doubt it is not him? Juliana growled. I always advised him to control his idiot, glory-seeking brother better, but he never listened. So his brother, a stupid death like the stupid fool he was, and he blames an innocent just to sate his ego and thirst for compensation. I do not doubt that he's responsible for that sabotage attempt. I do not believe he's behind it, Redford countered. Before Juliana could speak, he continued. After I dismissed him, he returned to his quarters, and after a 2-hour break, he went to the gym and was there venting his frustrations until half an hour ago. There were no messages delivered from his person to anyone else in that time frame. Juliana's smirk returned, and she crossed her arms. Do you make a habit of keeping an eye on officers from other divisions, Redford? Only on those that may cause a threat to my pilots, Redford replied with a passive expression. Whoever is responsible for these sabotages is likely linked to the traitors we are searching for and are now targeting Wyatt. I'm afraid that his recent exploits have marked him as a potential threat. The prince nodded in agreement. Why let a small nuisance today become a major threat tomorrow? Do you think these attempts will persist in the future, Redford? If left unchecked, I'm sure they'll escalate. Do I have permission to proceed, my prince? You do, the prince replied, turning to face the black screen once more. Our forces are limited. We are scattered, disorganized, and incommunicated. We can ill afford to lose talented individuals, less so to the one I owe a debt of gratitude. Ensure that his life is not at risk outside combat. I may not be able to show preference, but I will not stand watching and do nothing. My prince, the two commanders said at the same time. Wait here, the man leading the welcoming party said as he opened a door and closed it behind him. The guards on both sides stood silent, though the Marines proved to be the true professionals while the woodshaft guards shuffled every now and again. Wyatt stood next to Clara while Cynthia took the head of their little group, making it as if she was the most prominent noble present. Clara had asked him several questions regarding anything and everything she could think of asking. Why did he want to buy dried meats and toasted beans? What did they taste like? What did he usually eat? Did he miss his old job? What was it like hauling a garbage hauler? And many more trivial questions. He answered all of them, of course, and he was glad that he could ease her nerves even if just a little. But after their guide announced that they were nearing their destination, she politely ended their private conversation, and all that was left to do was the wait. He looked at the princess and noticed small details about her. She was constantly clenching and unclenching her hands. She bobbed her head up and down slowly, as if she were muttering something only she could hear, and her posture was rigid like a slab of rock. Cynthia, on the other hand, was staunch and firm, unshaken, unbreakable. And here I am, trying to prevent my heart from bursting out of my chest. Clara was right. The buildup is killing me. Is this what diplomats deal with all the time? I suddenly am less envious of their cozy posts, he thought to himself. 10 seconds later, the door opened and their guide returned. All right, you three may enter. The Marines must wait here. Uriel says you can keep your guns, but if you draw them, you'll be a goner, understood? Crystal, Cynthia replied. The guide then fully opened the door, allowing them entrance to the sealed room behind it. The blue-haired woman signaled her companions to enter after her, and they followed. Once inside, the guide closed the door, and a cleansing process began, followed by a pressurization period. Then, the door in front of them opened to reveal a large room. Stepping into the room, Wyatt immediately recognized it as a heavily retrofitted deck that once belonged to a cruiser. Several odd sculptures adorned the walls, along with paintings, a few strange plants, and most odd of all, a large fish tank with several fishes happily swimming inside it. Then in the middle of the spacious room, a desk stood in the middle as several screens dangled from the ceiling, all of them pointing at the lone figure sitting at the other side of the desk. The clanging of the door closing behind them made the lieutenant turn back, only to find that their guide was not to join them. Turning his attention forward again, he focused on Uriel Hoax. In truth, this was the first time he'd seen the man directly. He saw him once in a video recording, but that was it. All he knew about the black-haired man was that he was cunning and brutal, but reasonable and a surprisingly fair dealer, as long as you played by his tune. Seeing him in person further confirmed that. He was a towering man well past 2 meters tall, but he wasn't muscular, rather he was physically strong and lean. His long black hair flowed like a cascade from the back of his head. His facial features were smooth and polished but stern. His eyes were gray and dull, and his skin was slightly tanned, which was surprising given how far they were from any habitable world. "Take a seat," Uriel commanded, signaling to the 6 empty chairs before them. The trio walked down to the seat directly in front of Uriel and then turned to Clara, offering it to her. This caused Uriel to raise an eyebrow in surprise, and more so when the bodyguard and the pilot refused to sit down, preferring to remain standing behind the princess, flanking her and protecting her. "Looks like I'm dealing with a big shot," Uriel chuckled, leaning on his seat and picking a cigarette from a box resting on the desk. His left index finger suddenly split apart to reveal a small flame with which he lighted his cigarette. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled through his nose. "You must be a diplomat sent by the Royal House Astor, are you, girly?" Wyatt almost choked when he heard the clenching of Cynthia's fists, but nothing worse happened. He spared a glance at Clara, and his eyes widened. Her posture was now relaxed, yet firm. There were no signs of her previous nervousness, and he could have sworn she looked bigger for a brief moment before he blinked. Where did this change come from? "I'm afraid you're not dealing with a mere diplomat or a speaker, my dear Uriel Hoax," Clara replied with a serious, icy, dignified tone. She reached for her helmet and slowly removed it. Uriel Hoax stared at the face of the princess for several seconds until he burst out laughing for nearly half a minute. Oh, ho, this is too good, too rich. An Astor, a real Astor has deemed it necessary to step into my home. Shit must be worse than I thought for a royal blue blood to come preen her feathers here." He's not entirely wrong, Wyatt thought while glancing at Cynthia, who was struggling to keep her cool if her shaking fists were any indication. "As it is, yes, you are correct. The situation across the principality is dire. However, my presence here is not a display of weakness, but rather a show of force and respect, Uriel Hoax," she said sternly, her face stoic, unmoving and firm. "Seriously, where did this Clara come from? I thought she was too delicate for something like this. But here she is, standing her ground like I've never seen anyone do before." "She's terrifying," Waite thought, but also did his best to maintain his composure. "A show of strength?" Uriel chuckled, and his laughter finally ended. "I saw the battle play out from here, Princess. Yes, you gave the Caiston a pummeling, and I'm mighty happy that you did, but you also got your teeth kicked in. Where's this so-called show of strength coming from? It comes from the fact that I am here, ready to negotiate with you instead of conscripting every vessel, crew member, and living being aboard Woodshaft," Clara replied in that same unshakable tone. "You must be aware that my brother, the prince, is waiting for my return at the heart of our fleet, and so you must know that I speak the truth." "Woodshaft isn't defenseless, Princess," Uriel replied, taking a deep inhale from his cigarette. "I am not defenseless either," Clara replied, her voice colder than before. Uriel stared at her for long moments until he began to exhale the smoke through his nostrils. "Those Marines, I see. I've fallen right into a trap without realizing it. They're Royal Marines, aren't they?" "Royal Marines!" Wyatt thought, and small bits and pieces of information connected in his brain. "I knew there were a few Royal Marines on board to protect 2 royals, but over 30 of them? How many more are there? Now it all makes sense. The way they walked, how they never talked. Royal Marines. Woodshaft doesn't have anything that could stand up to 5 of them, let alone 30. "Indeed they are," Clara confirmed. "But worry not. They shan't take hostile actions unless I am harmed, or unless I give them the order to do so. Do you plan on giving me a reason?" I am not a suicidal fool, Uriel replied, sinking into his seat, defeated. What do you want, Blue Blood? I wish to negotiate, Clara replied, her tone warming up. With 30 walking, thinking killing machines at your beck and call? I hardly call that terms to negotiate, Uriel countered, frowning. They are my insurance that you will not do something stupid, Uriel Hoax. Believe it or not, I do not intend to harm you or anyone else, nor do I seek unfavorable deals, Clara replied. Let's say I believe that you, he said, pointing his cigarette at her, aren't just going to take whatever you want from my station. Take away my people, my resources, and my ships, all to fuel your little war against Duke Draymore. You hardly have anything we could want or desire within your fleet. On the contrary, we have many things that you will find exceptionally interesting and worth your trouble, Clara remarked. Princess, do not take me for a fool. I know a bad deal when I see one. How do you think I was able to take control of Woodshaft in the first place? My father, damn be his name, wasted the wealth of our house on bad business practices until I made deals behind his back. I saved my house from bankruptcy. He repaid me by exiling me. I was just a bastard. I wanted to prove my worth, and when I did, he kicked me out. House Hoax is no more today, all thanks to him, and I only kept my name as a reminder of what happened. He inhaled from his cigarette again and exhaled quickly. You offer me nothing and can demand everything. Should I refuse, I'm certain that your lapdogs will pounce and kill me. His eyes landed on Cynthia and smirked. I'm certain that one is a Winfield, the most loyal dogs of the Astors. The other one? Not sure, but if he's with you, then he's just another glorified Blue Blood. He thinks I'm a noble? Why would he? Oh, right, my rank insignia, Wyatt realized, frowning. He was new to being hated or looked down on, but it was the first time he felt directly spat upon by someone thinking he was a Blue Blood. The irony that a deposed Blue Blood was the one doing it didn't escape him either. Must I repeat myself, Uriel Hoax?